Chapter 1 of The Empty Sack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Empty Sack by Basil King. Chapter 1. Mr. Collingham will see you in his office before you go. Having thus become the voice of fate, Miss Ruddick, shirt-waisted and daintily shod, slipped away between the pens where clerks were preening themselves before leaving their desks for the day. The old man to whom she had spoken raised his head in the mild surprise of an ox disturbed while grazing. He, too, was leaving his desk for the day, arranging his work with the tidy care of one for whom pens, ink, and ledgers were the vital things of life. Finishing his task, his hands trembled. His smile trembled, too, when a young man in a neighbouring pen called out in tones which mingled sarcasm with encouragement, "Good luck, old top! Going to get your raise at last!" It was what he repeated to himself as he shuffled after Miss Ruddick. He was obliged to repeat it in order to steady his step. He was obliged to steady his step because some 15 or 20 pairs of eyes from all the pens in the office were following him as he went along. It was the last bit of pride in the man marching up to face the firing squad. He reached the glass door on which the word "Exit" could be traced in reversed letters, when a breezy young fellow of 20 startled him by a sudden clap on the shoulder. The boy had not come from a pen, but from the more distant portion of the bank, where a line of tellers' cages faced the public. "Hello, Dad. Tell Ma I'll be home for supper. Off now for a plunge at the gym." The boy passed on, leaving behind a vision of gleaming teeth and the echo of gay tones. Opening a glass door and entering a passageway, the old man stumbled along it till another door, standing open, showed Miss Ruddick, beside her typewriter, assorting her papers before going home. Miss Ruddick was a competent woman of 35. She was, in her present position of stenographer-secretary to the head of the banking-house, because Mr. Bickley, the efficient expert for whose opinion Mr. Collingham had a kind of reverence, had selected her for the job. Miss Ruddick cultivated her efficiency as another woman cultivates her voice, or another her gift for dancing. Throwing off the weaknesses that spring from affection and softness of heart, she had steeled and oiled herself into a swiftly working, surely judging, and wholly impersonal business automaton. 10 years ago she would have felt sorry for a man in Jennie Follett's predicament. She would have felt sorry for him now, had she not learned to her cost that sympathy diminished the accuracy of her work. Now she could turn him off as easily as an executioner the man condemned to death. As a matter of fact, she knew that 10 minutes previously the efficiency expert had been closeted with Mr. Collingham, dealing with this very case. With her own ears she had heard Mr. Bickley say, "You will do as you think best, Mr. Collingham. Only I can't help reminding you that once you admit any principle but that of supply and demand, business methods are at an end." Miss Ruddick knew Mr. Collingham's inner struggle because she had been through it herself. But she knew, too, that to Mr. Collingham the efficiency expert was much what his physician is to a king. His advice may be distasteful, but it is a command. The most merciful thing now was rapidity of action, as with the application of the guillotine. It was mercy, therefore, to throw open instantly the door of Mr. Collingham's office, so that Josiah was forced to enter. He stood meekly, feeling, doubtless, as the psalmist felt when all the ends of the world had come upon him. Confusedly he was saying to himself that all the threads of his laborious life, from the time when, as a boy in Canada, he began to earn his living at 16, till now, when he was 63, had been drawn together at just this point, where he was either to get his raise or else. The suspense was terrible. As the august presence, into which he had been ushered, was engaged in examining the contents of a lower drawer of the flat-topped desk at which it was seated, it was only partly visible. All Josiah could see was the shoulder of a portly form, the edge of a pear-shaped pearl in a plum-coloured tie, and a temple of grizzled hair. The clerk moved forward, coming to a halt midway between the door and the desk, till the presence should recognize his approach by raising its head. The presence didn't quite raise its head. It merely glanced upward in a casual sidelong way, continuing the inspection of the drawer. "Well, Follett, I suppose you know what I've got to say." Follett betrayed the fact that he did know. "Is it the same as you said 2 years ago, sir?" Thus challenged, the presence lifted itself, becoming to the full Bradley Collingham, the distinguished banker, philanthropist, and American citizen, so widely and favourably known for his sympathetic personality. The essence of these traits rang in the appealing quality of his tone. "What do you think, Follett? I told you then that you were not earning your salary. You haven't been earning it since. What can I do?" I could work harder, sir. I could stay overtime when none of the young fellows want to." That wouldn't do any good, Follett. It isn't the way we do business." "I've been 5 years with you, sir, and all my life between one banking house and another, in this country and Canada. In my humble way, I've helped to build the banking business up." "And you've been paid, haven't you? I really don't see that you've anything to complain of." There was no severity in this response. It was made only because the necessities of the case required it, as Follett had the justice to perceive. "I'm not complaining, sir. I only don't see how I'm going to live." The voice, already distressed, became more so. "But that isn't my affair, is it now? I'm running a business, not a charitable institution. It isn't as if you've been with us 20 or 30 years. You've shifted about a good deal in your time." I've had to better myself, sir, with a family." "Quite so. Once you've made any principle but that of supply and demand, business methods are at an end. Don't think that this isn't as hard for me as it is for you, Follett, but—" "If it was as hard for you, sir, as it is for me, sir, you'd—" But the possibilities here being dangerous, the banker was forced to cut in. "Besides, you'll get another job. Stairs will write you any kind of recommendation you ask for." "Recommendations won't do me any good, sir, once I'm fired for old age. That's a worse brand on you than coming out of jail." The discussion growing painful, the banker rose to put an end to it. Even so, he had something still to say to justify himself. "It isn't as if I haven't warned you of this, Follett. You've had 2 years in which—" It was hard to find the right phrase. "In which to provide for your future." The clerk was unable to repress a dim, far-away smile. 2 years in which to provide for my future on 45 a week, and me with 5 mouths to feed, to say nothing of Teddy, who pays his board." The banker found an opening. "I made a place for him, didn't I now, as soon as he was released from the Navy? He ought to be able to help you." He does help, sir, as far as the young fellow can, on 18 a week, with his own expenses to take care of. But I've 2 little girls still at school, and another, my eldest—" A hint of embarrassment emphasized the banker's words as he began moving forward to show his visitor to the door. "I understand that she's engaged as an artist model. That, too, ought to bring you in something." "I suppose Mr. Robert told you that, sir." This was inadvertent on Follett's part, and a mistake. Any other distinguished man would have stiffened at the use of the name of a member of his family in a connection like the present one. Bradley Collingham was admirably temperate in saying, "I don't talk of such matters with my son. I merely understand that your eldest girl was earning something." "She poses 6 hours a week for Mr. Hubert Ray at $1 an hour." "She could probably get more engagements. I hear, I forget who told me, that she's the type these artist people like to put into their pictures." Finding himself obliged to keep step with his employer, Follett felt as if he was walking to his soul's dead march. Only the force of the conventions in which everybody lives enabled him to go on making conversation. "We don't much like the occupation for a daughter of ours, sir, and besides there's lots who think that being an artist model isn't respectable. Still, if she can earn good money at it—" To Collingham's relief, they were at the door, which he opened significantly and without more words. Follett looked into the outer world, as represented by Miss Ruddick's office, as into an abyss. For the minute it seemed too awful a void to step into. When his watery blue eyes again sought Collingham's face, it was with the dumb question, "Must I?" which the banker himself could only meet with Mr. Bickley's manfulness. He, too, spoke only with his eyes. "You must, my poor Follett. There's no help for it. You and I are both caught up into a vast machine. I can't act otherwise than as I'm doing, and I know you don't expect it." Thus Follett stepped over the threshold, and the door closed behind him. So short a time had passed since he had gone the other way that Miss Ruddick was still behind her desk, putting away her papers. Follett didn't look at her, but she looked at him, finding herself compelled to hark back to Mr. Bickley's axioms to check the tears she couldn't allow to rise. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. Meanwhile, there was that going on which would have disturbed both these elderly men had they known anything about it. Jennie Follett, in a Greek peplum of white cotton cloth, her amber-coloured hair drawn into a loose Greek knot, was on her knees before a plaster cast of Aphrodite, to which she was holding up a garland of tissue-paper flowers. While there was nothing alarming in this pagan act, the freedom with which two young men laid hands on her little person threw out hints of impropriety. The pretexts were obvious, and, in the case of one of the young men, were backed up by what might have been called professional necessity. One bare arm needed to be raised, the other to be lowered. One sandalled foot was too visible beneath the edge of the peplum, the other not visible enough. Adjustments called for readjustments, and readjustments for revisions of the scheme. What one young man approved of, the other disallowed, to a running accompaniment of Miss Follett's laughter. "Do go away," she implored, when Mr. Bob Collingham, with one hand beneath her elbow and the other at her fingertips, tilted her arm at what seemed to him its loveliest angle. "Clear out, Bob," the artist seconded, in half-vexed good humour. "We'll never get the pose with you here." "You'll never get it anything if I went away, because Miss Follett wouldn't work, would you, Miss Follett?" The artist having gone in search of something at the far end of the studio, Miss Follett replied to Mr. Collingham alone. "I don't know what I'd do if you went away, but if you stay I shall go frantic. If you touch me again I shall get up." "I'm not touching you again," he said, going on to bend her left arm ever so slightly, "because this is the same old time all along. The picture is all I care about." "But it's Mr. Ray's picture. It isn't yours." "It will be if I buy it. I said I would if I liked it, and I shan't like it unless I get it the way I want it." "You know you don't mean to buy it." "I don't mean to let anybody else buy it. You can lay down your life on that." There was so much earnestness in this declaration that Miss Follett laughed again. It was an easy, silvery laugh, pleasant to the ear, and not out of keeping with the medley of beautiful things round her. "Jennie's value in a studio is more than that of a model," Ray had recently confided to his friend Bob Collingham. "It's as if she extracted the beauty from every bit of tapestry or bronze and turned it into an animate life." "By doing nothing or standing still," Collingham had added. "She can pin your eyes on her as other girls can't by frisking about. And when she moves—" An exclamation from Ray conveyed the fact that Jennie's motion was beyond what either of these young experts in womanhood could possibly put into words. But that Jennie knew where to draw a certain kind of line became evident when, either by inadvertence or design, the back of Bob Collingham's hand rubbed along her cheek. With a smile at once kindly and cold, she put away his arm and rose. In the few yards she placed between them before she turned again, still with her kind, cold smile, there was rebuke without offence. Being fair, the young man coloured easily. When he coloured, the 3 inches of scar across his temple which he had brought home from the war became a streak of red. It was one of the reasons why Jennie, who was sensitive to the physical, didn't like to look at him. Not to look at him, she pretended to arrange the folds of her peplum, which kept her gaze downward. But had she looked, she would have seen that he was hurt. His face was of the honest, sympathetic cast that quickly reflects the wounding of the feelings. If men have prototypes in dogs, Bob Collingham's would have been the Mastiff or the St. Bernard, big, strong, devoted, slow to wrath, and with an almost comic humiliation at sound of a harsh word. Though there was no harsh word in Jennie's case, Bob was sure he detected a harsh thought. It hurt him the more for the reason that she was a model, while he had advantages of social consideration. Little as he would have been discourteous to a girl of his own station, he would have thought it unworthy of a cad to profit by Jennie's helplessness in a place like a studio. "I hope you didn't think I was trying to be fresh." Now that she felt herself secured by distance, she laughed again. "I didn't think anything at all. I just I just don't like people touching me." "Not any people?" "Not any I need to speak about to you." "Why me?" "Because I hardly know you." "You could know me better if you wanted to." "Oh, I could know lots of people better if I wanted to." "And you don't want to? For what reason?" "It isn't always a reason. Sometimes it's just an instinct." "And which is it in my case?" "In your case it doesn't have to be discussed. I shouldn't know you anyhow. We're like creatures in different, what do they call it? Not spheres. Elements, is it? We're like creatures in different elements, a bird and a fish that don't get a point of contact." "You mayn't see the points of contact." "And when I don't see them, they're not there." She turned towards Ray, who was coming back in their direction, addressing him in the idiom she heard among young and native-born Americans, and which accorded best with her position in the studio. "Oh, Mr. Ray, could you let me off posing any more today? This friend Guy of yours has got me all on springs." "Clear out, friend Guy. Can't you see you're in the way?" She continued to take the tone she was trying to make second nature, since it was not first. "That's something he wouldn't notice if a car was running over him. But please let me go. There's a quarter of an hour left on today, but I'll make it up some other time." She moved down the studio with as much seeming unconcern as if she didn't know that two pairs of eyes were following her. Picking her way between old English chairs with canvases stacked against their legs, past dusty brocade hangings, and beneath an occasional plaster cast lifted on a pedestal, she went out at the model's exit, without a glance behind her. Bob spoke only when she had disappeared. "Listen, Hubert, I'm going to marry that girl." Ray stepped back to the front of the easel, flicking in a touch or two on the rough sketch of the Greek girl kneeling before Aphrodite. "I was afraid you were getting some such bug in your head." Bob limped to a table on which he had thrown his hat and the stick that helped his lameness. People at Murillo Park, where the Collinghams lived for most of the year, said that, with the wounds he had got while in the French army in the early days of the war, he brought back with him a real enhancement of manhood. Having come through Groton and Harvard little better than an uncouth boy, his experience in France had shaped his outlook on life into something like a purpose. It was not very clear as yet, or sharply defined, but he knew that certain preliminary conditions must be met before he could settle down. One of these had to do with Miss Jennie Follett, and what Hubert called a bug in his head was, in his own mind at least, as vital to his development as his braving his family and going to the war. That had been in the famous year when the American nation was trying to be neutral in thought. "I'm not neutral in thought," Bob, who'd only that summer left Harvard, had declared to his father. "I'm not neutral in any way. Give me my ticket over, Dad, and I'll do the rest myself." He got his ticket over, and 15 months later, bandaged and crippled, a ticket back. On the return voyage he had as his companion a young American stretcher man who had helped to carry him off the battlefield, and who, a few weeks later, nervously shattered, had joined him in the hospital. Ray, who on the outbreak of war had been painting in Latoule's atelier, had never got what he called a sickener of Europe, and was glad to hang out his shingle in New York. A New England man of Gallicized way of thinking, he had means enough to wait for recognition, so long as he kept his expenses within relatively narrow bounds. With his soft hat plastered provisionally on the back of his head, Bob leaned heavily on his stick. "I've got to marry someone," he said, as if in self-defence. "I'm that kind. I can't begin fitting my jigsaw together until I do it." Ray kept on painting. "Why don't you pick out a girl in your own class? Lots of nice ones at Murillo." "You don't marry girls just because they're nice, old thing. You take the one who's the other half of yourself." "I don't see that you're the other half of Miss Follett." "Well, I am." "Miss Follett herself doesn't think so." "She'll think so all right when I show her that she can't do without me." "Some job," Ray grunted laconically. "Sure, it's some job, but the bigger the job, the more you're on your mettle. That's the way we're made." The artist continued to add small touches to the shadows of the Aphrodite cast as he changed his tactics. "If you marry Miss Follett, wouldn't your family raise hell?" "Well, they'd raise hell at first and put a can on it afterward. Families always do." And what would Miss Follett feel before they'd put on the can? Bob limped uneasily towards the door. Life wouldn't be all slip and go down for her, of course, but that's what I should have to make up to her. Oh, you'd make it up to her. With his hand on the knob, Collingham turned in mild indignation. Say, but what do you think I'm made of? A girl I'm crazy about. Oh, I only wondered how you were going to do it. Well, wonder away. A steely glint came into the deep-set, small grey eyes as he added, That's something I don't have to explain to you beforehand, now do I? Left alone, the painter went on painting. As it always does, the house of art opened its door to the troubles of the artist. Ray neither turned his head as his friend went out, nor muttered a farewell. He merely laid on his strokes with an emotional vigour which hardened the surface of the plaster cast into marble. Neither did he turn his head nor utter a greeting when he became aware that Jennie, in her sport suit of tobacco colour set off with collar and cuffs of ruby red, was moving toward him among the studio properties. It was easier to work his desire to look at her into this swift, sure wielding of the brush. In the spirit rather than with the eyes, he knew that she passed within 10 or 12 feet of him, that her kind, soft, bantering glance was resting on him as he worked, and that a kind, soft, bantering smile was flickering about her lips. With a deft force, he found the colours and gave this expression to the mouth and eyes of the kneeling girl. It was the work of a second, the merest twist of the fingers. "I just wanted to say," Jennie explained, after waiting for him to see her, "that I'm sorry to have been so horrid just now, and I'd like to know when I'm to come again." "You could marry Bob Collingham if you wanted to." His efforts had become so passionately living that he couldn't afford to look up at her now, even had he wished to do so. He did not so wish, because he knew, still in the spirit, how she would take this announcement, without the change of a muscle, without a change of any kind beyond a flame in the amber depths of the irises. It would be a tawny flame with an indescribable red in it, and he managed, on the instant, to translate it into paint. The girl on her knees was getting a soul as the lumpish white of the plaster cast was taking on the gleam of ancient, long-worshipped stone. "And would you advise me to do that?" The voice had the charm of the well-placed mezzo, the enunciation a melodious precision. Born in Halifax, where she had spent her first 12 years, the English tradition of musical speech, which in that old fortified town makes its last tottering stand on the American continent, had been part of her inheritance. Still working at his highest pitch of tensity, Ray considered his answer. "I shouldn't advise you to do that if I thought about myself." "Then why say anything about it?" "Because I think I ought to put you wise." "What's the good of that when I don't like him?" "Girls often marry men they don't like when they have as much money as he'll have." "Money's an object, of course, but when a fellow—" "He's not so bad. I like him. Most men do." "Most men wouldn't have to stand his pawing them about. I like him too, except for the physical." "Then you wouldn't marry him?" "Not unless it was the only way not to starve to death." "But you'll marry someone." "Probably. Probably so will you." Her voice was as cool and unflurried as if the words were tossed off without intention. Both knew that an electric change had come into the mental atmosphere. Of the two, the girl was the less perturbed. Though beneath her feet the floor seemed to heave like the deck of a ship in a storm, she could stand in a jaunty attitude, her hands in her ruby-red pockets, and throw up at its sauciest angle her daintily modelled chin. With him it was different. He had two main points to consider. In the first place, Bob Collingham had just made an announcement to which he, Ray, was obliged to give some thought. He didn't need to give much to it, because the conclusions were so obvious. Jennie had hit the poor fellow in the eye, and instead of viewing the case in a common-sense, Gallicized way, he was taking it with crazy American solemnity. There was nothing to it. The Collinghams would never stand for it. It would be a favour to them, as well as to Bob himself, to put the whole thing out of the question. "So that settles that," he said to himself. Because as he continued to reflect he worked furiously, Jennie saw in him the being whom the lingo of the hour had taught her to call a caveman. In the motion picture theatres she generally frequented, cavemen struggled with vampires in duels of passion and strength. Jennie longed to be loved by one of this race, and a caveman who came to her with violet eyes and a sweeping brown moustache possessed an appeal beyond the prehistoric. In spite of the challenge in her smile and the daring angle at which she held her chin, she waited in violent emotion for what he would say next. "Oh, I shan't marry for years to come," he jerked out, still going on with his work. "Shan't be able to afford it. If I didn't have a very few $100 a year, I couldn't pay you your miserable $6 a week." She took this manfully. The head, with its ruby-red toque, to which a tobacco-coloured wing gave the dash which was part of Jennie's personality, was perhaps poised a little more audaciously, but there was no other sign outside the wildness of her heart. "Oh, well, you're only beginning your career as yet. One of these days you'll do a big portrait." "But, Jennie, marriage isn't everything." It was the caveman's plea, the caveman's tone, and though Jennie knew she couldn't respond to it in practice, the depths of her being thrilled. "No, it isn't everything, but for a girl like me it's so much that—" "Why especially for a girl like you?" "Because her ring and her marriage lines are about all she's got to show. No woman can hold a man for more than, well, just so long, and when his heart's gone where she is, poor thing, except for the ring and the parson's name." "A woman's heart is as free as a man's, and when he goes his way—" "She's left standing in the same old place. We'd all be better off if we felt as free to wander as the men. But most of us are made so that we don't want to. God, what a life!" she moaned, with a comic grimace to take the pain from the exclamation. "But tell me, Mr. Ray, what day do you want me to come again?" He asked, as if casually. "Why do you say, 'God, what a life'?" "Oh, I don't know. I suppose because it's the only thing to say. Wouldn't you say it if—" "If what?" "Oh, nothing."
"Is it anything to do with me?"
"No, not specially. It's everything, beginning with being born."
"I shouldn't think you had any kick against being born with a face and a figure like yours."
"What good are they to me? My mother used to be— Well, I'm only pretty, and she was a great beauty. But look at her now."
"But you don't have to go the same way."
"All women of our class go the same way. It's awful to spend your whole life toiling and aching and worrying and scraping and paring just on the hither side of starving to death. And yet, if it was only yourself, you could stand it. But when you see that your father and mother did it before you, and that your children will have to do it after you—"
"Not in this country, Jennie," he put in sententiously. "This country gives everyone a chance."
She gave another of her comic little moans. "This country is like every other country. It's a football field. If you're big enough and tough enough, with skin padded and conscience wadded and legs to kick hard enough, you get a chance. Yes, and 1 man in 100,000 is able to make use of it. But if you're just a decent, honest sort, willing to do a decent, honest day's work, your only chance will be to keep at it till you drop."
"Aren't you rather pessimistic?"
She ignored this question to pace up and down with little tossings of the hands, which Ray found infinitely graceful. "Look at my father. He's worked like a convict all his life, just to reach the magnificent top-notch of 45 a week. We've been praying to God to give him a raise."
"And perhaps God will."
She snapped her fingers. "Like that he will. God has no use for the prayers of the decent, honest sort. He's on the side of the football tough with the biggest kit in the scrimmage. What's the use? I'm born, and I've got to make the best of it. Tell me when to come again and let me go." Laying aside his brushes and palette, he went close to her. All the poetry in the world seemed to Jennie to vibrate in his tones.
"Making the best of it because you're born is loving and letting yourself be loved, Jennie."
"So it is." She laughed with a ring of the desperate in her mirth. "You don't have to tell me that." His voice sank to a whisper.
"Then why not do it?"
"I would like a shot if I had only myself to think about."
"In love, there are only two to think about, Jennie."
She laughed, a hard little laugh in spite of its silvery tinkle. "When I love, I've got 2 sisters and a brother, all younger than myself, to bring into the little affair, to say nothing of a nice old dad and a mother that I'm very fond of. I've got love for them as well as for myself."
"Then why don't you love Bob Collingham?"
She threw him a reproachful look. "Don't, please don't. That's brutal of you. But then you are brutal, aren't you? I suppose if you were I shouldn't—" A little nondescript gesture expressed her thought better than she could have put it into words. And with this tribute to the caveman, she slipped away again amid the brocades, pedestals, and old furniture. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. Murillo Park, New York, is more than a park, it is a life. When a social correspondent registers the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Robert Bradley Collingham, Miss Edith Collingham, and Mr. Robert Bradley Collingham, Jr. have arrived at Collingham Lodge, Murillo Park, from their camp in the Adirondacks, their farm in Dutchess County, or their apartment in Fifth Avenue, the implications are beyond any that can be set forth in cold print. Cold print will tell you that a man has died, but it can convey no adequate notion of the haven of peace into which presumably he has entered. Cold print might describe Murillo Park as it might describe Warwick Castle or the Chateau of Chenonceau, with a catalogue of landscapes and architectural minutiae. It could tell you of charming houses set in artfully laid-out grounds, of gardens, shrubberies, and tennis courts, of the club, the swimming pool, the riding school, the golf links. But only experience could give you that sense of being beyond contact with outside vulgarity, which is Murillo's speciality. Against its high stone wall, outside vulgarity breaks as the sea against a cliff. Before its beautiful grill gate, it swirls like a river at the foot of a lawn, with no possibility of overflow. As nearly as may be on earth, the resident of Murillo Park can be barricaded against the sordid, and withdrawn from all things inharmonious with his own high thought. But every Eden has its serpent, and at Collingham Lodge on that October afternoon, this Satan had taken the form of a not very good-looking young man, who was pacing the flagged terrace side by side with Miss Edith Collingham. I emphasize the fact that he was not good-looking for the reason that, in his role of Satan, it was an added touch of the diabolic. Tall, thin, and stormy-eyed, his knife-like features were streaked with dark shadows which seemed to fall in the wrong places in his face. When it is further said that he was a young professor of political economy in a nearby university, without a penny or much prospect in the world, it will easily be seen how devilish a creature he was to have crept into such a paradise. He had crept in by means of being occasionally invited by young Sidebottom, whose family had the next estate to Collingham Lodge. Walls and hedges being unknown at Murillo, the lawns melted into one another with no other hint of demarcation than could be sketched by clumps of shrubs or skilfully scattered trees. You could be off the Collingham grounds and on to those of the Sidebottoms without knowing you had crossed a boundary. Between trees and shrubs you could slip from the one place to the other and not be seen from either. "She might meet him 1,000 times, and you and I wouldn't know it," Mrs. Collingham pointed out to her husband when her suspicions were first roused. "All she's got to do is to go round that lilac bush, and she might do anything." True, which the mere chances of that hospitality without which Murillo could not be Murillo would throw together any 2 young persons minded so to come. In such spacious freedom, an ineligible young professor could touch the hem of the garments of a banker's daughter without forcing the issue in any way. With the conversation between Miss Edith Collingham and Professor Ernest Ayling, we have almost nothing to do. It is enough to say that, from the rapidity of the young pair's movements and the animation of their gestures, Mrs. Collingham judged that they were very much in earnest. Looking out from what was known as the terrace drawing-room, she was convinced that no 2 young people could talk like that without an understanding between them. She had been led to the terrace drawing-room by the sound of voices and the fact that it was the end of the house toward the Sidebottoms premises. Against a background of cannas, dahlias, and gladioli, with maples flinging their flame and crimson up into a golden sky, the two figures passing and repassing the long French windows were little more than silhouettes. Such scraps of their phrases as drifted her way told her that they were up to nothing more criminal than settling the affairs of a distracted universe, but she had no intention that they should settle anything. At the appropriate moment, she decided to make her presence felt. In doing this, she was supported by the knowledge that her presence was a presence to be felt impressively. Of her profile, it was mere economy of effort to say that it was like a cameo, aristocratically regular and clear-cut. Her hair, prematurely white, lent itself to the simplest dressing, too classic to be a mode. Her figure, of which it would have been vulgar to use the word plump, carried the most sumptuous costumes with regal suitability. Studied, polished, and perfected, she wore her finish as a mask that concealed the lioness mother which she was. It was the lioness mother who confronted the young couple as they turned in their promenade. Edith alone came forward. Her professor, being given a bow so cold that it was tantamount to a dismissal, as a dismissal was obliged to take it. Within a minute he was down both the flowered terraces and out of sight behind the lilac bush. Mrs. Collingham's renunciation had the exquisite precision of the rest of her personality. "I thought I asked you, dear, not to encourage that impossible young man to come here." "But I can't stop his coming without encouragement, can I, mother darling?" Mother darling moved to the edge of the flagged pavement, looking down on the blaze of summer's final fireworks. On each of the two lower terraces fountains played, their back-drops falling onto the water-lilies in the basins. It being the moment for a strong appeal, she sounded the first note without turning round. "Edith, I wonder if you have the faintest idea of a mother's ambitions for her children." Instinct had taken her to the root of the whole difference between the two generations in the family. Instinct took Edith to the same spot in her reply. "I think I have. But on the other hand, I wonder if a mother has the faintest idea of her children's ambitions for themselves." Following an outflanking movement, Mrs. Collingham threw her line a little farther. "It's curious how, as your father and I approach middle age, we feel that you and Bob are going to disappoint us." "I'm sure I speak for Bob as well as for myself when I say that we wouldn't disappoint you willingly. It's only that the things we want are so different. Ours, your father's and mine, are simple and natural. That's the way Bob's and mine seem to us." She was in a tennis costume, carelessly worn and not very fresh. A weather-beaten Panama pulled down to shade her eyes gave a touch of cowboy picturesqueness to an ensemble already picturesque rather than pretty or beautiful. Leaning nonchalantly against the high carved back of a teakwood chair, the figure had a leopard grace to which the owner seemed indifferent. Indifference, boredom, dissatisfaction focused the expression of the delicate, irregular features to a wistful longing as far as possible from the mother's brisk self-approval. All this was emphasized by a pair of restless, intelligent eyes, of which one was blue and the other brown. The mother turned round with an air of expostulation. "I'm sure I can't see what you want to make of your life. You seem to have no ideals, not any more than Bob. You're not pretty, but you're not ugly. And you've a kind of witchiness most pretty girls have to do without. If you'd only dress with some decency and make the best of yourself, you could take as well as any other girl." "Yes, if the game was worth the candle." "But surely some game is worth the candle?" "Oh, certainly, only not this one of taking in the way you seem to think girls want to take." "Some girls do." "Oh, some girls, of course, only not my kind." "But what is your kind? That's what I can't understand." The girl smiled, a dim, distant, rather wistful smile that merely fluttered on the lips and died like a feeble light. "And that's what I can't explain to you, mother darling." "Are we so far apart as that?" "We're not far apart at all. It's only that I'm myself, while you want me to be a continuation of you." "I don't want anything but what will make for your happiness." My happiness as you see it for me, not as I see it for myself. But you're my child, Edith. I can't be without hopes for you. Another dim, quickly dying smile was the only answer to this, as Edith picked up her racket from the teakwood chair and moved towards the house. On a note that would have been plaintive had it not been so restrained, Mrs. Collingham continued, Edith, darling, I don't think there's been a moment since you were born when I haven't dreamed of a brilliant future for you. Now? But oh, mother dear, what's the use of a brilliant future, as you call it, when your whole soul is set on something else? The lioness mother was roused. But it shouldn't be set on something else. That's what I resent. Don't think for a minute that your father and I mean to stand by and see you throw yourself away. I didn't know there was any question of my doing that. That boy will never be anything better than a university professor, never in this world, and if it comes to our forbidding it, forbid it we shall, without hesitation. The girl's head was flung up. Boredom and indifference passed out of the strange eyes. For an instant the conflict of wills seemed about to break out into mutual challenge. It was Edith who first regained enough mastery of self to say, quietly, You surely wouldn't take that responsibility, whatever I did. The soft answer having warned the mother of the danger of collision, she subsided to an easier, if a more fretful, tone. And Bob's such a worry too. If your father knew about this Follett girl, I think he would go wild. But we don't know anything ourselves, beyond the few hints dropped by Hubert Ray, which I'm sure he didn't mean. Well, I'm worried. It's the war, I suppose. If he'd only settle down to work. He won't settle down till he marries, and if he marries it will have to be some girl he's in love with. If he were to marry a girl of that class— Girl of what class? What's the good word? Mrs. Collingham turned on her son, who stood on the threshold of one of the French windows. We're talking about men and women marrying outside of their own class, Bob, and I was trying to say how fatal it was. Good Lord, Mother, do people still think like that? I thought they'd rung the bells on them even at Murillo. Wasn't it one of the things we fought for in the war, to wipe out the lines of caste? But not to wipe out ideals, Bob. What fathers and mothers have worked to build up their sons fought to maintain. Max, the police dog puppy who had been poking his nose between Bob's legs, now squeezed his vigorous person through the opening and came out on the terrace joyously. Wagging his powerful tail and sniffing about each of the ladies in turn, he seemed to be saying, Don't you see that I'm here? Now cheer up, everybody, and let's have a good time. Bob made a feint at seconding this invitation. Going up to his mother, he slipped an arm round her waist and kissed her. Old lady, you're years behind the times. What fathers and mothers built turned out to be a rotten old world which they've handed to us to bolster up. We're tackling the job as well as we can, but you must give us a free hand. Releasing herself from his embrace, she stood with an air of authority. If giving you a free hand means looking on at the frustration of our hopes, you'll have to learn, Bob, that your father and mother still have some of the energy that placed you where you are. Of course you've placed us where we are, mother dear, Edith agreed pacifically. But that's just the point. Because we are where you've placed us, we're crazy to go on to something else. Isn't that the way of life, the perpetual struggle for what we haven't got? Because you and your father didn't have a big house and a big position to begin with, you worked till you got them. Bob and I were born to them, and so— It's this way, old lady, Bob broke in. All your generation had bigness on the brain. It was a kind of disease like the water that swells a baby's head. They used to think it was a specifically American disease till they found out it was English, French, and every other old thing. The whole lot of you puffed up till the earth hadn't room for you, and you made the war to push one another off. I didn't make the war, Bob. I've never been anything but a poor mother striving and praying for her children. Well, you did push one another off, to the tune of 10 or 12 millions, mostly the young. Since then the universal disease of swelled head is being got under control, as they say of epidemics. Only the leftovers catch it still, and Edith and I aren't that. Hardly anyone of our age is. We just don't take the germ. Not that we blame you and your lot, old lady. Thanks, Bob. Oh, don't thank me, I'm just telling you. And the point of your homily is that our generation all over the world has got out of Murillo Park. Murillo Park is a back number. It's as out of date as the hat you wore 5 years ago. You can give it away to the poor because the poor don't wear that kind of thing, and the rich have gone on to a new fashion. Listen, old lady, the thing I'd hate worst of all for Dad and you is to see you left behind, trying to put over the footlights a lot of old gags that the audience swallowed in its time, but which don't get a laugh any more. The actor who tried to do that is passé forever. If you keep to English, Bob, I should understand you a little better. Bob grew excited, laying down the law on the palm of his left hand with the forefinger of the right, while Max, all a-quiver, scored the points with his terrific tail. I'll not only keep to English, but I'll tell you the line to take if you want to remain the up-to-date, bright-as-a-button old lady you are. I should be grateful. Then here goes. Take a long breath, keep your wig on, put your feet in plaster casts so as not to kick. He summoned his forces to speak strongly. If Edith was to pick out a man she wanted to marry, and I was to pick out a girl, no matter who, it would be the chic new stuff for father and you. But the chic new stuff for father and her was not laid down on the palm of the hand, for the reason that a portly shadow was seen to move within the dimness of the drawing-room. At the same time, Max's joy was stifled by the appearance on the terrace of Dauphin, the Irish setter, who was consciously the dog en titre of the master of the house. Mrs. Collingham composed herself. Edith picked up a tennis ball from the flags and jumped it on her racket. Bob put a cigarette in his mouth and struck a match. It was the unwritten law of the family not to risk intimate discussion before a tribunal too august. Once he had reached the terrace, it was plain that Collingham was tired. His shoulders were hunched, his walk had no spring in it. "I'm all in," he sighed, sinking into the teakwood chair. "Poor father." Edith dropped a hand on his shoulder. He drew it down to his lips and kissed it. "You'd like your tea, wouldn't you?" The solicitude was his wife's. "We were just going to have it. Bob, do find gossip and tell him to bring it here." Bob limped into the house and out again. By the time he had returned, his father was saying, "Yes, it's been a trying day. Among other things, I've had to dismiss old Follett." "The devil you have!" The exclamation was so heartfelt as to turn all eyes on the young man. "Why, Bob dear?" his mother asked craftily. "What difference does it make to you?" Bob did his best to recapture a position he was not yet ready to abandon. "It may not make any difference to me, but how's he going to live?" "Is that your responsibility?" Edith came to her brother's rescue. "It's someone's responsibility, Mother." "Then let someone shoulder it. Bob doesn't have to saddle himself with it unless—" Convinced that, in the presence of his father, his mother wouldn't speak too openly, Bob felt safe in a challenge. "Yes, Mother? Unless what?" Mother and son exchanged a long look. "Unless you go very far out of your way." "Well, suppose I did go very far out of my way?" "I should have to leave it to your father to deal with that." "Well, it wouldn't be the first time Dad's been philanthropic." Collingham looked up wearily. He was sitting with one leg thrown across the other, his left hand stroking Dauphin's silky head. "You can be as philanthropic as you like outside business, Bob," he said, with schooled, hopeless conviction. "Inside, it's no go. Once you admit the principle of treating your employees philanthropically, business methods are at an end." "I don't think modern economics would agree with you, Daddy," Edith objected. "Aren't we beginning to realize that the well-being of employees, even when they're no longer of much use—" Collingham looked up with a kind of longing in his eyes. "I wish I could believe that, Edie, but an efficiency expert wouldn't bear you out." "An efficiency expert doesn't know everything. He studies nothing but the individual private, whereas a political economist knows what's going on all up and down the line." To Collingham, this was like the doctrine of universal salvation to a Calvinist theologian. He would have seized it had he dared, but for daring it was too late. He had trained himself otherwise. On a basis of expert advice and individual efficiency, Collingham laws had been built up. All he could do was to grasp at the personal.
"Where did you hear that?"
You can read all about it in Mr. Ayling's last book, The Economic Value of Goodwill. As she passed through the French window into the house, her mother turned with a gesture of both outspread hands. There, you see, what did I tell you? She has the effrontery to read his books and name him openly. But, too dispirited to take up the gauntlet, Collingham looked with welcome toward Gossip, who appeared in the doorway with the tea. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. The Folletts came together every evening about 6, chiefly by the process known to American cities as commuting. Commuting brought them to number 11 Indiana Avenue, Pemberton Heights. Seen from the New York riverfront, Pemberton Heights, on top of a great cliff on the New Jersey side of the Hudson, suggests a battlemented parapet. By day its outline is a fringe against the sky. By night its clustering lights are like a constellation. Indiana Avenue is one of those rare spots in the neighbourhood of New York where a measure of beauty is still reserved for the relatively poor. The heights are too high for the railways to scale, too inconvenient for factories. The not very well-to-do can find shelter there, as the medieval peoples of the Mediterranean coast found it in the rock towns where the pirates couldn't follow them. It is hardly conceivable that industry will ever climb to this uncomfortable perch, or that much competition will put up rents. Too inaccessible for the social rich, and too isolated for the still more social poor, Pemberton Heights is the refuge of those who don't mind the trouble of getting there for the sake of the compensation. The compensation is largely in the way of air and panorama. Both have a tendency to take away your breath. You would hardly believe that so much of New York could be visible all at once. The gigantic profile of Manhattan is sketched in here with a single stroke, while the river is thronged like a busy street seen from the top of a tower. City smoke rolls up and ocean mist rolls in while you're looking on. Sunrise, moonrise, moonset, sunset, stars in the heaven and lights along the darkened waterway afford to the not very well-to-do, cooped up all day in kitchens, offices and factories, a morning and evening glimpse into the ecstatic. Number 11 was somewhat withdrawn from all this towards the middle of the plateau. Built at a period when an architect's ambition was chiefly to do something singular, it had a great deal of sloping roof, with windows where he would not expect them. Pemberton Heights being held up bravely to rain and snow, the colour of the house was a weather-beaten brown. 2 hydrangea trees, shaped like open umbrellas, and covered now with white blossoms fading to rose, stood one on each side of the front door in the centre of 2 tiny grass plots. There was a piazza, of course, where most of the family leisure was passed, and in the yard behind the house there stood a cherry tree. All up and down the street for the length of about half a mile were similar little houses, each with its piazza and its architectural oddity, homes of the not very well-to-do, content with their relative poverty. Among themselves they formed a society as distinct and as active as that of Marillo Park, and out of it they got as much pleasure as the Sidebottoms and Collinghams from their more exclusive foregatherings. In this soil the Folletts had taken root with the ease of transportation of the Anglo-Saxon race. Drawn to Pemberton Heights by the presence there of other Canadians, Josiah had bought the little house for $7,000. On this he had paid $4,000, which it was his ruling desire to pay off. The mild, tenacious optimism of his nature convinced him he should be able to do this, in spite of the danger of being fired hanging over him for 2 years. The fact that, though the months kept passing, that sword didn't fall, inspired the belief that it never would. He had grown so sure of this that with regard to the warning issued by Collingham, he had never taken his wife into his confidence. For one thing, it was useless to alarm her when it mightn't be without cause, and for another. But that was the secret tragedy of Josiah's life. He had not made good the promise he gave when Lizzie Scarborough married him, and the falling of the sword would be the final proof of it. It would mean that his whole patient, painstaking life had fitted him for nothing better than the scrap heap. That he should come to such an end he couldn't believe possible. That after nearly 50 years of uncomplaining drudgery he should be flung aside as useless to man in general, and worse than useless to his family, was not, he argued, in keeping with the will of God. It was to the will of God he trusted more than to the mercy of Bradley Collingham, though he trusted to them both. When he married Lizzie in the little town of Lisgar, Nova Scotia, he'd been a bank clerk. A bank clerk in Canada is a kind of young nobleman at the beginning of what may be a striking career, after the manner of a fledgling in diplomacy. The banking institutions being few and large, the employees are moved from post to post, much like attachés or army officers. As moves bring promotion, the clerk becomes a teller, and the teller a cashier, and the cashier a branch manager, and the branch manager a wealthy man in touch with worldwide issues. It was the kind of progress Josiah had expected when he married Lizzie Scarborough, the kind of future they dreamed of and talked about, and which never came. Josiah lacked something. You couldn't put your finger on the flaw in his energy, but you knew it was there. He was moved about, of course, but with little or no promotion. Other men got that, but he was ignored. Harum-scarum young fellows whose ignorance of bookkeeping was a scandal were lifted over his head, while he and Lizzie stared at each other in perplexity. Hardest of all for him was that, as years went by, Lizzie herself lost belief in him. More tender with him for his failure, she nevertheless saw that he was not the man she supposed in the gay young days at Lisgar, and he saw that she saw. She gave up the hope of promotion before he did. The best to which they came to aspire was a raise. It was bitter for Lizzie because, as she was fond of saying to herself, and now and then to the children, she had been born a lady. This was no more than the truth. Whatever the meaning given to the word, Lizzie fulfilled it, though her claims were more than moral ones. The Scarboroughs had been great people in Massachusetts before the Revolution. The old Scarborough mansion, still standing in Cambridge, bears witness to the generous scale on which they lived. But they left it as it stood, with its pictures, its silver, its furniture, its stores, rather than break their tie with England. Scorned by the country from which they fled, and ignored by that to which they remained true, their history on Nova Scotian soil was chiefly one of descent. A few of them prospered, a few reached high positions in the adopted land, but most of them lacked opportunity as well as the will to create it. True, Lizzie's father was a clergyman, but her sisters married poorly. Her brothers dropped into any chance jobs that came their way, while she herself got only such fulfilment of her dreams as she found at Pemberton Heights. Even the move to New York, which Josiah had made when convinced that the Bank of the Maritime Provinces held no further hope for him, had not greatly prospered them. 5 years of drifting between one bank and another were followed by 5 steady years with Collingham and Law. But even that peaceful time was now at an end. While the Collinghams were drinking tea on the flagged terrace, and Jennie was on the ferryboat, and Teddy dressing and skylarking after his plunge at the gym, and Follett nearing home, Lizzie was on her knees pinning up the draperies she was making over for Gussie. Pansy, the daughter of a bulldog and a Boston terrier, whose pansy face had it in it more than a human yearning, stood looking on with forelegs wide apart. Gussie was 15, pretty, pert, and impatient. "Everybody'll see that it's the old thing you've been wearing since I don't know when." According to this plaint, Lizzie thought it useless to reply. "I'd rather not have a rag to wear than a thing everyone's sick of the sight of. Mamma, why can't I have a new dress right out and out?" "My darling, you'll have a new dress when your father gets his raise. It must come before long, but I can't possibly give it to you till then." "I wish you'd stop talking," came from Gladys, who was busy with her lessons in a corner. "How can I study with all this row going on? Mamma, what's the meaning of coagulation? Coagulation explained, the fitting finished, and a dispute adjusted between the two children. Lizzie began to spread the table for supper, Gussie helping her. Most of the downstairs portion of the house being thrown into one large living room, the dining table stood at the end nearest the kitchen and pantry. It was a pleasure to watch the supple movements of Gussie's figure, and the flittings of her slim-wristed hands as she took the plates and laid them in their places. Most people said she would one day be prettier than Jennie, but as yet there was only promise. Quite apparent was the fact that the mother had been more beautiful than any of her daughters was ever likely to become. At 50-odd, it was a beauty that still had youth in it. Worn with the duties of providing for a husband and 4 children, it retained a quality proud and aloof. In her scouring and cooking and endless domestic round, Lizzie was like an actress dressed and made up for a humble part rather than really living it. The Scarborough tradition, which had first refused to bend to king against people and again to yield to people against king, had survived in this woman fighting for her inner life against failure, poverty, and sordidness. She was singing at her work when the front door opened and Josiah came in. He stood for a minute in the little entry, surveying the living room absently, while Pansy pranced about his feet. Gladys was still at her lessons, Gussie laying out the knives and forks. "Where's your mother?" Gladys jumped up and ran to him. She was his youngest, his darling, just over 12. He'd always hoped to do better by her than by the older ones. "Hello, Daddy." With her arms round his neck, she was putting his face down to hers. "Where's your mother?" he asked of Gussie, having advanced into the room. Gussie looked up from her task to inform him that her mother was in the kitchen, but seeing his grey face and shambling gait, she paused with a fork in her hand. "You're all right, Daddy, aren't you?" The sound of voices having called Lizzie from her work, she stood on the threshold of the pantry, drying her hands on the corner of her apron. Before he said a word, she knew that the calamity which forever threatens those dependent on a weekly wage had fallen on the family. "Lizzie, I'm fired." She had never had to take a blow like this, not even when the 3 who came before Jennie had died in babyhood. This was the worst and hardest thing her imagination could conjure up, because it meant not only the sweeping away of their meagre income, but her husband's defeat as a man. Going to him, she laid her hands on his shoulders and tried to look into the eyes that avoided hers in shame. "We'll meet it, Joe," she said quietly. "We've been through other things. I've saved a little money ahead, nearly $100. Don't feel badly. I'm glad you're out of Collingham and Law's, where you've said yourself that your desk was in a draft. You'll get another job with bigger pay, and perhaps—" She sprang to the great glorious hope she was always cherishing. "And perhaps Teddy will earn more money and be a great success." "Hello, Ma!" Teddy himself was swinging down the room, Pansy capering round him with her silvery bark. Having tossed his cap on the sofa, he caught his mother in a bearish hug. Fresh from his bath, gleaming, ruddy, clear-eyed, stocky rather than short, he was a Herculean cub, the making of a man, but as yet with no soul beyond play. No one had ever seen him serious. It was a drawback to him at Collingham and Law's, where he skylarked his way through everything. "You must knock the song and dance out of that young blood," was Mr. Bickley's report on him, "or he'll never earn his pay." Before his mother could say anything, he was tickling her under the chin with little clicks of the tongue, Pansy assisting by springing halfway to his shoulder. The sport ended, he held her out at his strong arm's length, laughing down into her eyes. "Good old Ma, the best ever. What have you got for supper?" She told him as nearly as possible, as if nothing else was on her mind. Then she added, "You've got to know, Teddy darling, they've discharged your father from Collingham and Law's." Confusedly, Teddy Follett knew he had received a summons, the call to be a man. Hitherto he had been a boy. He had thought himself a boy. He had called himself a boy. Even in the Navy he had been with boys who were treated as boys. The pang of agony he felt now was that he was a boy still, with a man's part to play. He did his best to play it on the instant. "Oh, is he? And that's all right. I'll be making more money soon and be able to swing the whole thing." Gussie was here, the discordant element. "You've got to make it pretty quick then and be smarter than you've ever been before." He turned away from the group in which his mother watched him with adoring eyes, while his father stood with gaze cast down like a criminal. "I'm sorry to put the burden on you at your age, my boy," he said brokenly. "But perhaps I may get another job after all, and one that'll pay better." Teddy didn't hear this. Not that he was so far away, but because he was listening to that call which seemed so impossible to respond to. He would have to be a man. He would have to earn big money. And at present he didn't see how. $50 a week, he was saying to himself, was hardly enough to run the family, and he had only 18. He was standing with his back to them all, his hands in his pockets, when the front door opened again. Jennie came in, all aglow and abloom after her walk from the streetcars. "Well, what's the pose?" she asked briskly of Teddy, beginning to take off her jacket. "You ought to be modelled to a sculptor." "Jen," he whispered hoarsely before she could join the others, "Pa's fired." To take this information in, Jennie paused with her arms still outstretched in the act of taking off her jacket. "Do you mean they don't want him any more at Collingham and Law's?" "That's the right number." But what are we going to do?" "That's for you and me to say. It's up to us, Jen. Pa'll never get another job, not on your life, unless it's running a lift. We've got to shoulder it, you and me, between us." Jennie passed on into the room and down to the group round the table. The glow had gone out of her cheeks, but she was free from her brother's dismay. To begin with, she was a woman, and he was only a man. All his adventures would have to be dull ones in the line of work, whereas hers... She could hear Ray saying, as he had said only 2 hours ago, "You could marry Bob Collingham if you wanted to." She didn't want to, as far as that went. But if the worst were to come to the worst, and they should be in need of bread... "Hello, Mother. Hello, Daddy." Jennie was quite self-possessed. "Teddy's been telling me. Too bad, isn't it? But something will turn up. What is there for supper, Gus?" Gussie minced round the table, putting on the salt cellars. "There's pickled hummingbirds for princesses," she said witheringly. "After that there'll be honeydew jam." "Then I'll go up and take my hat off." This coolness had the inspiring effect of an officer's calm on a sinking ship. It was an indication that life could go on as usual, and if life could go on as usual, all wasn't lost. "And for mercy's sake," Jennie added, turning to leave them, "don't everybody look so glum. Why, if you knew what I could tell you, you'd all be ordering champagne." So they were tided over the dreadful minute, which meant that they found power to go on with the preparations for supper, and to sit down to supper itself. There the old man cheered up sufficiently to be able to tell what had passed between him and the head of the firm. He was still doing this when Teddy sprang to his feet, striking the table with a blow that made the dishes jump. "God damn Bradley Collingham!" he cried with his mouth full. "I'll do something to get even with him yet, if I have to go to the chair for it." "Sit down, you great gump, talking like that." Gussie pulled her brother by the coat till he sank back into his seat. "Mamma, you should send him away from the table." "That's a very wicked thing to say, my boy," Josiah was beginning. "Let him talk as he likes," the mother broke in calmly. "Going to the chair can't be so terrible if you have a reason." She went on carving as if she had said nothing strange. "Well, Ma, I call that the limit," Jennie commented. "Oh, no, it isn't," the mother returned, with the new strength which seemed to have come to her within half an hour. "I'm ready to say a good deal more." She looked adoringly towards Teddy, who, after his outburst, had returned sheepishly to his plate, while Pansy stood apart from them all, wise, yearning, and yet implacable, a little doggy fate. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 5. No difference of standard in the Collingham household was so obvious as that between Dauphin, the Irish setter, and Max, the police dog. The situation was specially hard on Dauphin. To have owned Collingham Lodge and its occupants during all his conscious life, and then one day to find himself obliged to share this dominion with a stranger, had given him, in his declining years, a pessimistic point of view. It had made him proud, cold, withdrawn, like a crusty old aristocrat forced in among base company. To the best of his ability he ignored the police dog, though it was difficult not to be aware of the presence of a being too exuberant to appreciate disdain. For Dauphin, the most beastly experience of the day began about 4 each afternoon, at the minute when the dog clock told him that his master might be expected home. That was the hour at which, from time immemorial, he had taken possession of the great front portico, where the distant burr of the motor car first reached him. When the burr became a throb, he knew it was passing the oak that marked the Collingham boundary, and, since it had arrived on his own ground, he could run down the driveway to meet it. This had been his exclusive right. To be joined daily now by a frisky, irrepressible pup made him feel like an old man tied to an insupportable young wife from whom his own death would be the sole deliverance. Life to Dauphin had thus become a mingling of impatience and anguish, poorly masked beneath an air of dignity. And as far as he could judge, his master's wife, of whom he had no great opinion, had begun to share these emotions. Anguish and impatience had become of late the chief elements in the aura she threw out, and by which dogs take their sense of men. It was not that her words or expressions betrayed her. It was only that, when she came within his sphere of perception, he was aware that she felt the kind of passion the police dog aroused in himself. He was aware of it on this May afternoon, more than 6 months after she had first learned of Bob's infatuation for the Follett girl, when she came out on the portico to listen for the expected car. She would come out, listen, and go back in. Each time she came out, each time she listened, each time she retired, he felt the sweeping to and fro of an imperious will, worried or frustrated, though he sat on his haunches and gave no sign. He couldn't give a sign, because Max would misunderstand it. There he was, down on the lawn before the portico, grinning, prancing, joking, calling names quite audible in dog intercourse, though a human being couldn't catch them, and the least little movement Dauphin made would be taken as concession. The old setter was sorry. He would have liked showing his master's wife, he didn't consider his mistress, that he understood her distress, but he was nailed to the doorstep by force majeure. And the woman envied him. He was perfectly aware of that. She assumed that dogs had no social problems. All he had to do, she thought, was to sit and blink at the magnolias, hawthorns, and lilacs pursuing one another into bloom. All he had to think of was the uphill and downdale of the view before him, a haze of blue and green and rose melting to the mauve of hills. As a matter of fact, this was something like which was passing through her mind. A masterful woman, she was nevertheless reaching that point of self-pity where she envied the untroubled dogs. While she carried the cares of so many others, no one else carried hers. All through the winter she had had Edith and Bob on her mind, and now she had Bradley. On leaving for the bank that morning, he had been so terribly upset that she couldn't rest till knowing how he had got through his day. She was the more worried because of being entirely alone, and thus thrown in on herself. Edith had gone to stay with people in the Berkshires. Of that her mother was glad. She meant for the present to keep her there. With her queer ideas she would only make her brother the more difficult to deal with, though she had not been difficult herself. Nearly 7 months had passed, and yet her affair with Ailing was exactly where it had been in the previous October. That with the advantage of a girl, you could always tell where she stood. Edith was tenacious, but not defiant. Though capable of engaging herself to this young man, she would hardly marry him in face of her father's opposition. Bob, on the other hand, was not only headstrong, but unreasonable. He would marry the Follett girl if she would marry him, whatever might be the consequences. She, his mother, had it out with him, and he had said so. It was a terrible thing to have their whole domestic happiness hang on the whim of a creature like the Follett girl, but apparently it did. She had not spoken to Bob till Hubert Ray had surrendered all he had to tell. He had done this through a process of pumping of which he himself had hardly been aware. Having ascertained that his New England connections were unexceptional, Junior had been attentive to him through the winter, making him feel that Collingham Lodge was a second home. What he didn't tell to her, he told to Edith, and what Edith knew, the mother had no great difficulty in finding out. Thus, when on the previous Saturday Bob was about to leave for a party on Long Island, they'd had the plain talk which could no longer be deferred. They'd had it after lunch, seated on a bench overlooking the tennis court. They had come out ostensibly to talk over the sacrifice of the pink and white hawthorn, in the shade of which they sat in favour of extending the court, so that Bob and Edith could both have parties simultaneously. While the new court would be an improvement, they would regret the celestial flowering of the hawthorn whenever, as at present, it was May. "Not that it would make so very much difference to your father and me," Junior began in a quavering tone, "if things we're afraid of were to happen." So the subject was opened up. Bob could only ask, what things? And his mother could only tell him. "It's quite true, old lady," he confessed. "You might as well know it first as last." Junior had not brought up her children without having learned that, while Edith could be controlled, Bob could only be managed. With Edith she could say, "I forbid." With Bob it had to be, "I suffer." "Of course, dear," she said now, "I'm your mother, and whatever you do I shall try to accept. It'll be hard, naturally, it's hard already, but you can count on me." He took her hand and squeezed it. "Thanks, old lady." "Of course I can't answer for your father. You know for yourself how stern and unyielding he is." "Oh, I'm not so sure about that. It's always seemed to me that he'd give in to a lot of things if you'd only let him." This perspicacity being dangerous, she glided to another aspect of her theme. "What I don't understand is why, if you've been in love with her for 7 or 8 months, and you mean to marry her, you haven't done it already." He took 2 or 3 puffs at his cigarette before tossing off, "I'd do it like a shot if she would." "And she won't?" "Not yet." "And you think she will?" "I'm sure she will." "What makes you so certain?" "Nothing, I just know." Having had her fears verified, Junie had no object in pushing the inquiry further. Her duty in life was to take events as they touched her family, and mould them for the best. When she called it the best, she meant it as the best. She was not a worldly woman with mere fashionable ends in view. Eager for the good of her children, she was conscientious in pursuit of the things she truly believed to be the worthiest. All through Sunday she took counsel with herself, going to communion at the restful little Murillo church, and putting new intensity into her devotion. She had guests at lunch, and went out to dinner, and though equal to all the social demands, her mind did not relinquish the purpose she had in view. Could she have accomplished it without her husband's aid, she would probably not have taken him into her confidence. It being her special task to deal with the children, the less he knew of their mistakes and escapades, the simpler it was for them all. It may be an illuminating digression here to say that there had been a time, some 15 years earlier, when Junior had had an experience as difficult as the one she was facing now. Nothing but a trained subconsciousness had carried her through that, and she looked for the same mainstay of the self to come to her aid again. One of the lessons she had learned at that time was the value of quietude, of reserve in giving herself away. She was not one to whom this restraint came natural, but for the very reason that it was acquired, it had the intenser force. It was at a time when they had lived in the Murillo house only a little while, and the Bradley of that day was not the portly, domesticated bigwig of the present. He was at a tempestuous sea of passions right at the dangerous flood tide, the middle 40s. The first ardour of married life was at an end for both of them, but while, for her, existence was running more and more into one quiet, purposeful stream, for him it was raging off in new directions. Whatever Junior suspected, she was too wise to know it as a certainty. Knowing, she argued, would probably weaken her and do nothing to strengthen him. Already she was more intensely a mother than she was a wife, living in the amazing careers she was planning for her children. Edith would marry an English peer, while Bob would take a brilliant place in his own country. Their victories would be her victories, till in some far distant beatified old age she would be translated to the stars. And then, one afternoon when the flagged pavement had only recently been laid and they were drinking tea on it, Bradley had said, right out of a clear sky, "Junior, I don't know whether you've suspected it or not, but for some time past I've had a mistress." That was the instant when she first learned the value of a schooled subconsciousness. It seemed to her that she had been slain, and yet, with a nerve little less than miraculous, she went on with her tasks among the tea things. "If you've done it so far without telling me, Bradley," she said at last, with only the slightest tremor in her tone, "why shouldn't you let me remain ignorant?" "Does that mean that you don't care if I go on?" "I think you can answer that as well as I. What I don't care for is to be drawn into an affair from which your own good taste, merely to put it on that ground, should be anxious to leave me out." He looked at her savagely. "Don't you resent it any more than that?" "Is that why you're giving me the information, to see how much I resent it?" "Partly." "Then I'm afraid you will have your labour for your pains. You'll never see more than you're seeing at this instant." That stand was a masterstroke. It gave her the advantage of being enigmatic. It enabled her to take blows without seeming to have felt them, and to deliver them without betraying the quarter from which the next would come. Right there and then, Bradley had been monstrous enough to suggest that, since she liked Collingham Lodge, she should remain there and let him go away. He would make generous provision for her and the children, and in return expect his divorce. But she had taken her stand, the enigmatic. She didn't argue, she didn't plead, she didn't reproach him. She didn't treat him to the scene through which weaker women would have put him. "Bradley, I shall expect you to remain with me," were the only words she used. And he had remained. Less than 2 years later, it was she who fixed the sum the other woman was to be paid in order to get rid of her. She was sufficiently in sympathy with her sex to insist on the terms being liberal. "I think she should have $50,000, she declared, and $50,000 the woman received. So that if Bradley had lost the first passion of his love for her, he had gained vastly in respect. Hot-tempered, high-handed, impetuous, imperious, as he knew her to be, he saw her curb and compress these qualities till they became a prodigious motor force. If she had not mastered herself, she had mastered the expression of herself till she was an instrument at her own command. It was as an instrument at her own command that, on the Wednesday morning, before he went to town, she gave her husband as much information as she thought he ought to possess about his son. "Would you mind sitting down for a minute, Bradley? I've something important to say." He had come up to her room as she took her breakfast in bed, after he had had his own downstairs. Wearing a lace dressing-jacket and a boudoir cap, she was propped up with pillows, a wicker tray with legs on the coverlet before her. In the canopied Louis XV bed of an old rich-grained walnut, raised 6 inches above the floor, she suggested an 18th-century French princess, Madame Sophie or Madame Victoire, receiving a courtier at her levee. Luxurious, with a note of chastity, was the rest of the chintzy room. The pictures on the wall were sacred ones, copies of old Italian masters. A prie-dieu in a corner supported a Bible and a prayer-book in tooled bindings with a coat of arms. The white-panelled wardrobe room seen through a door ajar was as austere as a well-kept sacristy. Perfumed air came in through the opened windows, and thrushes were fluting in the trees. Reminding her that Timms, the chauffeur, would soon be at the door to take him to the bank, Collingham sank into the armchair nearest to the bed. His thoughts were on the amount in the proposed issue of Paraguayan bonds the house would be able to carry. "It's about Bob," she began in a tone little more than casual. "Did you know he was in a scrape?" He started, firing off his brief questions rapidly. "Who? Bob? What kind of scrape? With a girl?" "Exactly. With a girl who may give us a good deal of trouble unless the thing is stopped." If Collingham's heart sank, it was not wholly because of the scrape with the girl, but because he was afraid of chickens coming home to roost. Though he had never broached the subject with the boy, he had often wondered as to how he met sexual temptation, and now he was to learn.
"Is it anything very wrong?"
"Only an intention." She sipped her coffee before letting him have the full force of it. "He wants to marry her." He felt some slight relief.
"Oh, then it's not—"
"No, not as far as he's concerned. As to her, well, I presume that she's the usual type."
"Did he tell you himself?"
"He told me himself."
"His job at the bank pays him only $2,000 a year. Did he say what else he expected to marry on?"
"We didn't discuss that, but I suppose it would be what he expects you to give him."
"And if I don't give him anything?"
"That's what I wanted to know. If you didn't—"
"He'd call it off."
"No, perhaps not, but she would."
"Have you any special reason for thinking so?"
"None but my knowledge of that kind of woman in general." She went on as quietly as if the incident of 15 years previously had never occurred. "Men are so guileless about women who have love to sell. They're such simpletons. They so easily think these women like them for themselves, and all the while they're only gauging the measure of the pocket-book." Collingham endeavoured not to hang his head, but it seemed to go down in spite of him, as the placid voice sketched his programme for the day. Junior had heard her husband say that Mr. Huntley, his second-in-command, was to go to South America in connection with the issue of Paraguayan bonds. Why shouldn't Bob be sent with him? It would add to his experience and make him feel important. After he had left Asuncion, reasons could be found for keeping him at Lima, Rio, or Buenos Aires till the whole thing blew over. Having accepted the suggestion gratefully, Collingham came to the question he had up to now repressed.
"Who is the girl? I suppose you know."
"She's been posing for Hubert Ray. Bob met her at the studio. Her name is—" Grasping the arms of the chair, he strained forward.
Not Follett's girl?"
"Yes, that is the name. You dismissed her father from the bank last year." Her eyes followed him as he stumbled to his feet. "But what difference does it make whether it's she or someone else?" He couldn't tell her. The fear of the vague nemesis he called chickens coming home to roost was too obscure. Listening in a daze to the rest of his instructions, he seized them chiefly because they would ease the line he was to take with Bob. He was to give him no hint that he, the father, had heard anything of the Follett girl. The South American mission could stand on its own merits as extremely flattering. Whatever reluctance Bob might feel, he would see the opportunity as too important to forego. All Junior begged of her husband was to know nothing of Bob's love affairs. If Bob himself brought the subject up, it would be enough to remain firm on the question of money. Of the rest, Junior was willing to take charge, as she would explain to him when he came home in the afternoon. These instructions Collingham did his best to carry out. At lunch, in the house's private room at the Bowling Green Club, he approached Mr. Huntley on the subject of being responsible for Bob on the errand to Asuncion, and Mr. Huntley expressed himself as delighted. On returning to the bank, Collingham asked Miss Ruddick to bring the young man to the private office.
"Hello, Bob. How are things going?"
So-so, Dad," Bob admitted guardedly.
"Sit down. I wanted to talk to you."
Bob sat down gingerly, warily, scenting something in the wind, much like Max or Dauphin from a person's atmosphere. Whatever his mother had been told on Saturday, his father might have learned by Wednesday. Bob would have been sure of this were it not that his mother often had curious reserves. For Collingham there was nothing to do but to plunge on the subject of South America, and he plunged. But in his dread of the roosting chicken, he plunged nervously, with a tendency to redden, to stammer, and otherwise to betray himself. Before he had finished, Bob was saying inwardly, "Mother's put him wise to Jenny, and I'm to be packed off. Well, we'll see." "It's thumping good of you and Mr. Huntley, Dad," he said aloud, "and I suppose it would do if I gave you my answer in a day or two." That's the girl, the father thought, but he obeyed Junior's injunction as to not being explicit when it came to words.
You see, it's this way, Bob. It's not exactly an invitation that I give you. It's a decision of the bank of which you're an employee. We take it for granted that you'll go if we want to send you.
And I take it for granted that you won't send me if I don't want to go. Not to force the issue, Collingham left the matter there, preferring to consult Junior as to what he should do next. To this end he drove home earlier than usual. It added to Dauphin's irritation that Max should hear the motor first. With ears cocked like a donkey's, how could he help it? There was nothing in the world that Dauphin despised as he despised the police dog's ears. They were forever pointed, alert, inquisitive, ignoble. But there it was. Max was bounding down the driveway, covering yards at a spring, before the setter could drag himself from his haunches. It was Max, too, who, when the motor passed the oak, gave the first yelp of delight. But it was Dauphin who, as his master descended from the car, entered into his depression. It was he, too, who perceived the conflict of auras when wife and husband met. Waves of unreasoned dread on the one side encountered a force of clear-eyed determination on the other, as the weltering sea comes up against the steadfast rocks. They began talking as they turned to enter the house, continuing the conversation within the great hall, where only the strip of red carpet running its length and up the fine stairway, 2 or 3 bits of old carved English oak, and the brass touches on the wrought iron baluster, relieved the admirable nudity. "Now come in here," she said briskly, having heard all that had passed between him and Bob. He followed her into the library, where she led the way to the desk. "Read that." He ran his eyes over the lines written in her legible, decorative hand. Collingham Lodge, Murillo Park. "Dear Miss Follett, my husband and I would be greatly obliged if you could give us a half-hour of your time to talk over matters which may prove as important to you as to us. If you could make it convenient to come here tomorrow, Thursday afternoon, you would find a very good train at 3:25 and one by which to return at 5:47. I enclose a timetable, and you may be met at Murillo Station. Yours sincerely, Junior Collingham." He looked at her wonderingly. "What's the big idea?" "A very big idea. Don't you see? We can cut the ground right from under his feet without his ever thinking we have anything to do with it. You personally need be supposed to know that this nonsense has ever been in the air. It's too late for me, of course, because he and I have already talked of it. But for you—" He tapped the paper in his hand. "But this move I don't understand." "Well, sit down, and I'll tell you." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. At the minute when Junior Collingham was laying before her husband a plan which would bring comparative wealth to the Follett family, a number of things were happening in and about New York. First, Lizzie Follett had dropped into a chair to think, an action rare with her. She generally thought as she whisked about her work, but this problem called for concentration. Briefly, it was as to how to cook the supper without heat. The gas man had just gone away, and the gas for the range had been cut off because she couldn't pay a bill of $29.67 or anything on account. This was Wednesday, and she would have no more money till the children got their various pay envelopes on Saturday. Though in the back of her mind she blamed herself for an unwise distribution of the week's funds, it was one of those situations in which you blame yourself without seeing how you could have done otherwise. With 6 to feed, and all the subsidiary expenses of a family to meet, she had $22 a week. Of his 18, Teddy gave her 15, 3 being needed for car fares and other small necessities. From the 6 she earned at the studio, Jennie contributed 3. Gladys, who was now a cash girl on 7 a week, was able to turn in 4. Gussie brought nothing to the common fund as yet, for the reason that the $3.50 which Madame Corinne conceded for the privilege of teaching her the millinery allowed no margin over what she had to spend. To Lizzie, during the past 6 months, life had become an exciting game. How to pay the minimum on every account and yet keep alive her credit had been the calculation with which she rose in the morning and lay down at night.
It was a game that could be played successfully for 2 months, or 3 months, or 4. When it came to 6, the heaping up of unpaid balances made it harder to go on. It was making it impossible to go on. During the past fortnight she had found her credit stopped at 3 places in the square where Pemberton Heights did its shopping. In vain she had tried to transfer her account elsewhere, but Pemberton Heights is no more than a huge village where the status of most families is known. More and more her small amount of cash was needed for cash purposes in order that the family might live. Lizzie sat down to cast up her assets. She had the small remnants of a ham which could be eaten cold. She had bread and butter. If she could only make tea! She might have done that in a neighbour's house, but she shrank from exposing a situation which a lucky stroke might change. At the same moment Josiah was turning away from a wooden bar which shut off an office from the public. He had entered and stood there, meek, unobtrusive, trembling, while none of the young men or young women busy at desks or with one another paid him any attention. When a girl with hair combed over her ears, very bright eyes, and very short skirts tripped by him accidentally, he managed to stammer out something in which she caught the word job. The word being significant, and Josiah's appearance more so, she whispered to a gentleman who left his desk and came forward. "No, I'm very sorry, we can't do anything for you." He hadn't waited for the word job. He hadn't waited for Josiah to speak at all. He knew the situation so well that his method was to end it there and then. Josiah turned away meekly as he had entered, and with no sinking of the heart. His heart used to sink, but that was 4 and 5 months previously, before he had exhausted his emotions. Now the bitterness of death was past. It had passed day by day and inch by inch, by stages of slow agony, leaving him with a dried soul that couldn't suffer any more. And also at this minute Teddy was standing in his cage at the bank in a very peculiar situation. At least it struck him as peculiar, because for the first time he perceived its opportunities. For Teddy, too, 6 months had been a period of development, just as it is for a green fruit when you pick it and lay it in the sun. It ripens, but it ripens green. When you eat it, it has a green flavour, or a flat flavour, or none at all. Teddy was a fruit to be left on the tree to take its time. He was now 21, with the promptings of 16. At his own rate of progress he would probably have reached 20 by the time he was 22, but 30 at 25. As it was, he had been called on to be 30 when his growth was just beginning. Not merely the circumstances had made this demand in him, but the dependence, more or less unconscious, of the members of the family. They looked to him to do something big because he was a young man. Having heard of other young men who had been financially heroic, they expected him to be the same. The possibilities, open to a bank clerk of 21, had no relation to their hopes. Even his mother, chiefly because of her adoration, seemed to feel that he should spring from 18 to $100 a week by the force of inner flame. She didn't say so, of course. She only revealed her sentiments as Pansy revealed hers, by an inextinguishable look. The father did no more than throw emphasis on the boy's responsibility. Jennie and Gladys never said anything at all, but Gussie was quite frank. "A great big fellow like you and only making 18 per. Look at poor mamma, working her fingers to the bone. I'd be ashamed if I were you. Why, Fred Ingalls orders his clothes at Love's and keeps his own Ford." It was all there in a nutshell. His inability to rise to the occasion in a land where everyone else who was worth his salt had only to shake the money tree and pick up coin. How Fred Ingalls did it, Teddy couldn't think, when your value by the week was so definitely fixed and a raise lay so far ahead. If he had developed during the past 6 months, it was mainly through a carking sense of inefficiency. Meanwhile, he had to do what Gussie told him. Watch his mother work her fingers to the bone. In spite of a tendency to squabble, the Folletts were an affectionate family, and the mother was the centre of their love. Teddy didn't stop to analyse what she was to them. He only knew that there was nothing he wouldn't be to her. If he could only have compassed it, she would have had a bar pin like their neighbour, Mrs. Weatherby. She would have worn the skunk neck-piece for which he had once heard her utter a desire. She would have gone out in his Ford oftener than Fred Ingalls' mother in his. These things he would have done for her and more,
had he been but the financial titan all-American example had called on him to become. Between Gus's taunts and his own "What lack I yet?" he was reaching a condition of despair. And now, on this particular afternoon, when nearly everyone had left the bank, and Mr. Brunt, to whom he was specially attached, was working later than usual, there was the fruit of the money tree piled up on the ground. Mr. Brunt had gone to the other end of the main office, and would return presently to stow these piles of bills in the safe. These bills were money. Teddy had never consciously dwelt on that fact before. He had been in this same situation 1,000 times, when he had nothing to do but put out his hands and stuff his pockets with food and fuel and gas and the interest on the mortgage, and all the other things of which there was such a lack at home, and had never considered that the needed things were here. He remembered that as a child in Nova Scotia he would occasionally swipe an apple from a cartload, knowing that the owner couldn't miss it, and had the same sensation now. Here were the piles of bills, all arranged in rows according to their values, a pile of hundreds, a pile of 50s, a pile of 20s, and so on down. Mr. Brunt would come back, as he had done at other times, and put them away without counting them. Having counted them already, he would accept this reckoning for the day. He, Teddy, was left there to see that nothing happened to this treasure. He was never able to tell how it came about, but without seemingly being able to control the action of his hand, he had slipped a $20 bill from the top of the pile into his own pocket. It was an instant's weakness, followed the next instant by repentance. Teddy knew what theft was. He had not, through his father, had so much to do with banks without being fully aware of the sure and pitiless punishment meted out to it. He didn't mean to steal. He was horror-stricken at the act. Quick as a flash his hand went into his pocket again. But Mr. Brunt was back. The thing that could have been done at once had to be deferred. Looking for a chance to drop the bill to the floor and make restitution by picking it up, it was annoying that Mr. Brunt should give him none. Mr. Brunt seemed possessed by a demon of speed. So quickly had he locked all the piles in the safe, and then locked the cage behind him. Teddy found himself outside, with the bill still burning in his pocket. Even so, there were other possibilities. Going to the washroom, he hung on there till Mr. Brunt had gone home. The cage was made of open wirework. It was a simple thing to slip a bill through one of the interstices. It would be found next morning on the floor, and a fresh running over accounts would show where it belonged. Mr. Brunt would wonder how it came to be so careless, but with his balance straight he would be satisfied. But, as Teddy reached the cage, there was Doolan, the night watchman. Doolan was an ex-policeman, too old for public office, but equal to sounding an alarm in case the bank was being robbed. He was a friendly soul, and, in strolling up to Teddy, had no motive beyond asking about the old man and whether or not he'd yet found a job. But Teddy suspected that he was being watched. He didn't know but that Doolan might have seen the movement of the hand which snatched the bill from the pile. When he stirred to go homeward, Doolan might clutch him by the neck. It was a strange, new sensation to feel that within a minute, within a few seconds, the law might have its grip on him. Having said good-bye to Doolan and turned away, he took the first steps in expectation of a stern command to come back. It was another strange, new sensation to be walking the familiar ways of Broad Street and Wall Street with this strange new consciousness. There were thousands of bright young men and women streaming to electrics, subways, and ferries in the first stages of commuting, and among them he bore a secret mark. Tramping along in the crowd, he felt like a soldier marching with his comrades to the trenches, but knowing himself picked for death. Luckily his folly was not even now beyond reparation. He would get to the bank early in the morning, discover the cursed bill lying in some artfully chosen corner of the floor, and restore it to Mr. Brunt. All the same, it was a relief to get away from the fear of detection which he felt to be haunting the streets, by plunging into the maw of the subway, where his identity was swallowed up. At this minute, too, in the studio, Hubert Ray was leaning over Jennie Follett's shoulder and placing before her a rough pencil sketch. "Take it away," Jennie cried tearfully. "I don't want to look at it." "But, Jennie, I only wish you to see how little it involves." It was a drawing of a nude woman, her hair coiled on the top of her head, sitting very upright in a marble Byzantine chair, her knees pressed together in the manner of the Egyptian cat goddess. On a level with her face, and poised on the tips of her fingers, she held a human skull which she inspected with slanting, mysterious eyes. Ray continued to keep the sketch before Jennie, hanging over her shoulder. He was so close that she felt his breath on her neck. He could easily have pressed his lips against her amber-coloured hair, and Jennie wished he would. But having long ago made up his mind that she could best be won by a system of starving out, he refrained from doing it. As, however, she persisted in brushing the sketch aside, he straightened himself up. "Then, Jennie, I'm afraid I can't use you any more. That is, for the present. Since you won't do it, I must get someone who will." "You could paint another kind of picture," she argued indignantly, "with me with clothes on." "You don't understand. I'm an artist. An artist doesn't paint the picture he chooses, but the one that's given him to paint." "No one gave you this to paint. It isn't a commission. It's just your own bad mind." "I'm not ready to explain what it is. You wouldn't understand. Something comes to you. You've got to obey it. This is the picture I've seen and which I'm obliged to do next. And besides, it isn't a bad mind, Jennie. The human form is the most— Oh, you don't have to hand me out any hokum about the human form. It's all very well in its place. But you fellows are crazy, the way you stick it up where it doesn't belong. Look at that picture of Sims's you were all so wild about. 3 men walking in a field and not a stitch between them. Who'd go out like that? There's no sense in it." "It isn't a question of sense, Jennie. It's one of business. If you want to be a model, you must be a model and meet the demands of the market." She wore the cheap linen suit that had been her best last summer, and the corresponding hat. But her beauty, being of the type which subordinates externals to itself, she was more than adorable. She was elegant. With tears still rolling down her cheeks, she pointed at the sketch Ray held in his hand as he stood before her at a distance. "Do you know what my father would do if he thought I was going to be painted like that? He'd turn me out of doors." Ray tossed the sketch on the table. "Then, Jennie, there's no use talking of it any more. You're not that kind of model, and it's that kind of model I'm looking for." "I'm the kind of model you were looking for when you put that advertisement in the paper nearly a year ago. I answered it because you said a pretty girl, not a professional." "Yes, that was a year ago. That's what I wanted then. But now it's something else. It doesn't follow that because you're satisfied with an egg for breakfast, that an egg will be enough for every meal all the rest of your life." She looked up reproachfully. "Yes, all the rest of your life? That's the way you talk. Nothing will ever be enough for you all the rest of your life." "No, Jennie, nothing. Not as far as I see now." "And yet you expect me to take everything—" "You must choose your words there, Jennie. I don't expect you to do anything. There may have been a time when I hoped, but that's all over. We won't talk of it. You've made up your mind. I must make up mine. There's nothing between us now but a question of business. I'm looking for a model who does this kind of thing, and it doesn't suit you to serve my turn. Well, that settles it, doesn't it? Our little account is paid up to date, and so—" She stumbled to her feet. The only form her resentment took was a trembling of the lip and the streaming of more tears. "But what can I do?" "Do you mean for a living?" As she nodded speechlessly, he smiled with a faint shrug of the shoulders. "That's not for me to decide, is it, Jennie? Once you've left me—" "I'm not leaving you. You're driving me away." "Suppose we said that life was separating us. Wouldn't that express it better? We've liked each other. I've never made any secret of it on my side, have I, Jennie? No, you're so terribly discreet on yours. And yet life— I've only been discreet about one thing." "But that one thing is the whole business." "And I wouldn't be discreet about that if there was any other way." "There's the way I told you about." "Yes, and be left high and dry after 2 or 3 years, neither one thing nor the other." "Isn't that looking pretty far ahead?" "It's not looking farther ahead than a girl has to. It's easy enough to talk. There you'd be, able to walk off without a sign on you, whereas I'd have to lie down and die or find someone else." "Well, there'd be that possibility, wouldn't there? That's not so difficult for a pretty girl to find when—" She stamped her foot. "I hate you." "No, you don't, Jennie.
You love me. Only you won't let yourself, and I never will, never, 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 not if I was starving in the streets, so help me God. She was running towards the model's exit when he called after her. Then you leave me to work with another woman, Jenny. Another woman sitting in your place. Another woman. When she threw him a despairing glance, he snatched the sketch from the table and held it up to her. Another woman dressed like that. But out on the stairs she paused. Anger was giving place to fear. It was, first of all, a fear of the other woman dressed like that, and then it was a fear, not less agonizing, of the loss of her 6 a week. Her 6 a week was all that stood between Jenny and the not very carefully veiled contempt of the family. In the testing to which the past half-year had subjected them all, Jenny had not made very good. 6 a week had been her measure. For obscure reasons which none of them could fathom, she had proved incapable of really lucrative work. She had tried to get employment with other artists who would leave her free for her hours with Ray, but she had failed. She had failed, too, in stores, factories, offices, and dressmaking establishments. Perhaps they saw she was only half-hearted in her attempts. Perhaps her air of helplessness told against her. She was too much like a lady, had been one employer's verdict, and possibly that was true. Whatever the reason, she seemed a creature not primarily meant to work, but to be utilized in some other way. The question was as to that way. "You're splendid to love," little Gladys had whispered one day, when Jenny was crying to herself, and much in her recent experience confirmed this opinion. In her applications for something to do, it had more than once been made plain to her that money could be made by other means than by punching a time clock at 7. But she couldn't retrace her steps and go back to Ray. She thought of it. She had chosen to descend by the stairs instead of by the lift which served the huge studio building, in order to give herself the chance of changing her mind. She went down a few steps and stood still, then a few more steps and stood still. If it had been only a question of the money, she might have swallowed her pride and returned to throw herself at his feet. But there was the other woman, dressed like that. He had dared to invoke her. Well, let him invoke her. Let him paint her. Let him do anything he liked. She, Jenny, would break her heart over it, but it would be easier to break her heart than go back. And yet, not to go back made her feet like lead as she dragged herself down the interminable steps. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 7. Shall I ever go in or out of this door again? Jenny lingered on the threshold to ask herself this question, and, as she did so, saw Bob Collingham lift his hat. For the time being she had forgotten him. That is, she had a way of putting him out of her mind, except when, as he expressed it to herself, he came bothering her. Bothering her meant asking her to marry him, which he had done perhaps 20 times. Each time she refused him, she considered that it was for good. There was a quality in him that raised her ire, a certainty that, pressed by need, she would one day come to him. That, Jenny said to herself, would be the last thing. She wouldn't do it as long as there was any other possibility on earth. In view, however, of the state of things at home, and Ray's cold-bloodedness at the studio, it had sometimes seemed to her of late as if earth would not afford her any other possibility. If she welcomed him now, it was chiefly as a distraction from thoughts which, were she to keep dwelling on them, would drive her mad. Her temperament being naturally happy, anguish was the more anguishing for being so unnatural. The mere necessity of having to strive with Bob called forth in her that spirit of sex wrestling which was not so much second nature in her as it was first. She greeted him, therefore, with a sick little smile, and allowed him to limp along beside her. The studio building was in a street in the 30s and east of Lexington Avenue. To take the way by which she usually went, they sauntered towards the sunset. "You're in trouble, Jenny, aren't you?" The kindly tone touched her. He was always kind. He was always looking for little things he could do. It was part of the trouble with him from her point of view that he was so watchful and overshadowing. He poured out so much more than her cup was able to receive that he frightened her. All the same, his sympathy, coming at this minute, started her tears afresh. "Is it things at home?" he persisted when she didn't respond. Thinking this enough for him to know, she admitted that it was. "I've got something in my pocket that would help all that in the long run." From anyone else it would have alarmed her. She would have taken it to mean money which she would in her own way be expected to repay. As it was, she merely turned her swimming eyes towards him in mild curiosity. "Look." Seeing a little white box which could contain nothing but a ring held between his thumb and forefinger on the edge of his waistcoat pocket, she flushed with annoyance. "I think you'd better go away," she said coldly, pausing to give him the chance to take his leave. "And chuck you back upon your trouble?" The argument was more effective than he knew. Jenny became aware that even this little bit of drama had put home conditions and raised cruelty a perceptible distance behind her. It was sheer terror of being thrown on them again that induced her to walk on, tacitly permitting him to stay with her. "You can't be saved from one kind of trouble by getting into another," she argued ungraciously. "The fire's not much of a relief from the frying pan." "It is if it doesn't burn you, if it only warms and comforts you and makes it easier to live." "This fire would burn me to death." "Oh, no, it wouldn't, because I'd be there. I'd be the stoker to see that it was kept in the furnace. The furnace in the house, Jenny, is like the heart in the body, something out of sight, but hot and glowing and cheering everybody up." If she could have listened to such words from Hubert Ray, she thought, how enraptured she would have been. "Did you ever hear the story of the guy who gave us fire in the first place?" Bob continued as she walked on and said nothing. "You know we didn't have any fire on earth, at least that's the tune to which the rig is sung. The gods had fire in heaven, but men had to shiver." "Why didn't they freeze to death?" "Well, they did in a parable way. It wasn't life they lived, it was a great big creeping horror on the edge of nothing. Then this old bird, I forget his name, went up to heaven." "How did he do that?" "Oh, the story doesn't tell, but up he went, stole the fire, and brought it down. After that they were able to open the ball we call civilization, which gives everyone a good time." "How does it? Much you know." "I know this much, Jenny, that I could give you a good time if you'd let me." "You couldn't give me the good time I want." "But I could make you want the good time I'd give you, which would come to the same thing. I imagine the folks on earth didn't think much of the fire from heaven beforehand, but once they got it, they knew what it meant to them. That's the way you'd feel, Jenny, if you'd married me. You can't begin to fancy now—" On coming in sight of a line of taxicabs drawn up before her hotel, he broke off to say, "Do you see those taxis, Jenny?" She replied that she did. "Well, one of them may mean a great deal to you and me." "Which one of them?" "Whichever one we get into." "Why should we get into it?" "Because," he tapped the white box in his waistcoat pocket, "this little thing I've got in here wouldn't do us any good without something else. We should have to go after it together." Her mystified expression told him that she was in the dark. "It's something we should have to ask for, and to sign. Robert Bradley Collingham, bachelor, and Jane Scarborough Follett, spinster. I believe that's the way it runs." "Oh!" The low ejaculation was just enough to show that she understood. "Why shouldn't we, Jenny? It wouldn't take half an hour to get there and back." "Back?" She was so dazed that she echoed the word more or less unconsciously. They came in sight of a low brown tower at which he pointed with his stick. "Do you see that church? Well, that church has got a parson. Quite a decent sort for a parson." "How do you know?" "Because I talked to him about half an hour ago. I said that if he was going to be at home, we might look in on him toward the end of the afternoon." "You had no right to say anything of the kind." "I know I hadn't, but I took a chance. Won't you take a chance too, Jenny? It would mean the beginning of the end of all your troubles. In the long run, if not in the short run, I could take them off your hands." That she should be dead to this argument was not in human nature. Her basic conception of a man was of one who would relieve her of her burdens. Helplessness was a large part of her appeal. That marriage meant being taken care of imparted, according to her thinking, its chief common sense to the institution. She shrank from marriage just to be taken care of. But if there was no other way, and if in this way she could bring to the family the stupendous Collingham connection in lieu of her 6 a week, she made up her mind to temporize. "What makes you in such an awful hurry? We could do it any other day." "Did you ever see a sick man who wasn't in an awful hurry to get well?" "You're not as bad as all that." "Listen, Jenny," he said, with an ardour enhanced by her hints at relenting. "Listen, and I'll tell you what I am. I'm like a chap that's been cut in two, who only lives because he knows the other half will be joined to him again." "That's all very well, but where's the other half?" "Here." He touched her lightly on the arm. "You're the other half of me, Jenny. I'm the other half of you." She laughed ruefully. "That's news to me." "I thought it might be. That's why I'm telling you. You don't suppose any other fellow would be to you what I'd be, do you?" "I don't know what you'd be to me, because I've so many other things to think of first." "What sort of things?" "What your folks would say, for one." He replied with a shade of embarrassment. "They say some pretty mean things to begin with." "And to end with?" "They give in. They'd have to. Families always do when you only leave them Hobson's choice." She dropped into the studio idiom. "That wouldn't be all pie for me, would it?" "Is anything ever all pie? You've got to work for your living in this old world if you want to eat. I'm ready to work for this, Jenny. I'm ready to move mountains for it, and by God I'm going to move them. But do you know why?" She said shyly, "I suppose because you like me." "I don't know whether I do or not. That's not what I think about first." Though they had not yet reached the line of taxicabs, he paused to make an explanation. "Suppose you were inventing a machine and had got it pretty well fitted together, only that you couldn't make it work. And suppose one day you found the very part that was missing, the thing that would make it run. You know you'd have to have that one thing, wouldn't you? You'd have to have it, or your life wouldn't be worthwhile." "I never heard any other man talk like that." "Listen, Jenny, there are men and men. They go into two big bunches. To one kind, women are like whiskey, some better than others, but all good. If they can't have Mary, Susan'll do, and when they're tired of Susan, they'll run after Anne. That's one kind of fellow, and he's in the great majority. They're polygamous by nature, those chaps. I suppose the Lord made them so. Anyhow, as far as I can see, and I've seen pretty far, they can't help themselves." He drew a long breath. "Then there's another kind." If Jenny listened with attention, it was not because she was interested in him, but in Hubert Ray. Hubert had more than once said things of the same kind. He had declared male constancy to be outside the possibilities of flesh and blood, and, with her preference for cavemen, Jenny had agreed with him. That is, she had agreed with him as to everyone but himself. Others could take their pleasure where and as they found it. But she could not conceive of any man loving her, or of herself loving any man, unless it was for life. On the subject of constancy or inconstancy, this was her sole reservation. "You'll think me an awful chump, Jenny, but I'm that other kind." She threw him a sidelong glance of some perplexity. "You mean the kind that—" "I'm not polygamous," he declared, as one who confessed a criminal tendency. "There it is, laid out flat. I'm—" He hesitated before using the term, lest she might not understand it. "There's a word for my kind," he went on tenderly. "It's monogamous." She made a little sound of dismay at the strangeness, it almost seemed the indecency, of the syllables. "Yes, I thought you might never have heard of it," he pursued in the same tender strain. "But it means the opposite of polygamous. A polygamous guy wants to marry all the wives he can make love to. A one-wife chap like me asks for nothing so much as to be true to the girl he loves. I'm that kind, Jenny." To his amazement, and somewhat to his joy, he saw a tear trickle down her cheek. It was a tear of regret that Hubert couldn't have expressed himself like this, but Bob thought her touched by his appeal. It encouraged him to continue with accentuated warmth. "You've heard of what they call the Battle of the Sexes, haven't you?" She thought she had. "Well, that's what it comes from chiefly, the crowds of polygamous men and the small number of polygamous women, or else it's the crowds of monogamous women and the small number of monogamous men. Out of every 100 men, about 90 are polygamous, and 10 want only one woman for a lifetime. Out of every 100 women, 90 are satisfied to love one man, and the other 10 are rovers. Don't you see what a bad fit it makes?" "Yes, but how do you know I'm not one of the rovers?" "You couldn't be, Jenny. Even though I thought you might be, I'd be willing to take a chance. And the reason I've spun this rigmarole to you is because, if you don't take me, it'll be 10 to 1 that you'll fall into the hands of one of the gay 90 who'll make your life a hell. I'd hate that. God, how I should hate it. Even if I didn't care anything about you, I should want to marry you, just to save you from some fancy man who'd think no more of breaking your heart than he would of smashing an eggshell." As they walked on toward the row of public conveyances, he explained himself further. On Monday next he might sail for South America, but he couldn't do this leaving everything at loose ends between them. If she married him, he could go off with an easy mind, and they could keep their secret till his return. In the meanwhile, he would be able to supply her with a little cash. Not much, he was afraid, as Dad kept so tight a rubber band round the pocket-book. It would, however, be something, and he would know that she could give up her work at the studio without danger of starving to death. "And you might as well do it first as last, Jenny," he summed up, "because I mean that you shall do it sometime." "And suppose," she objected, "that you came back from South America in 6 months' time and were sorry. Where should I be then?" He argued that this was impossible. A monogamous man always knew his mate as a monogamous bird knew his. It was instinct that told them both, and instinct never went wrong. They reached the row of taxis, and in spite of the queer looks of the passers-by, he took her by the hand. "Come, Jenny, come." But she hung back. "Oh, Bob, how can I, all of a sudden like this?" "It might as well be all of a sudden as any other way, since you're my woman and I'm your man." "But I don't believe it." "Then I'll prove to you that it's so." Though he could not do this, she went with him in the end. She was not more moved by his suit than she had been at other times. She still shrank from the scar on his brow and the touch of his tremendous hands. But she was afraid of letting him go, of dropping back into the horror of no lover in the studio and no money to bring home. To do this thing would save her from that emptiness, even if it led to something worse. Worse would be easier to bear than returning to nothing but a void. And so, slowly, reluctantly, with anguish in her heart, she let herself be helped into the shabby vehicle. An hour or so later, Teddy reached home. He arrived breathless because he had run nearly all the way from the streetcar. In the empty spaces of Indiana Avenue, he felt himself conspicuous. He knew it was fancy, that no hint of his folly could have come to this quiet suburb, and that his theft could not possibly be discovered as yet, even by those most concerned. But he was not used to a guilty conscience. Already in imagination he saw himself tried, sentenced, and serving a long sentence at Bitterwell, of which he had once seen the grim grey walls. "God, I'd shoot myself first," was his comment to himself, as he hurried past the trim grass plots where carefree men in shirt-sleeves were watering their bits of lawn. It was Pansy who first knew that something was amiss. At sound of his hand on the doorknob, she had come scampering with little silvery yelps, and had suddenly been checked by the atmosphere he threw out. Pansy knew what wrongdoing was. She knew the pangs of remorse. She had once run away from being shut up in the coal bin, her fate when the family went to the movies, and had been lost for half a day. The agony of being adrift, and the joy of seeing Gussie come whistling and calling down the Palisade Walk, formed the great central escapade in Pansy's memory. For days afterward, whenever the family spoke of it, she would stand with forepaws planted apart and head hanging dejectedly, aware that no terms could be scathing enough fully to cover her guilt. And here was Teddy in the same state of mind. Pansy had learned that the great race could suffer, but she hadn't supposed that it could get into scrapes like herself. All she could do on second thoughts was to creep forward timidly, raise herself on her hind legs with her paws against his shin, and tell him that whatever the trouble was, she had been through it all. He paid her no attention because, as he looked into the living room, Gladys was seated at a table, crying, her hands covering her face. At the same time, Gussie was peacocking up and down the room, saying things to her little sister that were apparently not comforting. Now that Gussie, at Madame Corinne's request, had put up her hair, her great beauty was apparent. Her face had not the guileless purity of Jennie's, but it had more intellectual vigour and much more fire. Gladys was Teddy's pet, as she was her father's. Of the three girls, she was the plain one, a little red-haired, snub-nosed thing, with some resemblance to Pansy and a heart of gold. Teddy went over and laid his hand on her fiery crown. "Say, poor kid, little kiddie, what's the matter?" "It's my feet," Gladys moaned. "And she thinks that learning the millinery at $3.50 per is all jazz and cat-step," Gussie declared grandly. "Well, let her try it and see. She's welcome. My soul and body, Corinne wouldn't blow her across the river when she got into a temper. I say that if you're a cash girl, you've got to take the drawbacks of a cash girl, and what's the use of kicking? If you're on your feet, you're on your feet. Rub 'em with oil and buck up. That's what I say." "It's all very well for you to talk, spit-cat," Gladys reported. "All you've got to do is to play with ribbons as if you were dressing a doll. If you had to run like Pansy every time some stut-up thing called cash—" Gussie undulated her person and her outstretched arms in sheer joy of the dancing step as she strutted up and down. "That's right, old girl. Blame it on me. I'm always the one that's in the wrong in this house. If Master Teddy lets a glass fall and breaks it, as he did last night, I push it out of his hand on purpose, though I'm in the next room. All the same, I say buck up, and I don't care who says different. Sniffing won't cure your feet or give you a brother like Fred Ingalls who can pay for a woman to do all the heavy work, and his mother hardly lifting a hand." Teddy passed on to the kitchen to see if his mother was there. She was seated at a table with a ham bone before her, and from it was paring the last rags of the meat. He tried to take his old-time tone of gaiety. "Hello, Ma, at it again. What are you giving us for supper? Something good, I'll bet." Lizzie went on working without lifting her eyes. She didn't even smile. Teddy sensed something new in the way of care, as Pansy had sensed it in him. He stood at a little distance, waiting for the look that had never failed to welcome him, but which this time didn't come. "What's the matter, Ma? Has anything gone wrong?" Putting down the ham, Lizzie raised her eyes, though with no light in them. "It's nothing so very wrong, dear, but I haven't told your sisters because it's no use to worry them if—" "What is it, Ma? Out with it." She told him. If it was necessary to go without a hot meal between Wednesday and Saturday, of course it could be done. But even on Saturday the gas people would demand $15 on account before the gas would be turned on again. There were just two possibilities. The father might come home with the news that he'd found a job, or Teddy might have— she didn't believe it, but he talked of saving for a new suit of clothes. Teddy might have $15 laid away. He turned his back and walked out of the kitchen. He did it so significantly that it seemed to the mother there could be only one meaning to the act. He'd saved the money and resented being robbed of it. She knew he was something of a coxcomb, and had always been proud that he could look so neat. He had only two suits, a common one and a best one, but even the common one was as brushed and pressed and stylish as if he had a valet. Nevertheless, his great activity and his love of rough-and-tumble skylarking made him hard on clothes in the sense of wear, and the common one was growing shiny at the seams and thin where there was most attrition. A new suit was an urgent necessity, so that if he had a few dollars put away towards getting it, it would be no wonder if it hurt him to be asked to give them up. But Teddy had no few dollars put away. When the fund for the new suit could be counted otherwise than in pennies, some special need had always swept it into the family treasury. Teddy had let it go without a sigh. He would have let it go without a sigh today, only that he had nothing saved. Being naturally of a loving, caretaking disposition, it meant more to him that Gussie or Gladys should have a new pair of shoes than that he should be able to emulate Fred Ingalls in ordering a suit at Love's. Having left the kitchen, he did not go farther than the living room, where, Gussie having taken herself upstairs, Gladys was drying her eyes. He merely walked to the end of the room, his hands in his pockets, as he stared above one of the hydrangea trees into Indiana Avenue. The windows being open, the voices of playing children mingled with the even song of birds. To Teddy there was mockery in these cheerful sounds. There was mockery in the westering May sunshine, mockery in the groups of girls, bareheaded and arm in arm, as they strolled towards Palisade Walk. Mockery in the ruddy-faced men who watered their shrubs and grass, mockery in the aproned women who came to windows or doors in the intervals of preparing supper. It all spoke of a homey comfort and content, with no bluff behind it. In the Follett house, all was bluff and misery. Somehow, for reasons he couldn't fathom, the cutting off of the gas from the range seemed the last humiliation. In the matter of food, if one thing was too dear, you could eat another. So it was in the whole round of essentials in living. You could get a substitute, or you could go without. But for heat there was no substitute, and you couldn't go without it. It ranked with clothes and shelter as a necessity even among savages. And yet here they were, a civilized family, living in a civilized house, in a suburb of New York, deprived of what even Micmacs could have at will. It was one of the happenings that could never have been foreseen as possibilities. His hands being in his pockets, Teddy fingered the $20 bill. He did this unconsciously, merely because it was there. It did occur to him to wish it was his own, but his wishes went no farther. They had gone no farther when he swung on his heel to go back to the kitchen. He must tell his mother that he didn't have $15 put away. He hadn't done so at once, merely because his emotions had been too strong for him. He pulled his burly figure down the length of the room, as one who has to drag himself along. If he had only been Fred Ingalls, he would have handed his mother a sheaf of bills with instructions to buy all she wanted. Why couldn't he, Teddy Follett, do the same? He was, as Gussie phrased it, a great big fellow of 21, and his value was only 18 per. He proved that to his own satisfaction, for, in secretly trying to unearth a better place, he had been offered less than he got at Collingham and Law's. What were the shackles that bound him? Were they of his own creation, or were they forced on him by the world outside? He was as industrious as his father had been, and, except for a tendency to do his work with a broad grin, just as whole-hearted. If good intentions had commercial value, both father and son should have been rated high. But here was his father, a bit of old junk, while he himself, having reached man's estate, having served his country, having tacitly offered himself to the limit of his strength, was rewarded with a wage on which he could hardly live, to say nothing of helping others live. Madly, wildly, these thoughts churned in his mind as he lurched down the room towards the kitchen, while Pansy watched him with a look into which she was putting all her soul. He knew what he would say. He would say, "Ma, it's no go. I haven't a red cent. We've got to eat cold and wash cold till Saturday anyhow. We'll not look farther ahead than that. When Saturday comes, we'll see." But on the threshold of the kitchen he saw something which brought a new sensation. In free fights while in the Navy he had thought he had seen red, but he had never seen red like this. He had never supposed it possible that this torrent of wrath, tenderness, and pity should rise within himself, a fountain spouting at the same time both sweet water and bitter. His mother was seated at the table crying. The ham bone was before her, the rags of meat on the plate, and the knife on top of them. But she, like Gladys a few minutes previously, had covered her face with her hands, while her shoulders rocked. In all his 21 years Teddy had never seen his mother cry. He had cried, the girls had cried, his father had very nearly cried, but his mother never. The strong spirit had grieved in strong ways, but not in this way. Now it seemed as if all the griefs she had laid up since the days when she was Lizzie Scarborough had heaped themselves to the point at which these strange, harsh, unnatural tears were their only assuagement.
Teddy was down on his knees beside her, his arms flung round her neck. "Ma, good old Ma, dear old Ma, don't cry. For God's sake, don't cry. Stop crying, Ma," he shouted in an imploring passion as strange, harsh, and unnatural as her own. "Here's the money I've saved for my new clothes. Take it and go and pay something on the gas bill. There, there. Stop, for God's sake, for your little boy's sake. I love you, Ma. Only stop. There. That's better. Calm down, Ma. Everything will be all right, and I'll get the new clothes by and by." But in his heart he was saying, "To hell with Collingham and Laws," as he laid the bill before her. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Jennie cried herself to sleep that Wednesday night, and in the morning cried herself awake. She was in no doubt as to the motive of her tears. She was sorry for having put a gulf between her and the man she loved by marrying one she didn't care for. Why she didn't care for him was beyond her power of analysis. He was good and kind and tender. He was rock-like and steady and strong. In a forceful way he was almost handsome, and some day he would be rich. But there was the fact that, her heart being given to the one man, her nerves shuddered at the other. The explanation she used to give that the lividness of the scar on his forehead frightened her was no longer tenable, since the mark tended to fade out. The other infirmity, his limp, was also less conspicuous, for though he could never walk as if his foot had not been crushed, he walked as well as many other men. It wasn't these peculiarities. It wasn't any one thing in itself. It was simply that she didn't love him, and never would. Whereas she did love another man. She loved his violet eyes, his brown moustache, his flashing teeth, his selfishness, his cruelty. She loved his system of starving her out, his habit of keeping her in anguish. Too much reasonableness was hard for her to assimilate, like so much water to a portulaca. And Bob had been so reasonable. He had tried to explain himself. He had used words that scared, that shocked her. Polygamous, monogamous. The very sound suggested anatomy or impropriety. Nevertheless, she could have pardoned this language as an eccentricity, if in the dimness of the parson's hall he hadn't taken her in his arms and kissed her. This possibility was something she forgot when she followed him up the rectory's brownstone steps. For the inadvertence she blamed herself the more, since through the winter she had never once lost sight of it. Whenever he had proposed to her, the advantages of marrying so much money had been offset by her terror at his pawing her about. With no high-flown ideas as to virtue, Jennie would have fought like a wildcat for her virginity of mind and body, till ready of her own free will to give them up. And here she had sold herself to Bob Collingham, a man whose touch made her shrink. "I can't live with you," she cried, as she tore herself from his embrace. And poor Bob had been reasonable again. "Of course not, Jennie, darling. Not yet. When I come back—" She hadn't let him finish. She dashed through the doors and down the steps, so that he had some ado to keep up with her. Even then, if he had only dragged her away and been a caveman. And the evening at home had been one of the oddest she had ever spent under her father's roof. Everyone was so queer, or else she was queer herself. Gussie and Gladys, reconciled after their squabble, had both been in high spirits, and Teddy almost hysterical. He gave imitations of the men with whom he worked most closely at the bank, of Fred Ingalls, of Mrs. Ingalls, of Dolly, Addie, and Sadie Ingalls, which made everyone feel that a great actor was being lost to the stage. But on top of these exhibitions he would fall into spells of profound reverie. The father had been apathetic, but he was always apathetic now. The mother, on the other hand, more serene than usual. More than usual, too, her eyes applauded Teddy's high spirits with a quiet, adoring smile. Altogether the supper had been a merry one, and yet, to Jennie's thinking, merry with a mysterious note in the merriment.
a note which perhaps only Pansy's intuitions could have really understood. But, sitting on the edge of her bed in the morning, she saw a ray of hope. There was divorce. Marriage wasn't the irreparable thing which their family's traditions assumed it to be. As a tolerably diligent reader of the personal items in the papers, Jenny had more than once read of divorces granted to young couples who had parted at the church door. Naturally, she shrank from the fuss it would involve, but better the fuss than... Having got up, for the reason that she couldn't stay in bed, she dressed slowly, because none of the family was as yet astir. She would surprise her mother by lighting the gas range and making the coffee before anyone came down. Thus it happened that she saw the postman crossing the street with a letter in his hand. Though letters were not rare in the family, they were rare enough to make the arrival of one an incident. She went to the door to take it from the postman's hand. Seeing it addressed to Miss Follett and bearing the postmark Murillo, her knees trembled under her. Having read what Mrs. Collingham had written, Jenny's first thought was that her early rising enabled her to keep this missive secret. What it could portend was beyond her surmise. It was not unfriendly, but neither was it cordial. It took the guarded tone, she thought, of a woman who meant to see her face to face before being willing to commit herself. As success on meeting people face to face had mostly been Jenny's portion, she was not so much afraid of the test as of what it might bring afterward. What it might bring afterward was the recognition of her marriage and her translation into a rich family. This would mean the end of her father's and mother's material cares, Teddy's advancement at the bank, and brilliant careers for Gussie and Gladys in New York social life. Jenny could think of at least half a dozen picture plays in which the sacrifice of some lovely, virtuous girl had done as much as this for her relatives. So, all that day, sacrifice was much in her mind. Against a vague background of grandeur, it had the same emotional effect as of passion sung to the accompaniment of a great orchestra. To see herself with a limousine at her command, and the family established in a modest villa somewhere out near Murillo Park, if not quite within it, enabled her mentally to face another embrace from Bob in the spirit of an early Christian maiden thinking of the lions awaiting her in the arena. It would be terrible, but it could be met. The vision of the limousine at her command seemed to have come partly true as a trim chauffeur stepped up to her in the station at Murillo, touching his cap and asking if he spoke to Miss Follett. He touched his cap again when he closed the door on her, and the car tooled away along a road which bore the same relation to the roads with which Jenny was familiar as a glorified spirit to a living man. The park was not so much a park as it was a country. It had hills, valleys, landscapes, lakes, and what seemed to Jenny immense estates for which there was plenty of room. There were houses as big as hotels and much more beautiful. Trees, flowers, lawns, terraces, fountains, tennis courts, dogs, horses, and motor cars were as silver in the building of the Temple of Jerusalem, nothing accounted of. Jenny had seen high life as lived by the motion picture heroine, but she had not believed that even wealth could buy such a Garden of Eden as this. Expecting to reach Collingham Lodge a few minutes after passing the grill, she had gone on, over roads that branched, and then branched again, like the veinings of a leaf. After descending at the white columned portico, she went up the steps in a state bordering on trance. She knew what to do, much as Elijah, having come by the chariot of fire to another plane of life, must have known what to do when required to get out and go onward. Since a man in livery opened a door of wrought-iron tracery over glass, she had no choice but to pass through. It is possible that Max, by his supersenses, knew that she belonged to his master, for, springing towards her, he nosed her hand. It was, as she put it to herself, the only human touch in the first stages of her welcome. Thenceforward, during all the 40 or 50 minutes of her stay, he kept close to her, either on foot or crouched beside her chair, till a curious thing happened when she regained the car. I have said in the first stages of her welcome, for as soon as she entered the hall she heard a cheery voice. "Oh, so it's you, Miss Follett. So glad you've come. It's really too bad to bring you so far. Only it seemed to me we might be cosier here than if I went up to town. Down the golden space, which seemed to Jenny much too majestic for anyone's private dwelling, a brisk figure moved with hand outstretched. A few seconds later Jenny was looking into eyes such as she didn't suppose existed in human faces. Beauty, dignity, poise, white hair dressed to perfection, and clothes such as Jenny had never seen off the stage, and rarely on it, were all subordinated to a hearty, kindly, womanly greeting before they sank out of sight. Overpowered as she was by the material costliness of all she saw, the girl was well-nigh crushed by this unaffected affability. Like the Queen of Sheba at the court of Solomon, to be scriptural again, there was no more spirit left in her. Mrs. Collingham went on talking as, side by side, they walked slowly up the strip of red carpet into the cool recesses of the house. "I hope you didn't find the train too stuffy. It's too bad they won't give us a parlour car on the locals. For the last 3 or 4 years we only have a parlour car on what they call the husband's trains, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. And my dear, they make us pay for it as if—" A toss of the hands proved to Jenny that Mrs. Collingham knew the difference between cheap and dear, which again took her by surprise. They passed through the terrace drawing-room, which Jenny couldn't notice because she trod on air, and came out to the flagged pavement. Even here Mrs. Collingham didn't pause, but, leading the way to the end of it, she went round a corner to the northern and more private side of the house, which looked into a little wood. "Mr. Collingham's at home, just driven down, but I'm not going to have him here. Men are such a nuisance when women talk about intimate things, don't you think? They make such mountains of molehills. It's just as when you have a cry. They think your heart must be breaking, and never seem to understand that it gives you some relief." Jenny was still more astounded. That the mistress of Collingham Lodge, a great figure in Murillo Park, and therefore high up in the peerage of the United States, could have the same feelings as herself, seemed the touch of nature that makes the whole world kin to a degree she had put beyond the limits of the human heart. They came to construction like a giant bird-cage, a room out of doors, yet sheltered from noisome insects like their own screened piazza, furnished with an outdoor-indoor luxury. "We don't have many mosquitoes at Murillo," Mrs. Collingham explained as she led the way in, "but in spring they can be troublesome, so we'll have our tea here. Gossip will bring it presently. Where will you sit? I think you'll like that chair. There, what about a cushion? Oh, I'm sure you don't need it at your age, but still one likes to be comfortable. No, Max, stay out. Well, if you must come in, come in. He seems to like you," she chatted on. "He's Bob's dog, and I suppose he takes to Bob's friends." Rendered speechless by this frank reference to the man who was the bond between them, there was, fortunately, no immediate need for Jenny to speak, since Gossip appeared in the doorway pushing the tea equipage. It was a little table on wheels, and on it Jenny noticed, in a general way, every magnificent detail. The silver tray, the silver kettle, the silver teapot, the silver tongs, the silver spoons. "And all of them solid," she said to herself awesomely. She regretted that she wouldn't be at liberty to recount these marvels at home. At home they thought her merely at the studio, while she had been borne away through the air as by a witch on a broomstick. Jenny would have said that Mrs. Collingham had hardly looked at her, but then, she reflected, every woman knew how little looking you had to do to grasp the details of another woman's personality. You took them all in at a glance, as if you brought 7 or 8 senses into play. Each time her hostess, now settled behind the tea-table, lifted her fine eyes, Jenny was sure they got her like a camera. "You pose, don't you?" The words came out in a casual, friendly tone as she busied herself with the spirit lamp. "That must be so interesting. I often wonder when I'm in the big galleries what the immortal women would have said had they known how their features would go down through the ages. Take Dorothea Nachtigall, for instance, the original of Holbein's Maya Madonna in Darmstadt. The most wonderful of all the Madonnas, I always say. And how queer I suppose she would have felt if she'd known that we would be adoring her when she's no more than a handful of dust. Or the model who posed for the Madonna di San Sisto. Or the young things who sat to Grozza. Did you ever think of them?" Jenny saw how Bob could have come by words like polygamous and monogamous. People at Murillo Park spoke a language of their own. English with frills on it, was the way she put it to herself. From the intonation she was able to frame her answer in the negative, while once more the superb eyes, which were oddly like Bob's little steely ones, were lifted on her with a smile. "You know, I should think people would be crazy to paint you. How do you like your tea? Sugar? Cream? 1 lump? 2 lumps?" Having flung out answers at random, Jennie leaned forward to take her cup, while the kindly voice rang on, "Just as you sit there, you're a picture. Funny I should have given you a tan-coloured cushion, because it tones in exactly." Jennie explained that the various shades of brown and some of the deeper ones of red were among her favourites. "Because they go so well with your hair," her hostess said comprehendingly, and studying her now more frankly. "My dear, you've got the most lovely hair. It isn't auburn, it isn't coppery, it isn't red, what is it? Oh, I see, it's amber. It's the extraordinary shade Romney gets into some of his portraits of Lady Hamilton. You see it in the one in the Frick Gallery, if I remember rightly. You must look the next time you're there." Jennie tried to stammer that she would, only that her syllables ran into one another and became incoherent. "But Romney couldn't paint you," Mrs. Collingham declared enthusiastically, putting her cup to her lips. "He's too Georgian. You're the 20th century. You're the perfect spirit of the age, restless, rebellious, wistful, and delicate all at once. Girls nowadays remind me of exquisite, fragile things, like the spire of the Sainte-Chapelle, only built of steel. You've got the steel look, all slender and unbendable. It's curious that, the way women look like the ages in which they're born. You've only to go through a portrait collection to see that it's so. Take the Stuart women, for instance, the Van Dyck and the Lely women. Great saucer-eyed things with sensual lips and breasts. And then the Holbein women, so terribly got up in their stiff Sunday clothes, which they must have hurried to put into their cedar chests the minute they got home from Mass. But they belong to their time, don't you think?" Jennie could only say she did think, vowing in her heart that the next day would see her going round the Metropolitan Museum with a catalogue. "But you? Hubert Ray says he's done a wonderful study of you, and I'm crazy to see it. The only thing I don't like from his description is that he's got you in a Greek dress and attitude, and I think, now that I've seen you, that the day after tomorrow is your style. What do you say yourself?" "I don't know about the day after tomorrow. I'm so busy with today." Mrs. Collingham took this with a pleasant little laugh. "You clever thing. You won't give yourself away." She mused a few seconds, a smile on her lips, and then said with a sudden lifting of the eyes, "What do you think of Bob?" The girl could only stammer, Think of him? In what way? Do you think he looks like me?" In this rapid, unexpected shifting of the ground, Jennie was like a giddy person trying to keep her head. "Well, yes, in a way, only—" Mrs. Collingham laughed again. "I see that too. He does. I can't deny it. Often when I look at him I see myself only— You'll laugh, I know. Only myself as I've been reflected in the back of a silver spoon. That's the trouble with Bob. He's so unformed. You must have noticed it. I suppose it's the war, and yet I don't know. He's always been like that. A dear fellow, but no more than half grown. I dare say, but by the time he's 50 he'll be something like a man." As there seemed to be no absolute need for a response to this, Jennie waited for more. It came after another little spell of musing. "He's talked to me so much about you all through the winter. That's why I asked you to come down. Mr. Collingham and I feel so tremendously indebted to you for the way you've acted." Jennie could only repeat feebly, "The way I've acted? I mean the way you've understood him. Almost any other girl— yes, girls right here in Murillo Park— would have taken him at his word." Jennie's lips were parted but unable to frame a question. Mrs. Collingham eyed the spirit lamp. "All the same, that doesn't excuse him. Even a fellow who isn't half grown should have more sense than to make love to every girl he spends an hour with. One of these days some girl will catch him, and then he'll be sorry. That's why we've been so thankful for the kind of influence you've had over him. and why my husband and I thought we'd like to do something. Well, something a little audacious."
Jenny was twisting her fingers and untwisting them, but luckily her hostess, by keeping her eyes on the spirit lamp, didn't notice this sign of nervousness. Once more she spoke, with a musing half-smile. We see a good deal of someone else who keeps talking about you, and you won't mind, will you? Of course we've drawn our conclusions. We couldn't help that, could we, when they were staring us in the face?" "Do you mean Mr. Ray?" Jenny asked, with the point-blank helplessness of one who doesn't know how to hedge. "Oh, I didn't use the name now, did I? And as I've said, what we've seen, and we couldn't help it. But of course, if it hadn't been for Bob, we shouldn't have seen so quickly." "But he doesn't know?" Jenny cried, more as a query than as affirmation. "No, I suppose he doesn't. I only mean that as you refused Bob so many times, he told me that, we naturally thought there must be someone else, and when everything pointed that way, and Hubert talked of you so much—" She kept this line of reasoning suspended, or once more she shifted her ground suddenly. "I wonder if you've ever realized how hard it is to show your gratitude towards people to whom you're truly and deeply feeling grateful?" Jenny mumbled something to the effect that she'd never been in that situation. "Well, it is a situation. People are so queer and proud and difficile. I suppose it's we older people who run up oftenest against that. But if Mr. Collingham and I could only do for people the things we might do, and which they won't let us do—" Once more the idea was suspended to give Jenny time to take in the fact that a good thing was coming her way. But all she could manage was to stare with frightened, fascinated eyes and no power of thought. "Do you know, my dear," the artless voice ran on, "now that I'm face to face with you, I'm really afraid. I told my husband that if he'd leave us alone together, I shouldn't be, and after all, I am." She leaned forward confidentially. "How frank would you let me be? How much would you be willing for me to say?" But before the girl could invent a reply, the voice kept up its even, caressing measure. "I know how things are with you. At least, I think I do. I've been young, my dear. I know what it is to be in love. You're colouring, but you needn't do it, not for me. You're very much in love, aren't you?" Jenny bowed her head to hide her tears. She hadn't meant to admit how much in love she was, but this sympathy unnerved her. "You do love Hubert, don't you?" "Yes, but— And that's why you told Bob you couldn't marry him?" "That's one of the reasons, but one of the reasons will do, my dear. You don't know how much I feel with you and for you. I could tell you a little story about myself when I was your age, but then old love tales are like dried flowers. They've lost their scent and colour. Mr. Collingham and I are very fond of Hubert, and of course he doesn't make enough to marry on, as things are now. He has a little something, I suppose, and with the work he's doing, the future is secure. You'll find one day that he'll be painting you as Andrea del Sarto painted Lucrezia, and Rembrandt Saskia, their wives, you know." "Oh, but Mrs. Collingham—" There, my dear, I'm not going to say anything more about that. I know Hubert and what he wants, and so my husband and I thought that if we could show our gratitude to you and make things easier for him—" "Oh, but you couldn't." "We couldn't unless you helped us. That goes without saying, of course, but we hoped you would. You see, when people have so much, not that we're so tremendously rich, but when they have enough, and when they know as we do what struggle is, and there's been anyone whom they admire as we admire you, after all you've done for Bob, we thought that if we could give you a little present, a wedding present it would be, only just a little in anticipation, we thought $5,000. She ceased suddenly because Jenny appeared as one transfixed. She sat erect, but the life seemed to have gone out of her. Mrs. Collingham was prepared for this. She had discounted it in advance. "She's playing for more," she said to herself. Luckily she had named her minimum only, and had arranged with her husband for a maximum. The maximum was all the same to her so long as she saved Bob. Having given Jenny credit for seeing through the game all along, such girls were quick and astute,
She had expected that the first figure of the present would meet with just this reception. But Jenny was saying to herself, "Oh, this kind offer had only come yesterday." $5,000 was a sum of which she could not see the spending limitations. It meant all of which the family had need, and that she herself had ever coveted. With $5,000 she could not only have put her father on his feet, but have come before Hubert as an heiress. Mrs. Collingham said at last, with a shade of coldness in her tone, "I should be willing to make it 7 or 10. Perhaps we'd better say 10 at once and end the discussion. My husband's willing to make it 10, but I don't think he'd give more. Our son is very dear to us." The realities seeped through in spite of her attempts at comedy. "Oh, Miss Follett, if you'd only help us to keep him for ourselves, you've helped us already." Jenny staggered to her feet. Her arms hung lax at her side. $10,000! The sum was fabulous. It would have meant all cares lifted from the home. And Hubert. She was hardly aware of her speaking as she said, "Oh, Mrs. Collingham, I can't take your money. I wish I could. My God, how I wish I could, but for goodness sake, child, why can't you?" Because I'm married to Bob already." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. It was one of those occasions when the auditory nerve seems to connect imperfectly with the brain. Mrs. Collingham placed her cup on the table and leaned forward, puzzled, tense. "What did you say? Sit down. Tell me that again." Jenny collapsed against the tan cushion of the chair and repeated her confession. Her hostess's brows knitted painfully. "But I don't understand. When did you marry him?" The girl explained that it had been on the previous afternoon. But you said just now that you were in love with someone else." "So I am. Only Bob made me." "Made you what?" "Made me go and get a license and marry him. He said—" Her lips and tongue were so parched that it was hard to form the words. "He said he was going away in a few days to South America, and that he couldn't go unless he knew I was his wife. I begged him to let me off, but he wouldn't. Oh, Mrs. Collingham, what am I to do?" The appeal helped Junior to rally her stricken powers. It enabled her to say inwardly, "I must act through this girl herself. If I estrange her, I may lose my son." A flash of the lioness wrath with which she trembled might lead to an irretrievably false step. So she made her tone kindly, sympathetic, almost affectionate. "And Bob? Does he know that you care for someone else?" "He never asked me." "But don't you think you should have told him?" "That's not so very easy when—" "But there was some sort of understanding between you and Hubert, wasn't there?" Jenny's only answer to this was to clasp her hands and say, "Oh, Mrs. Collingham, how do people get divorces?" This being more than Junior had hoped for, she tried to use the opening to the best of her ability. They do something that makes the other person want to be free." Trying to explain this further, she ran the risk of citing a case perhaps too close to the point. For instance, if my husband wanted to be free, he'd do something that would make me willing to divorce him." "And would you?" "You see, I'm taking the case of his wanting to be free. In that situation, he's the one who would do the thing. If I wanted to be free, I suppose I should do it." "So that if I wanted to be free, it would be up to me to do the thing rather than up to Bob?" A moral issue being here at stake, Jeannie was obliged, in the expressive American phrase, to sidestep, though she supposed that the suggestion in the air was of no more than Jenny had done already. As an artist's model, it would be part of her professional occupation. "I'm not giving you advice, my dear. I'm only trying to answer your question. I'm so sorry for you that I'd do anything I could to help you unravel the triangle." "Then You think there are ways of unravelling it? Oh, certainly, if you are willing to. To what, Mrs. Collingham? There's almost nothing I wouldn't do to get us all out when you've been so kind to me. Having a conscience of her own, Julia continued to sidestep. My dear, I can't tell you what to do. I'm not sure that I know very well. You see, it's your trouble, and you must get out of it. I'll help you. I will do that. In every way I can, I'll make it easy for you, but I couldn't advise or put anything in your way that might be considered as temptation. But conscientious scruples were not in Jenny's line. When eager to reach a point, she went to it straight. If Bob came back from South America and found I was living with Hubert, wouldn't he have to divorce me then? Julia rose in the agitation of one unused to plain talk and shocked by it. Jenny, your name is Jenny, isn't it? I must go and speak to Mr. Collingham. You'll stay here, won't you, till I come back? I may have something then rather important to say. The girl sat still, looking up adoringly. Are you going to tell him? No, I think not. But there's something I wanted to ask him. I don't think that either you or I had better say anything to anyone. What do you think? Jenny shook her head. I don't want to. I wish nobody would ever have to know. I wish Hubert didn't have to know. Perhaps he won't, and yet, let us think. She dropped into a chair nearer to Jenny than the one behind the tea-table. One thing I must ask you. What happened after you and Bob went through that ceremony yesterday afternoon? Nothing happened. He motored back to his friends on Long Island, and I took the ferry and went home. He said he'd see me on Saturday to say goodbye. Where? Oh, I don't know. In Central Park, I expect. He's asked me to meet him there once or twice already. But I wouldn't go anywhere else with him if I were you. Not into our house or anything. I won't if he doesn't make me. I'd be firm about that. You see, if you did, well, I'm sure you understand it, it might make it harder for you to find your way out to where you'd be happy again. Are you sure you see what I mean? I've had that out with him. He said that nothing would happen till he got back from South America. Relieved by this simple statement, Junior went on. And if I were you, I wouldn't say a word to anybody, not even to your own father and mother. Your mother is living, isn't she? Don't even tell Bob that you've seen me. Don't tell anyone anything. Let it be your secret and mine. I want you to feel that I'm your friend, and anxious to help you out of the muddle in which you've tied up your happiness. At first, when you told me, I thought more of Hubert. But now that we've talked, I'm thinking of you too, and how much I should like to see you. A dim smile conveyed the rest of the thought, while she rose again. Now I'll go. Don't be alarmed if I'm a little long. Max will take care of you. Left to herself, Jenny's emotions came in waves of conflicting calculation. Had she only been in love with Bob, and not with Hubert, all this graciousness would have lapped her round in silk and softness. Nothing would have been denied her, from a limousine to pearls. There would have been the villa for the family, with Gussie and Gladys turned into buds. But, as an offset to it, there would be the renunciation. Somehow, since cutting herself away from Hubert by the ceremony with Bob, he seemed nearer to her than before. Things she had supposed to be out of the question now presented themselves as more in the line of those that could be done. Within 24 hours she had lived much. She had ripened much. Now that she had had this talk with Mrs. Collingham, Hubert became more definitely an alternative. She could choose him and let this wealth and beauty go, or she could choose the wealth and beauty and let him. But at the thought of turning her back on him, something seemed to choke her. To choose what money could buy instead of this great love was treachery to all she knew as sublime. She clutched herself over the heart. It was as if she were going to die. Max was so startled that he sprang upon her with his mighty paws in the roughness of young consternation. On the other hand, home conditions were well-nigh imperative. Love and Hubert were all very well, but they were part of the world of romance. The family, with their concrete needs, were actuality. Jenny thought of each one of them in turn, but of Teddy most of all. Among those of her own generation, he was her favourite.
If she became openly Mrs. Robert Bradley Collingham, Jr. of Murillo Park, Teddy would go far. He might have a place like Mr. Brunt's. Only the other day her father had said of Mr. Brunt, "There's one who don't have any trouble in picking down his 10 a week." To see Teddy pickling down his 10 a week, which would be more than $500 in a year, Jenny was ready to submit to almost anything, even Bob's hands on her person. She might get used to them, and if she didn't, why, the daily sacrifice would be not without its reward. She had reached something like this decision when Mrs. Collingham came back. Watching her from the minute when she rounded the corner of the flagged pavement, Jenny noted a rapid change in her expression. At first it was terrible, that of a queen in wrath. As she approached the birdcage, however, it cleared so quickly that by the time she reached the threshold it was almost tender. "That's because she likes me," Jenny said to herself. She was accustomed to being liked, though especially by men. "I think it will cheer her up if I say right off that I've come to stay with her." To make this announcement she had risen to her feet with lips already parted, but Mrs. Collingham forestalled her. "Sit down again, my dear. I want to talk to you some more. I must tell you about Mr. Collingham." She herself sank into the chair near Jenny which she had already occupied. She panted as after a difficult experience. "Oh dear, it's been so trying. You don't know him, do you? Well, he's a good man, kind and just in his way, but oh, so stern and relentless. If you knew what Bob had done in going through that mad thing with you, he'd turned the boy adrift." Having reseated herself already, Jenny now closed her lips. She had forgotten Mr. Collingham. Coming to stay was meeting a new obstacle. "It's only fair of you to make you understand what kind of man my husband is. Of course, he's a strong man, otherwise he wouldn't have accomplished all he has. My son, my daughter, I myself, we're but puppets on his string. His word has to be law to us. And with Bob, the way he is, wanting to marry every girl he meets and forgetting her next day, his father has no patience. You don't know how hard it is for me, my dear, always to have to stand between them." As she paused to dab her eyes, Jenny saw the limousine, the villa, with Teddy's chance of pickling down 10 a week, fading out like a picture in the movies. "I wouldn't dare to tell him of the great wrong Bob has done to you. He'd disinherit him on the spot. If Bob were to insist on having this escapade, you wouldn't really call it a marriage, would you? But if he were to insist on its being made public, why, there'd be an end of his relations with his father. My husband would never give him a cent, nor leave him a cent. I must say that Bob would deserve it, but, Jenny, I'm thinking of you. You'd have forsaken the man you loved, married a man you didn't care for, and got nothing in the world to show for it. That's where you'd have to suffer, and I can see well enough that you're suffering already." There was every reason now that Jenny's tears should begin to flow. Flow they did, while her companion watched. "And yet, as you see, Mr. Collingham is not an unkind man. When I explained to him that we might be more indebted to you than I had thought at first, he said—" With a look of anticipation, Jenny stopped crying suddenly, though the tears already shed were glistening on her cheek. The point was now to find phraseology at once clear enough and delicate enough to suggest a course and yet not shock the sensibilities. "You see, my dear, it's this way. One has to keep one's ideals, hasn't one? That goes without saying. Once we let our ideals go—" She flung her hands outward. "Well, what's the use of living? My own life hasn't been as happy as you might think, and if it hadn't been for my ideals—" Jenny broke in because she couldn't help it. "Mr. Ray is ideal for a man, don't you think, Mrs. Collingham?" It was the lead Junior needed. "He's perfect, Jenny, in his way. And oh, how I wish you were as free as 48 hours ago. You could be, of course, if— But I mustn't advise you, must I? I don't know how to. I'm just as lost as you are. Only, if you could find a way to cast the burden of the whole thing on Bob—" "Do you mean to make him get the divorce?" "In that case we should want to feel that you had something to fall back upon. And so my husband thought that perhaps $25,000? Jenny gave a great gasp. Her head began to swim. Not villas and limousines rose before her, but cloud-capped towers and gorgeous palaces. Poor Daddy, she thought, wouldn't have to hunt for a job any more, and Mum would have nothing to do for the rest of her life but sit in a chair and rock. Yet that was only part of the vision. The rest did not go so easily into words. She had only to hurry to the studio, fling herself into the arms she was longing to feel clasped round her, and become fabulously rich. That would be if Bob took the opening she offered him. If he didn't. But suppose Bob won't? She asked in terror lest he should not. I've thought of that too, came the prompt answer. He will, of course, but suppose he didn't? Well, we're not hagglers, my dear. We're only simple people trying to do right, just as you're trying to do right yourself. If Bob is only in a position in which he can undo his wrong, whether he undoes it or not, you shall have your 25,000 just the same. Could I have it as early as next week? If the conditions are fulfilled, certainly. Jenny was anxious to free herself from the charge of cupidity. The reason I say next week is that my father is worried about the interest on the mortgage and the taxes. He didn't pay the interest last time, and the taxes are 2 months overdue. If he can't find the money by next week, you yourself can be in a position to take all the worry off his hands once the conditions are fulfilled. Little more was said after this. There was little more to say. The necessities of the case being once understood, Junior steered her guest back to the car which waited at the door. But into the leave-taking Max threw an odd note of hostility. As if he resented some baseness towards his master, he pressed his flank against Jenny with such force as almost to knock her down, and when she sprang away from him into the car, he growled after her. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. So you can do it and get away with it. This was Teddy's reflection as he left the bank on that Thursday afternoon. He'd spent an infernal day, but it was over, and over safely. Of the missing $20 he had neither heard a word nor caught a sign of anxiety. Mr. Brunt had been methodical and taciturn as usual. Always keeping a gulf between Teddy and himself, it was neither more nor less a gulf today than it was on other days. As to whether he missed $20 or whether he did not, Teddy could form no idea. In the middle of the morning there had been a terrifying incident. "See that guy over there?" Lobley, one of his colleagues, had asked him. He saw the guy over there, a crafty, clean-shaven Celt, and said so. "That's Flynn, the detective who copped Nicholson, the teller at the Wyndham International." "Oh, my God, I'm pinched," Teddy exclaimed to himself. "If I had a gun or a dose of poison, he'd never get me alive." But Flynn only chatted with Jackman, one of the house detectives, laughed, cashed a cheque at a wicket, and left the bank. Teddy breathed again, wondering if he had given anything away to Lobley. Was it possible that Lobley could have heard of the $20 and been set to try him out? No, he didn't believe so. Lobley had merely pointed out Flynn as a notable character and gone about his business. "I shall never forget that mug," Teddy thought, as he summoned his sang-froid to go on with his work. "The mug of a guy without guts," he added, further to define the pitiless set of Flynn's features. "I sure would kill myself before I let him touch me." There was no other alarm that day. There was only the incessant fear, the incessant watchfulness that made him shrink from every eye that glanced his way, and which, when office hours were over, sent him scuttling to the subway like a rabbit to its hole. At supper his father brought up again the subject of the taxes and the interest on the mortgage. The latter would be due at the end of the following week, and the former was long overdue. With the added interest on both, he owed $260-odd, of which he had borrowed from old friends $115. Between the sum due and that in hand, there was a gap which he didn't see how to fill. "We'll get it somehow, Daddy," Jenny said encouragingly. "Don't begin worrying." "No, Ted'll rob the bank," Gussie laughed flippantly. Teddy was on his feet, shaking his fist across the table.
See here, Miss Gus, that's just about—" Gussie laughed up at him, still more flippantly. "You haven't robbed it already, have you? Mamma, do make him behave." "Children, don't squabble, please. Teddy, darling, Gussie was only poking a little fun. Sit down and have some more hash. It's made with beets in it, just the way you like it. I was reading," she continued, to divert the minds of the company, "of that teller at the Wyndham National." "Nicholson," Josiah put in. "I used to know him when I was at the Hudson River Trust. Sharp-eyed little ferret face he was. 23,000, extending over a period of 5 years. Often had lunch with him at the same counter. Blueberry pie was a favourite of his."
23,000 extending over a period of 5 years. Teddy repeated that to himself. He wondered that it hadn't struck him when he heard the fellows at the bank discussing the arrest. One of them had claimed inside dope as to how Nicholson had covered up his tracks, and explained the process. Teddy hadn't listened to that, because the magnitude of the theft had excluded its bearing on his own. But there it was, forcing itself on his attention, like Pansy's cold nose pressed at that minute against his hand. You could have 5 years leeway and never be suspected. He pumped his father for further details as to Nicholson's life, learning that he'd owned his house at Leffingwell Manor, where he'd been a member of the golf club and a churchgoer. At his own fears, Teddy smiled inwardly. $20, which would certainly be paid back in the course of a few weeks. Already he'd saved 70 cents towards the restoration, just by going without his lunch, with a few economies in car fares. If he could pawn his best suit of clothes, he would have the whole sum within a fortnight. The suit had been bought for $26 and would certainly bring in 10. It would be a matter of dodging his mother and getting it out of the closet in her room, where she kept it in order to regulate his use of it. As supper went on, it was little Gladys who brought up the question which someone older might have asked. "What would happen, Daddy, if you couldn't pay the interest and the taxes?" "They could sell us out of house and home." But this possibility being more than a week off, the statement brought no fears with it. Like all people who at the best of times are dependent on a weekly wage, the Follets had the mental attitude best described as from hand to mouth. That is, once the dinner was secure, there was no will to worry as to where the supper was to come from. It was fundamentally a question of outlook. People used to being provided for naturally looked ahead. But where your most extended view could take you no more than from one meal to another, your powers of forecast grew limited. Doubtless the provision was merciful, for in the case of the Follets, even the parents felt the futility of dreading a calamity more than a week away. Of all the 6, Jennie was the only one with the power of making comparisons and drawing contrasts. She had had that day a glimpse of a world as different from her own as paradise from earth. It was no use saying that it was different only in degree. It was different also in kind. It was different in values, in textures, in amplitudes. It was another thing, not another aspect of the same thing. Junior Collingham might be a human being like herself, but in all that was of practical account, she was as widely separated from Jennie Follett as a New Yorker from a Central African. That was as far as Jennie got. Her mind was not given to deduction, or her spirit to asking questions. Not having a god in particular, she had nothing to act as a great touchstone, to praise or to blame. Some human beings had everything, others had next to nothing. The Follets were among the others. Jennie didn't know how or why. She didn't ask to know. Knowing would perhaps be worse than not knowing, since it might stir rebellion where now there was only lassitude and resignation. But there was the fact. The Collinghams could throw her $25,000 as she threw a titbit to Pansy, while her father might be sold out of the house and home for lack of 150. Jennie mused, but she did no more. Life was too big a mystery to grapple with. If she tried it, it made her unhappy. It made her unhappy that Max should have been friendly at first and then growled at her so resentfully. She wondered if dogs had a scent for moral and emotional atmospheres. She couldn't express this last in words, but she did it very well by thought. She often had thoughts for which she had no words, so that her inner life was broader than that which she showed outside. It was one of the things she had noticed about Mrs. Collingham, that she had words for everything.
It was like her possession of the house, the gardens, the beautiful things. They gave her spaciousness. Her spirit moved with a larger swing. She could think, feel, express herself strongly, vividly, commandingly, while they, the Follets, had to creep and sneak timidly along the back lanes of life. "That's why I'm doing it," she reasoned with herself, "because I'm in the back lanes of life. I can creep and sneak along, and I can't do anything else. It was all very well for him to jostle me with his lean iron flank and to growl, but he didn't know what 25,000 would mean to me." Along the line of these musings, Teddy said suddenly, "Saw young Cole today. Came up and spoke to me. Not a bad sort when you get to know him." Jennie felt a little faint, but no one noticed it, because Gussie threw back the ball. "Tell him to come up and speak to me. Any afternoon at 5:30 when I leave Corinne's." "Say, Gus," Gladys giggled, "wouldn't you like a guy with all that wad waiting for you every day when Corinne shuts down the lid? My, the ice cream sodas he could blow you to." Lizzie was pained. It seemed to her that the process of Americanization which her children were undergoing lay chiefly in the degradation of their speech. "Gladys, darling, can't you find proper words to—" "Oh, Mamma dear," Gladys complained, "do put a can on all that. If you're a cash girl, you've got to talk English, or the other girls will whizzy you round the lot." "Young Cole's going to South America," Teddy informed the party. "Sails with Huntley on Monday. Gosh, wouldn't I like to be going too? Say, Dad, why do some fellows come into the world with the way all smooth for them and their bread buttered in advance?" "Because," Gussie declared loftily, "they're clever and get ahead like Fred Ingalls. I'll bet you that if his father wanted his taxes and the interest on a mortgage, he wouldn't have to raise the wind among his old friends. Fred'd be Johnny on the spot with the greenbacks." Teddy could only gulp, hang his head over his plate, and choke himself with hash as he muttered to his soul, "God, I'll shoot that Fred Ingalls if I ever get a gun." And just as if she knew that Teddy needed comforting, Pansy sprang upon his knees, pushing her face up along his breast till she could lick his chin. 24 hours later, Max was vexing his soul with the difficulty of transcending planes. There was so much of which he could have warned his master, now that he had got him back from Long Island. But there was neither speech nor language, neither symbol nor sign, to make human beings understand anything but the most primitive needs and concepts. Obedience, disobedience, hunger, thirst, sorrow, joy. These sentiments could be put over from the dog plane to the human plane, but without shadings, subtleties, or any of the marvels of intuitive knowledge by which dogs could enlighten men if men had open faculties. To another dog he could have flashed his information in an instant, whereas human beings could only seize ideas when they were beaten into them with verbal clubs. Edith and Bob voted Max a nuisance, because in his agony of impotence he pranced restlessly about the bedroom, lashing his tail in one tempo and pointing his ears in another. Edith had come down from the Berkshires on hearing by wire that Bob was to leave next Monday for South America. She was seated now on the bed, her back against the footboard. "What I don't quite see," she was saying, "is how you can be so sure." Bob looked at her as he stood taking the studs from the soft-bosomed evening shirt in his hand to transfer them to the clean one lying on the bed. "How can you be so sure about Ailing?" "Well, that's a little different. Ernest speaks our language, he has our ways. Dad and Mother make a fuss because he hasn't a lot of money, but that means no more than if he didn't wear a certain kind of hat. He's our sort, just the same." "And I'm her sort. I can't explain it to you, Edith, but she needs me." "How do you know she needs you? Has she ever admitted it?" "I haven't asked her to admit it. I can see." "Yes, that's all very fine, but did it ever strike you when Hubert's been talking about her that—" Bob made an inarticulate sound of scorn as he inserted the cufflinks into a cuff. "Oh, Hubert's a top-hole chap all right, but my lord, Jennie wouldn't look across the street at him." "But he might look across the street at Jennie, and with you so far away—" He smiled with something like a wink. "Don't you fret about that. She's the kind of little woman to be true. You can't mistake 'em." "We've known a good many men who have mistaken them." "You haven't known my kind to make that sort of tumble. Love can be blind, but instinct can't be. Edie, I believe so much in that girl that if she was to play me false, but there, good Lord, she couldn't. So why talk about it any more? See here, he added, if you're going to change your dress, you'll have to scuttle, and I must get into my waiter's togs. Meanwhile, Dauphin's struggles were of another order. It was the hour of the day which he was accustomed to spend with Collingham, and to spend it undisturbed. In this lovely spring weather they strolled about the gardens, peeped into the hotbeds, dropped in aimlessly at the stable or the garage, exchanged odds and ends of observation with the men working around the place. After this they returned to the house, where, upstairs, in a comfortably masculine bedroom, the man made changes in his outer fur, while the setter, less concerned about trifles, stretched himself out on the floor and blinked. It was a restful time, suited to a mind which after the stormier years was growing more and more content with material prosperity, and to a heart that was always content with its master's contentment. But, of late, poor Dauphin had been painfully buffeted by waves of agitation. They emanated from his master like circlets round a stone thrown into a pool. When his master's wife came into the scene, the conflict of forces was terrible. She was not straight with her lord. She was using him, hoodwinking him. Dauphin would have sprung at her throat had it not been for the knowledge that, were he to do so, he would be beaten and kicked by the object of his defence. No, you couldn't deal with human beings sensibly. The wise thing to do was to stretch on the floor and pretend to snooze while they fought their own fight. They didn't precisely fight their own fight just now. Collingham merely accepted terms. He was picking up his evening jacket from the bed on which his valet had laid it out. Junior, dressed exactly to the mean, between too little and too much suited for a family dinner, had crossed the threshold of his room, where she stood adjusting a fall of lace. "As I told you yesterday after she went away, she's just what you'd expect from such a girl. Certainly no better, and possibly a little worse. She's a mousy little thing, with a veneer of modesty. But mercenary isn't the word. It's just a question of money, Bradley, and if you'll leave it to me to deal with—" "Leave it to you to deal with to the tune of $25,000, he said morosely, pulling his coat into shape round his shoulders as he looked into the long glass. "Well, that's only half of what it might have been. I thought at one time that we might have to make it 50,000. He was not sure, but he thought she finished with the word again. If so, it was uttered too softly for him to be obliged to take note of it, so that he merely picked up a hairbrush and put another touch to his hair. She was now at work on the great string of pearls, which, to keep them alive, she wore even in domestic privacy. Her object was to get the famous Roehampton pearl from the late Lady Roehampton's collection, which had been the seal of her reconciliation with Bradley 15 years earlier, to get this jewel right in the centre of her person, to make the string symmetric. "My point in bringing it up now," she said, speaking into her chin as her eyes inspected the long oval of the necklet, "is to remind you that you don't know anything. You haven't seen Bob for nearly a week, and after Monday you won't see him for 2 or 3 months at least. Don't let him suspect that you've anything on your mind. As a matter of fact, you haven't, except what I told you, and I may not tell you everything. And that may be what I complain of." "You can't complain of it when I give you the results, now can you? You don't complain of Mr. Bickley, or ask him for all the reasons he has for saying this or that. You leave him a free hand, and are ruled by him. You've often said it, even when your own preference would be to do something else, as it was in the case of this man Follett. Now I only claim to be the Mr. Bickley of the family." That he had rights as father, Collingham was aware, though he was shy of putting them forward. Having left them so much in abeyance, it would have been as ridiculous to emphasize them now as to dispute Bickley as efficiency expert at the bank. Moreover, the uneasiness which seizes on a man when his chickens come home to roost inclined him still further to passivity. If Bob was knocking about town, as he seemed to be, he might know about his father what Junior did not, or presumably did not, that the woman who received the $50,000 had had her successors, and that even now the line was not extinct. While he knew of amusing incidents of fathers and sons meeting on this ground, any such contretemps in his own case would have shocked him profoundly. Junior might go beyond her powers in prescribing his course, and yet, for a multitude of reasons too subtle for him to phrase, it seemed wise to follow what Junior prescribed. So the family dined and spent the evening together as tourists walk across the Solfatara crater. The ground was hot beneath their tread, and here and there a whiff of sulphuric vapour poured through a fissure in the crust. But only Max and Dauphin sensed the volcanic fire. Later in the evening, Junior knelt at her prie-dieu with her armorial books of devotion. "And, O Heavenly Father," she added to her usual prayer, "have mercy upon that poor erring girl, and help her to repent. Grant that my son may extricate himself from the toils in which he is entangled. Enable my daughter to see that her duty lies in the station of life to which thou hast been pleased to call her. Give my husband the wisdom to seek advice and to follow it. Lead me with thy counsel, so that I may do what is best for all my dear ones. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen." Having thus poured out her heart, she rose, feeling stronger and more comforted. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. It should be said for Jennie Follett that, in the matter of her course towards Bob Collingham, she had few of those convictions of sin and righteousness which restrain a proportion of mankind. As with the other members of her family, her conduct followed certain lines because she couldn't help it. That is as far as her analysis would have carried her, though analysis didn't give her much concern. Having so much to do to get food and clothes, the higher laws were outside her sphere of interest. Her chief law was necessity, and it covered so much ground that there was little place for any other law. It may be well to state here that the Follets belonged to that vast American contingent who have practically no religion. They'd had a religion in Canada, where they had attended the church of a local god who seemed to hold no sway over the United States. They never found that church in the suburbs of New York, or, if they found it nominally, it didn't, in their opinion, seem the same. There were no local suasions and compulsions to bring them to its doors, and so, after a few spasmodic efforts to re-establish the connection, they gave up the attempt. Perhaps this failure was due to the fact that, in the depths of her strong, proud heart, Lizzie didn't believe in God. Josiah did, or at least he had believed in him up to the time of being thrown upon the scrap heap. But Lizzie's faith in God had died with the dying of her faith in man. She had never said so, because she kept her deeper thoughts to herself. But along these lines her influence on her children had been negative. So Jennie had missed those counsels to do right which sometimes form a part of domestic education. With so little latitude for doing anything, there was not, apart from the grosser vices, much latitude in the Follett family even for doing wrong. They did what they couldn't help doing, and there was an end of it. A kind of inborn rectitude kept them from offences of which the public would have taken note, but behind it there was little in the way of principle. Jennie went to her farewell meeting with Bob, untroubled by qualms of conscience. Even if scruples had worried her, they would have been allayed by the knowledge, imparted by Bob's own mother, that he had done her a great injury. He made the same kind of love to every girl he had known for an hour, and forgot her the next day. One of these days, the mother had said, some girl would catch him, and then he would be sorry. A girl hadn't caught him in this case, but he had caught a girl, and didn't know what to do with her. Having compelled her to go through a form of marriage, it was no more than a form, he was sailing off to the ends of the world, leaving her not so much as the protection of his name. She owed him nothing, and only the goodness of his angel mother was making up for what he owed to her. And on this side, Bob was so carried away by his romance as to have no conception of Jennie's attitude towards him. Seeing himself as a knight riding to the relief of a damsel in distress, it did not occur to him that the damsel could have a preference as to her deliverer. It was a matter of course that, from the window of the tower in which she was a prisoner, she would drop into his arms. In other words, Bob had his own view of the advantages of being a Collingham. They were great advantages, since they gave him the opportunity of being generous. He was in love with Jennie largely because she was an exquisite object on which to spend himself. She was a gem, not in the rough, and yet in need of polishing, and though his own refinement was not so very great, he could throw refinement in her way. That is to say, love for Bob was very much a matter of giving himself out. Girls who could have bought him everything, and they were not scarce at Murillo Park, didn't interest him. They left no place for the selflessness which was the basis of his character. He couldn't precisely be called kind, since kindness implies some deliberation of the will. As the impulse of a fountain is to pour itself out, so Bob's impulse was to give, while Jennie was a crystal chalice wide open to receive. "I want you to have everything in the world, Jennie darling," he declared, bending above her as lovingly as a bench in the park would permit. "I can't give it to you right off the bat, worse luck, but sooner or later I'll be able to dope you out every little wish. Good Lord, how I'll enjoy it." "What do you mean by sooner or later?" Jennie asked, with eyes downcast. "When I get the family broken to the bit. I can't tell you in dates or time. They'll be hard in the mouth at first, and mother pulls like the devil." At this false witness, Jennie was revolted. No one knew better than herself the bigness of that maternal heart, which, as early as next week, would give liberal proof of its sincerity, when Bob's promises would still be in the air. Bob had the afternoon at his disposal. The park offered itself as a delicious trysting place because it was the month of May. In a nook where lilac and syringa overshadowed them and water glinted between lawns and glades, they sat discreetly side by side, and she permitted him to hold her hand. He went on to sketch his plans for the immediate future. His most trying lack was that of ready cash. The parental system had always been generous as to things, but penurious in money. In the matter of things, he would be as extravagant as he reasonably liked, so long as the bills were sent to Dad. Before he went to work at the bank, his allowance in money wouldn't have kept him in cigarettes. Even now he was only on the weekly payroll for $38.66 per, handed him in a pay envelope. Food, lodging, clothes, saddle horses, motor cars, all these were thrown in extra. But in actual coin he didn't handle more than his $2,000 a year like any other clerk. Jennie could see, therefore, that, to begin with, their position would be difficult, though only to begin with. He could send her a little money while he was away, but it wouldn't be very much. "I don't want you to send me any," she said hastily. "You forget that I'm your husband, dear. If I didn't, you could bring an action for divorce on the grounds of non-support." This idea being new to Jennie, she had it explained to her, rejecting it as a resource because it was unromantic. "And so, to be on the safe side against that," he laughed, "I've got this for you now." Slipping an envelope from his pocket, he forced it into the hand he was holding. "It's only $100, he was beginning to explain. She snatched her hand away as if he had been stung. "Oh, Bob, I can't." That situation amused him. It was one more proof of the naive honesty of the little girl. He knew how hard up she was, how hard up all the family must be, and yet money didn't tempt her. "You're a funny little kid," he laughed, drawing her as near to him as the park laws would permit. "You'd think I didn't have a right to take care of you." But Jennie was feeling that if she took this money she wouldn't be bound to him by principles more acute than the promises she had made before the parson. "No, Bob, I can't. Please don't make me. Please." But in the end he forced it on her, and she stowed it away in her little bag. By that time, too, she had reviewed the family situation. With $100 in her possession, they could less easily be sold out of house and home at the end of the following week. That calamity, at least, could be dodged, whatever other misfortune might overtake herself. She might decide that to be sold out of house and home would be easier than to bind herself further to Bob by using his money, but still she would have the choice. As to the 25,000, there was always the possibility that it might not come in time. She had not yet seen Hubert. She couldn't see him till Bob had sailed. When she did, the other woman might be in her place, and her heart would have to break in spite of everything. Better it should break with $100 in her pocket than that she should be helpless to stay the family disaster. But when Bob sailed on the Monday, she was free to make the great test. Notwithstanding his definite farewells on the Saturday, he had tried to see her again on the Sunday, but the necessity for secrecy made it possible for her to put him off. For one thing, she couldn't go through a second time such a goodbye as that of Saturday. Bob had been too much overcome. As unexpectedly to himself as to her, he had broken down. Braving all publicity, he had suddenly seized her hand, pressed it to his lips, and as he bent over it, she could feel his tears against her fingers. He hadn't exactly cried. He had only breathed hard with 2 great sobs. "My God, how I love you, Jennie," she had heard him muttering. "How I love you! How I love you! How can I do without you all the time till I come back?" When he raised his head, he laughed sheepishly, though the tears were still on his cheeks. "Forget it, little girl," he begged unsteadily, wiping his cheeks and blowing his nose. "I just worship you, that's all there is about it. It breaks me all up to go away and leave you. But the time will pass, and if I can help it, I shall never go away from you again." Defying the park laws once more, he had kissed her and kissed her. She had let him do it because she was so unnerved. Besides, she was sorry for him, and would have been sorrier still if she hadn't known that by tomorrow he would have forgotten her. That was always the way with fellows who took things so hard. The true love was too stern and strong to show emotion. Nevertheless, she had had an unhappy Sunday thinking of those 2 sobs. It was not until after 10 o'clock on Monday morning that she was able to turn again to the compulsion of the man she loved. At 10, Bob sailed, and that episode in Jennie's life was probably behind her. By the time he came back, he would be in love with a girl of his own class, and eager to seize the freedom she, Jennie, would be in a position to deliver him. At last the way was clear. She had only to go to her lover and tell him she was there. She went that afternoon. Her plan was simple. She would say that if he had not yet found a model for the girl in the Byzantine chair, she was ready to do the work. The rest would come as a matter of course. Now that she was face to face with the task, her heart was oddly apathetic. "I might be out to buy postage stamps," she said to herself while crossing the ferry. Nonetheless, she wished she didn't have to look at this water down which Bob had sailed only 4 or 5 hours previously. Off toward the south, in the haze of the warm May afternoon, there was a giant steamer lying as if becalmed. It might be his. There was one still farther out to sea. That, too, might be his. Far down on the horizon, just passing out of sight, there was a little black spot with a pennon of black smoke. That could very easily be his. She watched it. It might be carrying him away to where he would forget her. Perhaps he had forgotten her already. His mother had said, and his mother must know him, that he made love to girls one day and forgot them on the next, and it was already 2 days since Saturday. Very well, let him forget. Only it didn't seem as if those kisses and those tears were quite in keeping with a heart which treated love so easily. She was glad when the ferryboat bumped softly against its pier, and she could get away from the great stream of which the very smells and sounds would now begin to make her think of him. She wished there was another means of returning home. She wished he had gone by train. She wished... At the door of the studio building she was seized with a great terror. She began to understand what it was she had come to do. She had come to give herself up. She was to say, in fact, "Here I am, take me." And he would take her, if he hadn't already taken someone else. The betrayal of a husband who was hardly a husband was no longer in her mind. She was appalled at this yielding of herself. Yet she did everything as she had been accustomed to do it, and entered the studio by the door she generally used. At first she thought there was no one there. Certainly the other woman was not there.
and that was so far a relief. Slowly, cautiously, she made her way between the brocades, old furniture, and pedestals. Then she saw Hubert, and Hubert saw her. She stood very much as a deer stands when surprised in the bracken, head erect, eyes curious. Till he gave her a sign, she made no movement to go further. And for a minute he gave her no sign. He only remained seated and looked. He looked with a sketch and pencil in his hand. He'd been occupied in touching something up. But she couldn't mistake it. It was the girl in the Byzantine chair. Her heart, which seemed to swell to thrice its size, thumped painfully. Then, at last, a smile broke over his face, lifting his moustache and mounting to his violet eyes. He didn't speak. He didn't move. He only looked, hushed, enraptured, as the hunter at the startled deer. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. Feeling that an explanation of her presence in the studio should come from herself, Jennie faltered, I only looked in to say that if you hadn't found a model for the picture you wanted to paint, I might be able to pose. Though she hadn't advanced, and he hadn't moved, the extraordinary light in his eyes made her heart thump more wildly. You do it, he held out the sketch. Dress like that. She remembered his own phrase. If I'm to be that kind of a model, I must be that kind of a model and do what's expected. The process of starving out being so far successful, Ray felt it well to push it a little more. He rose with an air of distress. I wish you could have told me this last week, Jennie. As it is... You've got someone else? Not definitely. I've tried out 3. 2 of them no good, though the third might do as well as me. Perhaps better in some ways. I mean, he added hastily as she seemed about to go, that she's a real professional model, and for this kind of job, of course, a professional would be, let us say, more at her ease. So many good things had, during the past few days, swum into Jennie's vision, only to swim out again, that she'd grown almost used to this fading of her hopes. Nevertheless, the bliss of loving Hubert and getting $25,000 for it had seemed tolerably sure. To lose it now would be hard, but harder still, for the moment at least, was this tone of detachment, of indifference. That another woman should, in some ways, do better than herself was worse than the last indignity. Her lip trembled. She was about to turn away with that collapse of the figure which marks the woman who has lost all hope. He hurried up to her, laying his hand on her arm in a way that made a thrill run through her frame. Wait a minute, Jennie. I'd like to talk it over. If you want me to try you out... What does that mean, try me out? Oh, simply that you take the pose, that I could see how nearly you'd come up to what I want. And then if I didn't? He smiled. Oh, but you will. At least I think so. When would you do it? Oh, right now, as soon as you like. I've got the time. She looked at him inquiringly, but there was nothing in his eyes to answer the question she was asking. Oh, very well, she said dully, and once more turned towards the little door. She had taken a step or two when he said, suddenly, Jennie, what made you come back? She paused, turned again, and pulled herself together. It was necessary to take the old bantering tone. After all, she could fence in her way as well as anybody else. Oh, I don't know, she threw off carelessly. I thought I might as well. Might as well what? Oh, go in for the whole thing. As you say yourself, if you're to be that kind of a model. And was that all? All? It was a good deal, I should say. It was a good deal, yes, but I asked if it was all. Well, ask away, my boy. I don't have to answer you or go to jail, now do I? Extraordinary, the relief of falling back on studio badinage. It took her off to the Collingham stilts, away from the high-wrought Collingham emotions. She began to see what the trouble was with Bob. His touch wasn't light enough. He was too purposeful. He seemed to think you must mean something all the time.
Mrs. Collingham, too, seemed to think so. It was not in Bob's language so much as in his cast of mind, but it was in his mother's cast of mind, and in her language too. Jenny thought of this as she stood before the pier glass in the little dressing-room, first taking off her jacket and then unpinning her hat. She would have to do her hair on the top of her head, like the girl in Hubert's sketch. "And that's all the clothes I shall need to put on," she tried to say flippantly. She tried to say it flippantly because that, too, would be along the line that people took who weren't Collinghams. People who weren't Collinghams. That meant all the people in Indiana Avenue, all the people in Pemberton Heights, the vast majority of the people in the United States, not to speak of any other country. Jenny had a good many acquaintances, and the family, taken as a whole, had more. But she couldn't think of anyone in that class who took life as more than a skimming on the surface. Outside the bounden duties which they couldn't avoid, they chiefly liked being silly. She thought of that, too, loosening her hair and letting it fall in amber wavelets over her shoulders and down her back. Mrs. Collingham had said that it was lovely hair, but she hadn't really seen it. There was so much of it that, when she piled it up like the girl in the sketch, it almost overweighted her delicate little face. No, whatever you could say about people like the Collinghams, you couldn't say they were silly. They had motives, opinions, points of view. They had minds, and they used them. They might not use them well, but to use them at all was better than to let them grow atrophied. Jenny, as has been said, had no words to express these thoughts, but like Pansy, she could do without a vocabulary. She felt. She vibrated. She too had a mind, though she was afraid of putting it to work. Lingering over the piling of her hair, she wondered if the use or non-use of the mind marked the real line between people like the Collinghams and people like the Follets. Was that why the country was divided into highbrows and lowbrows, those who made the best of what they had, and those who disqualified themselves for all the stronger purposes? Since her peep at Murillo Park, she saw that something admitted one to such a haven, and something kept one out. There was money, of course, and position. But back of both position and money, wasn't it the case that there was mind? She threw off her blouse and lingered again to examine her arms and bust. She lingered on purpose, putting off the extraordinary thing she had to do to the latest possible minute. At Collingham Lodge she had caught glimpses of books, papers, and magazines. Even in the bird-cage they were lying on the table and chairs. The Follets hardly ever read a book. The only work of the kind she could remember the family ever to have bought was one called Ancient Rome Restored, which her mother had subscribed for in monthly parts when an agent had brought a sample to the house. It was at a time when Lizzie was afraid that her children, they were children still, would grow up without cultivation. Ancient Rome Restored, being abundantly illustrated, called out in the young Follets the almost extinct Scarborough tradition. Having no other important picture books to look at, they pored over the glories of the Forum, of Hadrian's Villa, of the bars of Caracalla, till an odd, incipient love of classic beauty began to stir in them. But there their cultivation ended. In the papers they studied only the murders, burglaries, and comic cuts. In the way of general entertainment, the movies formed their sole relaxation, but unless the play was silly, they complained. Anything that asked for thought they kicked against, and Pemberton Heights kicked with them. Was that why there was a Pemberton Heights and a Murillo Park? Did the power of thought control the difference between them? Was it that where there was little or no power of thought, there was little or nothing of anything else? She unhooked her skirt and let it slip down to a circular heap about her feet. She wondered if the girl who would, in some ways, do better than herself were as lithely built as she. Mrs. Collingham had likened her to... oh, what was it? It was a spa. It sounded like a chapel. She had tossed it off as something that everybody knew about. So she had tossed off other names, taking it for granted that Jenny would have had them at her fingers' ends. The more she pondered, the more sure of it she became, that she and her kind were poor and helpless, chiefly because they wouldn't take the trouble to be otherwise. Not to stray from the childish to the sentimental and the obvious gave them the relief she found in returning to the lingo she had always used with Ray. She'd used it with Bob too, only with Bob she'd used it differently. Perhaps it was he who had used it differently. Between her and Ray it had never been more than the medium of chaff, except on those occasions when it had become the vehicle of a half-acknowledged passion. Bob had tried to say something with it, even when slangy or colloquial. He treated her as if she was worth talking to. He had tried to make her feel that she could talk on better themes than any they had ever broached. Poor Bob, sailing away to the south, thinking that where he left her, there he would find her. Little he knew. If he could only see her now, if he could only dream of what she would be doing in 10 minutes' time, if he only— Something made her shudder. She felt cold. Perhaps the wind had changed outside, as it often did in May. She stooped, picked up her skirt, and mechanically hooked it round her. Still feeling chilled, she crossed her arms and hugged herself. A minute or two later she had put on her blouse and her jacket. She meant to take them off again as soon as she stopped shivering. Already Hubert would be cursing her delay. She thought of the light in his eyes when she told him that, after all, she had come to pose. The memory of it made her heart jump again with a great single throb. It was the caveman's light. She never saw it in Bob's, and never would. Bob's eyes were twinkling and kind. She didn't suppose she would ever see such kind eyes in anyone else. If kindness were what she wanted— Beginning to feel warmer, she noticed how grotesque her hair was with her spring sport suit. She had stuck it through a great skewer with a handful of artificial jade, which she had used with some other costume. But the high crown of hair was so little in keeping with the rest of her that she pulled out the skewer and the other pins, again letting the glinting cataract tumble down. Why had Bob never asked her if she loved him? Hubert had done it 100, perhaps 1,000 times. Bob had seemed to think that his loving her covered all possible conditions. What he had to give her was always the theme of his enthusiasm, as if she were a beggar who could give nothing in return. With Hubert, it was what he was to get from her. She was the richly dowered one who could offer or withhold. He would take all, and give nothing. Well, let him. It was what she wanted, to be drained dry. If she was to give herself up, she would give herself up. When Hubert had done with her, he would chuck her on the scrap heap like her father. That was the way she loved him. That was the way to be loved. Cavemen didn't watch lest you should get damp feet or have their lives insured for you. Their love was passion, a fire that burned you up and left you a white bit of ash. And yet, to be burned up and left a white bit of ash was something for which she was not yet prepared. She didn't say this to herself. All of a sudden, she was terrified. Whatever instincts governed her went into the nimbleness of her fingers as she began flattening her hair so as to put on her hat. She didn't know why she was doing this. She didn't even know that she wanted to get away. It was just a wild impulse to be back as the everyday Jennie Follett. The girl in the Byzantine chair was out of the question for today. Tomorrow, perhaps. Probably. Quite surely. But for today she must still belong for a few more hours to herself. Hubert might come thumping in a minute on the door, and if he found her dressed for the street— And just then he did come thumping on the door. "Jennie, for God's sake, what's the matter? Are you dead?" She gasped. It would have been a relief if she could have fainted. All she could do was to thrust the last pin into her hat and go to the door and open it. Hubert stood aghast. "Well, by all the holy cats—" "I'm not well, Mr. Ray," she pleaded with sudden inspiration. "Oh, go on, Jennie, you were well enough 20 minutes ago." "Yes, but since then I've been feeling chilled." He strode into the dressing-room, which he was not supposed to do. "Chilled? Hell, why, this hole's as hot as blazes." "It isn't that. I think it's a germ cold I'm taking." "See here, Jennie," he said sternly, "you're going to funk it. All right, doesn't make much difference to me. The other girl, it's Emma Brasshead, you know. She was the middle one in Sim's 3 Nudes. Perfectly stunning hips. I'll be here tomorrow, right on the dot." He wheeled away as far as the space of the dressing-room would permit. "Oh, well, Jennie, I don't know that it would be of much use. After all, Emma's the type, you see. You'd be too—" "You can't tell that till you've tried me out." "I can try you out right through your clothes. What's a man a painter for?" If you can do that, why did you want me to—" He turned sharply. "Jenny, you're not straight with me." "Oh, but I am. I'm as straight with you as you are with me. But I can't help being sick."
"You can't help being Jenny," he muttered brokenly. "The girl I worship and who worships me. Jenny, Jenny, Jenny."
"Oh, don't, Hubert, don't," she begged. "Tomorrow. I'll come tomorrow and then—" But he smothered these protests.
"You wildcat, you adorable tigress."
"Yes, Hubert, but tomorrow."
"No, no."
His kisses, his brutalities, were agony to her, and yet they were bliss. She didn't know why she fought them off, or what instinct led her to defend herself, or how she found herself out on the stairs. She went down slowly. She was not angry, she was only excited and a little amused. Sex fury was less romantic than she had supposed, but as an exhibition of the human being at his most animal, it was some curtain-raiser. If she had to go through it again— But as she jogged towards the ferry and the streetcar, this mood passed off. She grew sick with a sense of failure. Love and $25,000 were at stake, and she had funked the game. She was not a sport. She wondered if she were a woman. If she couldn't play out better than this, she would have Bob back on her hands again and be shamed forever before Mrs. Collingham, who had been so good to her. Moreover, if she continued to play fast and loose with Ray, he would certainly return to Miss Brasshead. She dreaded reaching the ferry and having to go on the boat. The river was now haunted by Bob, like the sea by a phantom ship. While crossing, she sat with her eyes closed so as to shut out this memory by not looking at the water. Arriving on the New Jersey side, she was so much earlier than she usually returned, and so dispirited, that she decided to walk home, threading the way through sordid streets till she climbed the more cleanly ascent to the Heights. The Heights has a common as well as a square, and Jenny's way took her through the great shady grass plot, where men were lounging on benches, nurses wheeling their babies, and boys playing baseball. Round the common are civic monuments of Pemberton Heights, the bank, the post office, the hospital, the engine house, and the public library. Jenny looked at this last as if she had never seen it before. As a matter of fact, she never had seen it before. She had looked at it more times than she could count, but with the eyes only. She knew what it was. She had actually watched the coquettish red-brick building with its glass dome and white Grecian portico rising at the command of the great philanthropist whose name the building bore. But she had never been conscious of its purpose as related to herself. Now, for the first time, it occurred to her that here was a place where a reader could find books. With no very clear idea in her mind, she stepped within. The interior was hushed, rather awesome, yet sunny and sweetly solemn, like the temple of some cheerful god. Finding herself confronted by a kindly, bookish little lady seated at a table behind a wooden barrier, it was obviously Jenny's duty to address her. "I wonder if I could borrow a book." She was informed that she could borrow 3 books at a time, as soon as certain inquiries as to her identity and residence were carried out, and this would take a few days. But in a few days Jenny knew that her desire to read might be dead, and said so. The object of the library being to encourage young people to read rather than to be too particular about their addresses, the kindly little lady, after some consultation with the kindly little gentleman, filled out Jenny's card. "What sort of book were you thinking of? A novel?" Jenny said, "Yes, if it was a good one." "This is one of the best," the little lady went on, pushing forward a volume that happened to be lying at her hand. "If you care to take it." It was The Egoist by George Meredith, and Jenny accepted it as something foreordained. "You could have 2 more books if you wanted them, now that you're here." Jenny made a plunge. "Have you anything about spires?" The lady smiled gently. "About church spires?" The girl thought it was. Chapel spires, especially French ones. The kindly little gentleman, being accustomed to this kind of search, was called into counsel. In the end she selected a work on the old churches of Paris, which she thought might give her the information she desired. "And now a 3rd book?" Here she was on safer ground. The English name had caught her ear with more precision than the foreign ones. "Have you got anything about a Lady Hamilton?" "You mean Romney's Lady Hamilton?" Again there was an echo from Jenny's memory. Romney was the man who couldn't paint her because he was too Georgian. She began to see how Mrs. Collingham could play with names as she might with tennis balls. Since there was nothing else at Murillo Park, there must also be a public library. Arriving at home, she secreted her volumes under her bed. She could read at night, and buy scraps in the daytime. If Ted or Gussie were to learn that she was trying to inform her mind, they would guy her with as little mercy as if they caught her in that still more offensive crime, the improvement of her speech. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. That Bob Collingham was at ease in his conscience as to sailing to South America and leaving behind him an unacknowledged wife will hardly be supposed. But the true situation did not present itself to him till after he and Jenny had said their goodbyes. He had tried to see her again on the following day to take counsel as to the immediate publication of their marriage, and only her refusal to meet him had frustrated that intention. But the more he pondered, the more the thing he had done seemed little to his credit. On the morning of the day on which he sailed, he rose with the resolve to tell the whole truth to his father. Had he known the facts, that Jenny had actually been to Collingham Lodge, that his mother knew of the marriage, that his father, without knowing of the marriage, was aware of his infatuation, he would have made a clean breast of it. But, the habit of domestic life being strong, it seemed impossible to spring the confession in the middle of a peaceful breakfast. His mother had come down to the table for this parting meal, and was already half in tears. His father concealed a genuine emotion behind the morning paper. Edith said she wondered what would happen to them all before they met again. The possibilities evoked were so significant that the mother said sharply, "I hope it may be God's will that we shall meet exactly as we are, a united family." "We could still be a united family," Edith ventured, "and not meet exactly as we are." "Edith, please," her mother had begged, and Bob felt it out of the question to add to her distress. Edith having driven to the dock with his father and himself, there was only the slightest opportunity for a private word between the father and the son. That came at a minute when Edith was talking to Mr. and Mrs. Huntley on the deck of the Demerara. "Dad," Bob asked awkwardly and abruptly, "do you feel quite at ease in your mind as to old man Follett?" Passengers and their friends were pushing and jostling. Collingham was obliged to brace himself against the rod running along the line of cabins before he could reply. "Why do you ask?" "Because I don't." "You don't with regard to my stand, or with regard to your own?" The boy looked his father in the eyes. "With regard to yours, Dad." "That's very kind of you, Bob. But may I suggest that you'll have all you can do in repenting of your own sins, without trying in addition to repent of mine?" Nevertheless, when the minute came, the parting was affectionate. Neither father nor son was satisfied with a handshake. Throwing their arms about each other, they kissed as in the days when Bob was a little boy. Perhaps it was the warmth of this farewell that induced the father, on arriving at the bank, to ask Miss Ruddick to invite Mr. Bickley to the private office in case he should look round that afternoon. Mr. Bickley did look round that afternoon, and was accordingly ushered in. He was a delicately built man whose appearance produced that effect of accuracy you get from a steel trap. Constructed to do a certain kind of work, it can do that work and no other. 2 minutes after Bickley had looked at the man, he knew both his weak points and his aptitudes, and could tell to a nicety the job it was best to put him to. Forehead, nose, jaw, lips, eyes, and ears were to him as the letters of the alphabet. More than once he had transferred a teller to the accounting department, or made an accountant a detective by his reading of facial lines. Having put his man in an armchair and given him one of the Havanas he kept for social intercourse, Collingham waited for the mellow moment when the cigar was smoked to half its length. "Do you know, Bickley," he said then, "I've never been quite at ease in my mind about the way we shelved that old fellow Follett. Seems to me we showed, well,
Well, let us call it a want of consideration.
Bingley's eyes measured what was left of his cigar as he held it out before him horizontally. Consideration for whom, Mr. Collingham?
Well, for the old man himself.
Oh, I didn't know but what you were going to say for your stockholders. Before the banker could parry this thrust, the expert went on. I looked in yesterday at the courtroom where they were trotting out that fellow Nicholson of the Wyndham National. If they'd ever asked me, I could have told them long ago that they'd lose money by him in the end.
Oh, but Follett isn't in that box.
He is, if you drop money by him. I'm speaking not of the ways you drop money by a man, but only of the fact that you drop it. Your business, I suppose, Mr. Collingham, is to make money for your shareholders and yourself. It's to help out that, I take it, that you send for me and go by my advice.
Then you'd class Follett and Nicholson together?
I don't class them at all. Whether a man steals the bank's money or you give it to him as a gift isn't to the point. My job is over when I tell you that he gets what he doesn't earn. The rest, Mr. Collingham, is up to you, or the district attorney, as the case may be.
I'm afraid I don't see it in that way.
It's your affair, Mr. Collingham, not mine. I only venture to remind you that we've had this little tussle over almost every man we've ever bounced. It does great credit to your kindness of heart, and if you want to go on supporting Follett and his family for the rest of your life—" Collingham winced at this hint that his kindness of heart was greater than his business capacity. It was a point at which he always felt himself vulnerable.
Speaking of Follett's family, he said, gliding away from the main topic, we've got that boy of his here. How's he getting on?
Ah, there you have a horse of another colour. My first report of him was not so favourable, but now that we've knocked the high jinks out of him—
Oh, we've done that, have we?
He's on the way to become a valuable boy. Good worker, cheery, likeable. If he can get over his one defect, he'll be worth hanging on to.
And his one defect is?
Liable to get excited and lose his head. Type to see red in a fight, and to do something dangerous. Unaware of the effort which his former employer's goodwill was vainly putting forth on his behalf, Josiah arrived in front of his pair of grass plots in Indiana Avenue. It was a trim little place, meeting all the wishes for a roof above his head which his soul had ever formed. He stood and looked at it, thinking of the days when little laddies used to play house beneath one of the umbrella-shaped hydrangea bushes. That was not so long ago, only 6 or 8 years. It was 9 since he had bought number 11, paying out $3,000 that had come to him from a matured 20 years endowment policy, together with another 1,000 Lizzie had inherited from an aunt. They had thought it a good investment because, if the worst ever came to the worst, and they didn't know what they meant by that, they would always have a home. Now the home was in danger, because he couldn't raise $147.63. He'd been everywhere trying to borrow more, and he had failed. He had got to the point where his acquaintances in the different offices were putting him down as an old bum. To Josiah, knowing all the shades of meaning in the term, it was a dreadful name as applied to himself, and he had heard it that very afternoon. An old friend who promised to lend him 5 of the 115 already raised had said on seeing him approach, "Here comes that old bum again." Josiah had turned about there and then. Giving up trying any more to raise the 147, he had wandered home. He, Josiah Follett, an old bum. Having hidden her 3 volumes under the bed, Jenny looked out and saw him. He didn't look specially dejected, yet she knew he was. She knew it by the way he stared at the hydrangea bush, or by the fact that he had renounced his search for another job so early in the afternoon. Like herself, he seemed thrown on his own resources for company, finding little or nothing there. She ran down to meet him. She would do that rare thing in the Follett family, take him for a walk. He turned with her obediently. It was a relief to him not to be obliged to go in at once and tell Lizzie he had no good news. Lizzie was still his great referee, as he was hers. The children were still the children, not to be taken into confidence till there was nothing else to be done. But this afternoon life, for the first time, looked different. It was as if, unaided, he couldn't carry the burden any more. There were younger shoulders than his, and perhaps it was time now to call on them to share the task. "I'm an old man, Jenny," he said, as they began to move slowly towards Palisade Walk. "I haven't felt old till lately, but now I'm all done in. I don't suppose I'll ever get a chance to do a day's work again." When she rallied him on this, he told her the story of his day, omitting the old bum incident. He must spare his children that, even if he couldn't have been spared himself. This tale, delivered without emphasis, was more terrible to Jenny than all the pangs of conscience. Had she been but true to the promises made to Mrs. Collingham, she could have said, "Father dear, you'll never have to worry any more." 2 hours earlier, $25,000 had been within her grasp, and she had let it go. All that money, she sighed to herself, and love. But since it would be within her grasp tomorrow, a new thought came to her. The $100 she would ultimately return to Bob need not be in exactly the same bills. There was no reason why she should not use this amount and restore it from the wealth to come. Bob couldn't possibly tell the difference between the paper that made up one sum of $100 and the paper that made up another. She would have preferred to hand it back without touching it, but in view of the family need, fastidiousness was out of place. As they emerged into Palisade Walk and the vast panorama lay below them, she slipped her arm through his. "Daddy," she said caressingly, "what would you say if you saw me with $100? To Josiah it was the kind of question children ask when their imaginations go off on flights. It would have been the same thing had she said 1,000 or 1,000,000. Nevertheless, he replied more gravely than she had expected. "What should I say, my dear? I should say you couldn't have come by it honestly." "Oh, but if I could?" "No use talking about that, my dear, because I know you couldn't. If you had $100, some man would have given it to you. No man would give it to you unless—" He didn't finish the sentence, because she hurried on ahead. He reached her only when she stood still, looking down on the river, to spring the question prepared on second thoughts. "But, Daddy, if I had $100, you'd use it for the taxes, wouldn't you, even if I hadn't got it honestly?" A spasm crossed his face. He laid his hand on her shoulder roughly. She could think of nothing but the stern father of a wayward girl, as she'd seen him pictured in the movies. She hadn't suspected that such dramatic parents existed off the screen. "Jenny, you haven't got $100. Tell me you haven't. Don't let me think that the worst thing of all has overtaken us." Amazed as she was, her feminine quick-wittedness came to her aid. "Oh, are you funny, Daddy?" she laughed, drawing his hand from her shoulder and again slipping it through her arm. "You're not a bit good at making pretend." "Excuse me, my dear," he said humbly as they strolled on once more. "I'm a little nervous. I don't suppose I'll ever get a chance to do a day's work again." Jenny too was a little nervous, though she did her best to hide the fact. She had not expected him to take this tragically moral point of view. It made so many new complications as to her 25,000 that she didn't know where she stood. Her mother might agree with him. Teddy and the girls might agree with her. To act in opposition to them all was outside her sphere of contemplation. Indiana Avenue was indeed not so primitive but that the subject of ladies who chose their own way was frequently under discussion, and Jenny had never heard much condemnation of this liberty, except where the associations were considered low. Where, on the contrary, the situation was on a large financial scale and carried with it a lordly hand, opinion, while not approving, was in a measure deferential. It was no secret that Mrs. Ingalls had a sister, mysteriously known as Mrs. Deramore, whose career had been of the most romantic, and whenever her limousine drove up to the Ingalls' door, as it did perhaps twice a year, all the women crowded to the windows to see the fair occupant get in and out. On one occasion Jenny had heard her mother say to her next-door neighbour, Mrs. Weatherby, "After all, with the kind of world we've got today, why shouldn't she?" Jenny had not thought of herself as a second Mrs. Deramore. She had hardly thought of herself at all. The combination of Hubert, love, and the family deliverance from penury had precluded speculation as to what she might become. She made no attempt to call up this vision even now. The irony of a situation in which she had a small fortune tucked away in the glove and handkerchief box in her top bureau drawer, and yet was helpless to make use of it, was enough for her to deal with. Palisade Walk is protected by a row of small, irregular, upright boulders, like the dragon's teeth. At a spot where a low, flat stone forms a seat between two granite cones, Jennie sat down sidewise to the river to think her situation out. Josiah too came to a standstill, leaning on the stick which lifelong British habit put into his hands whenever he went out of doors, and gazing at a scene whose very mightiness smote him through and through with a sense of his futility. It was a view of New York which few New Yorkers know to exist, and which those who know it to exist mainly ignore. Rio from the Pas d'Escar, Montreal from Mont Royal, Quebec from the St. Lawrence, San Francisco from the Golden Gate, are all of the earth, earthy. Manhattan, as viewed from the Hudson's western bank, is like the city which rose when Apollo sang, or that beheld in the Apocalypse of John. From the dragon's teeth the precipice broke in terraces and shelves, hung with ash, sumac, and stunted oak. Wherever there was a hand's breadth of soil, a dandelion or a violet, a buttercup or a lady fern, nestled in the keeping of the cliff as a bird's nest on a branch. Creepers and vines threw their tangles of tassels down to where the chimneys clustering along the river's brink blackened them with smoke. Small, water-worn docks, sheltering nameless craft, battered, ancient, and grotesque, crept in and out among factories and coal yards, linking up with one another in a line of some 20 miles. Straight as the cut of a knife, the river clove its tremendous gash from Adirondacks to Atlantic, a leaden, shimmering, storied streak, too deep within its bed to catch the westering sunlight. The westering sunlight itself was silvered in the perpetual misty haze hanging over the island like an aureole, through which the city glimmered in mile after mile of gable and spire, of dome and cube, silent, suspended, heavenly. There is nothing in the world like this cloud-built vision garlanded along the sky. No sound breaks from it, no sign of our earth-born life. The steel-blue grey of a gull's wings swooping above the water is gross as compared with its texture. The violet and the lady fern are not so delicate as the substance of its palaces. It might be dream, it might be mirage, it might be the city which came down from God as a bride adorned for her husband. Beginning too far away for the eye to reach, and ending where the gaze can no longer follow, it is immense and yet aerial, a towered, battlemented, mighty thing, yet spun of the ether between the worlds. Though Jennie and her father had looked at this mystic wraith of a city so often that they hardly noticed it any more, they were never free from its ecstatic influence. That is, it moved them to aspirations without suggesting the objective to which they should aspire. Caught in the web of daily circumstance, entangled, enmeshed, helplessly captive amid hand-to-mouth necessities, their thoughts were rarely at liberty to wander from the definite calculation as to how to live. They didn't so wander even now. Even now, lifted up as they were among spiritual splendours, food, clothes, gas, taxes, and the mortgage were the things most heavily on their minds. But something else stirred in them with a sluggish will to live. "Jennie, do you believe in God?" For a minute Jennie gazed sideways at the celestial city in the air and made no answer. Josiah himself hardly knew why he had asked the question, unless it was because of vague new fears as to Jennie's associations. Of these he knew almost as little as the parent bird of its offspring's doing when the young have taken flight. This was the custom of the family, the custom of the country. But he had never been free from misgivings that Jennie's calling of artist's model was not respectable. And now this mention of $100, even though it were but in jest, roused some little-used sense of paternal responsibility. "I don't know that I do," Jennie said at last. She added after another minute's thought, "What's the good of God, anyhow?" "People say he can take you to heaven when you die, or send you to the other place." "I'm not worrying about what will happen when I die. I've got all I can attend to here. Can God help me about that?" It was the test question of Josiah's inner life. His faith stood or fell by it. He would have been glad to tell his child that she could be aided in her earthly problems, but unlike Job, hadn't he himself served God for naught?
"He don't seem able to do that, my dear,"
he sighed, as if the confession of unbelief forced its way out in spite of himself. "Well then," Jennie rose wearily, "what's the use? If God can put me off till I die, I suppose I can put him off in the same way, can't I? Do you believe in him yourself, Daddy?"
"I used to."
And that was all he could say. As the sun sank farther into the west, the celestial city, which had hitherto been of a luminous white, was shot with rose and saffron. Within its heart lay Broadway, Fifth Avenue, Wall Street, and the Bowery, shops, churches, brothels, and banks, all passions, hungers, yearnings, and ambitions, all national tendencies worthy and detestable, all human instincts holy and unclean, all loveliness, all lust, all charity, all cupidity, all secret and suppressed desire, all shameless exposure on the housetops, all sorrow, all sin, all that the soul of man conceives of evil and good. And yet, with no more than these few miles of perspective and this easy play of light translated into beauty, uplifting, unearthly, and ineffable. For a minute longer, Jennie and her father looked on the vision as it melted from glory to glory in this pageantry of sky. Then, with arms linked as before, they turned their backs on it. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. For the next 24 hours, Jennie did her best to suspend the operation of thought. Thought got her nowhere. It led her into so many blind alleys that it made her head ache. She once heard a returned traveller describe his efforts to get out of the labyrinth at Hampton Court, and felt herself now in the same situation. Each way seemed easy till she followed it and found herself balked by a hedge. But the fact that her head ached gave her an excuse for her going to her room and locking herself in. She could thus pull her books from beneath the bed without fear of detection. The points as to which she needed enlightenment being Spires and Lady Hamilton, she went at her task with the avidity of a starving person at sight of food. As to Spires, she was quickly appeased, for her volume on the old churches of Paris had the Sainte-Chapelle as its frontispiece. Now that she had seen the name in print, she was sure of it. Because of being so little taxed, her memory was the more retentive. Every sound that had fallen from Mrs. Collingham's lips was stamped on her mind like a footprint hardened into rock on a bit of untracked soil. Within half an hour she had learned the outlines of the history of the Sainte-Chapelle, and, with some flattering of timid vanity, had grasped the comparison of its strong and exquisite grace with her own personality. But after all, the Sainte-Chapelle was a thing of stone, whereas Lady Hamilton, she loved the name, must have been of flesh and blood. Here too there was a frontispiece, the very Diane of the Frick Gallery to which Mrs. Collingham had referred. Unfortunately, the illustrations were in black and white, so that she could get no adequate idea as to the complexion or the colour of the hair. The face, however, with its bewitching softness, its heavenly archnesses, bore some resemblance to her own. It was a shock to learn that the possessor of so much beauty, the bearer of so melodious a title, had begun life as Emma Lyon, a servant girl. But after all, she reflected, the circumstance only created analogies with herself. There were more analogies still. Emma Lyon had been an artist's model. In an artist's studio she had made the acquaintance of men of lofty station, just as she herself had met Bob. She had loved and been loved. Romney was perhaps her Hubert Ray. Her career had been exciting and dramatic, the friend of a queen, the more than wife of one of the great men of the age. The tragic, miserable death didn't frighten Jennie, since misery and tragedy always stalked on the edge of her experience. She fell asleep amid vast, vague concepts of queens and heroes beset with loves and problems not unlike Jennie Follett's. All through the next day she stilled the working of thought by application to the egoist. She took to it as to a drug. In the intervals of her household duties, or whenever her mind became active over her affairs, she ran to her room to begin again. Comedy is a game played to throw reflections upon social life, and it deals with human nature in the drawing-room of civilized men and women, where we have no dust of the struggling outer world, no mire, no violent clashes, to make the correctness of the representation convincing. She got little farther, since for her purpose this was far enough. She was drugged already, as by dentist's gas. The more she read, the more she felt herself wandering sleepily through realms of dream, where words, as she understood them, had ceased to have significance. So, by sheer force of will, she brought herself to that moment in the afternoon when she stood at the studio door. She hadn't thought, she hadn't, in her own phrase, imagined. She had allowed herself no instant in which to count the cost or to shrink from paying it. Hubert, love, and the family deliverance from poverty would be hers before nightfall, and she meant not to look beyond. She opened the door softly. Before showing herself she stopped and listened. There was not a sound. It was often so if Hubert was painting, and the silence only assured her that if he was there, as he probably was, he was waiting for her alone. He's waiting for her alone, with that look in his eyes, that maddened animal look which she had seen yesterday, so bestial and yet so compelling. Still more softly she moved forward among the studio odds and ends. Then she saw, and stopped. In the Byzantine chair, a nude woman, seated in the manner of the Egyptian cat goddess, was holding up a scowl. Though the woman looked the other way, Jenny could see her as a lovely creature, straight, strong, triumphant, and unashamed. Hubert was painting busily, eagerly. He raised his eyes, saw Jenny as she cowered, took no notice of her at all, and went on with his work. It passed all that she had ever imagined of cruelty, that, as she turned to make her way out again, he should glance up once more and let her go. Hubert, and the woman dressed like that! The woman dressed like that in this intimacy with Hubert! She herself shut out, cast out, sent to the devil! Someone else in her place, when she might so easily have kept it. Jenny's suffering was in the dry and stony stage at which it hardly seemed suffering at all. Yes, it did. She knew it was suffering. Only she couldn't feel. She could think lucidly, and yet put the whole situation away from her for the reason that it would keep. Anguish would keep. Tears would keep. She could postpone everything, since she had all the rest of her life to give to its contemplation. Just for the present, the memory of the woman in the chair, with Hubert looking at her, was so scorching to the mind that she could do nothing but snatch her faculties away from it. Coming to Fifth Avenue and seeing an electric bus stop near the curb, she climbed into it. It was the old story of not knowing where to go or what to do once her simple round of habits had been upset. Snuggled close to a window, she could at least be jolted along without effort of her own, while she still fought off the consciousness of the frightful thing that had happened. It was not merely Hubert and the woman. It was everything. So much was included that she couldn't bear to think of this ruin to her beautiful house of cards. Such wealth and beauty in the shop windows, such streams of people in their new spring clothes. She had heard it said that every heart had its bitterness, but she didn't think that that could be possible. If everyone had a heartache like hers, or even the memory of such a heartache, it would make too monstrous a world, too deplorable a human race. After all, there must be some sense in the presence of mankind on earth, and if all were kicked about and bruised, there would be none. She preferred to think that the people on the pavements and in the limousines were as happy as they looked, and that she alone was selected for bewilderment and pain. She wondered where she was going. There was a ferry far up on the Riverside Drive which would take her across to New Jersey, and thence, by a combination of trolley cars, she could work her way southward to Pemberton Heights. This would consume an hour or more, and so eat up part of the afternoon. What she would do when she arrived home with her dreams all shattered, God alone knew. If she could only have seen her friend, Mrs. Collingham, clinging to that kind hand as she poured out her heart. Just then a huge building came into sight on the left, and with it a new impulse. She had often meant to visit it, though the day never seemed to come. Gussie had once gone to the Metropolitan Museum in company with Sadie Ingalls, since when she had been in the habit of saying that she had as good as taken a trip abroad. Jenny didn't want a trip abroad. She wanted soothing, comforting, affection. She wanted another drop of that experienced womanly sympathy, instinct with kindliness and knowledge of the world, which she had tasted for the first and only time on that blissful afternoon at Collingham Lodge. It was to get nearer to Collingham Lodge that she left the bus to drag herself up the long flight of steps and into the vast, cool hall. There were others going in, chiefly the Slavs and Italians, for whom she felt a legitimate Anglo-Saxon contempt, so that she had nothing to do but to follow them. Then she found herself at the top of another long flight of steps, gazing about her in an awe that soon became an intoxicating sense of beauty. It was Jenny's first approach to beauty on this scale of immensity and variety. It was her first draught of art. Her childhood's poring over Ancient Rome Restored had given her a feeling for line and economy, but she had never dreamed that colour, substance, and texture could be used with this daring, profuse creativeness. Having no ability to seize details, she drifted helplessly up and down aisles of splendour and gleam. Here there were gold and silver, here was a tapestry, here crystal, here enamel. The pictures were endless, endless. She could no more deal with them than with the sunset. Life came to the Scarborough tradition in her as it does to a frozen limb, with distress and yet with an element of ecstasy. A soul that had passed to a higher plane of existence, whom there was no one to welcome and guide, might have ventured timidly into the celestial land, as Jenny among these lovely things outside her comprehension. She came to herself, as it were, on hearing a man's voice say, in a kind of tone and idiom with which she was familiar, "Have you looked at this Cellini now? That's the only authentic bit of Cellini in the United States. There are 6 or 7 other pieces in different museums that people say is Cellini, but there's always a hitch in the proof." Turning, she saw a stocky man in custodian's uniform who was addressing a group of Italians, 2 bareheaded women, 3 children between 10 and 15, and a man. All were interested, all studied the gold shell with its dragon-shaped handle in purplish enamel. They commented, criticised, appraised, even the children pointing out excellencies to one another. When they drifted away, Jenny turned to the kindly Irishman, who by dint of living with beauty had grasped its spirit, and put a hesitating question. She asked him to repeat the name of the goldsmith, pronouncing it after him till she registered it on her mind, as she had that of Lady Hamilton. "Sure there was an artist for you," the custodian went on. "The breed is dead and gone. Hot-tempered fellow, though. Had more mistresses and killed more men than you could count. Should read about him in a book he wrote himself." He looked at Jenny from the corner of an eye, accustomed to size up an individual here and there among the thousands who floated daily through his little domain, apparently finding in her something that merited further favours. "Are you wise to this Memling?" he asked, leading the way to a corner of the wall where hung a small portrait. "There's only 2 other men in the world that could have painted that head, and that's Holbein and Rembrandt. Memling himself never did it, but just that once." Jenny looked, registering Memling's name. It was the head of an elderly man, so living, kindly, and humorous that she loved him. When she turned to her guide, he stood with a smile of curiosity, like that of a mother showing her baby to a friend. "What do you say to that, now?" Jenny said what she could, that it was marvellous, but that she didn't know anything about art. Since he was so kind, she ventured, however, on another question. "Did the museum contain a portrait of Lady Hamilton?" He pursed up his nose. "Not a good one, not a Romney. There was one in Gallery 24, but it was by John Opie, of whom he had no high opinion. In comparison with Romney he thought Opie big and coarse, but since there was nothing better to be seen, Jenny might choose to glance at this second-rate specimen. And I'll tell you another thing," he went on confidentially.
You're not used to looking at pictures and such like, are you now?" Jennie said she was not. "Well then, go to Gallery 24. Find your Opie, which you'll see hanging over one of the doors, and don't look at anything else. You'll have seen all you can absorb in one day. Come back tomorrow, or any other time, and come straight to me. You'll find me here, and I'll tell you what to look at next. But don't take more today than you can enjoy." He walked with her till she reached the boundary of his realm. "You look like a girl that have an eye and a taste for beauty. You don't find them often among Americans, and when you do it's a godsend. Poles, Jews, Russians, yes. When the French and Italian officers was in New York, their eyes did fairly eat the museum up. But Americans, they don't know and they don't want to know, not 1 in 100,000. Well, good day to you and good luck. I'm always here, and I'm just the one to tell you which is the things to pick out." But by the time she discovered her Lady Hamilton, she had only the courage to note listlessly that the hair was somewhat the colour of her own, not chestnut, not russet, not copper, not red gold, but perhaps a combination of them all. She had reached her limitations unexpectedly. The tide she had dammed had burst its barriers and rushed in on her. She sank to a chair in the middle of the almost empty room, her eyes blinded by sudden tears. Hubert was still with that woman. The woman was perhaps resting now, and they were talking. She would be so much at her ease that she would talk without taking the trouble to throw her wrap round her. Hubert too would be at ease, preferring her without her wrap rather than with it. In vain she reminded herself that the situation was one to which an artist was accustomed. She hadn't been in a studio for a year without learning that much, though she got no comfort from it now. No comfort was possible with the vision of this naked magnificence seared on her memory. Hubert had let her come without a welcome and go without a protest. He was probably glad when she went, so that he might be alone with this wanton who didn't know shame. In the end she saw but one course before her. She would make the best of Bob. To do so would mean that Bob would be disinherited by his ogre of a father. But with Mrs. Collingham's aid a counteracting influence might be found. Moreover, she could thus return home, confess herself Bob's wife, and offer the $100 to her father as cash lawfully her own. Life would be simplified in this way, even though happiness were dead. She was the last of the commuting family to reach the house that evening, and on crossing the threshold was greeted with a sense of cheer. It did not mean much to her at first, for, with the optimism of her hand-to-mouth existence, a sense of cheer was the last thing the family ever abandoned. She herself cast all outward air of trouble away from her on opening the door, because it was in the tradition. Her father was seated, quietly smoking his pipe, which he had not done for the past week or more. Gussie held the middle of the floor, her arms extended in a serpentine wave, humming a dance tune and practising the step. To mark the rhythm, Gladys was clapping her hands with a slow tom-tom beat. Pansy alone stood apart, blinking and unresponsive, as if for reasons of her own she considered this mirth ill-timed. "Look, Jen," Gladys giggled as her eldest sister passed down the room. "This is the new thing at the Washington. Gus has got it so you wouldn't know her from Sam Marine himself." Jennie went on to the kitchen, where, as she expected, her mother was getting the supper, and did her best to be nonchalant. "Hello, Mamma. What's the good work? What makes everyone so gay?" Lizzie looked up, a cover in one hand and a spoon in the other. Her face was so radiant that Jennie was still more mystified. "Oh, Jennie, darling, your father has the money. He can make the payment tomorrow, and everything will come right." So Jennie's plans recoiled upon herself. She meant to tell her mother here and now that for 4 days past she had been Bob Collingham's wife and had $100 in her top bureau drawer. Her mother was to tell her father, and her father Teddy and the girls. But now, well, what would be the use? By keeping her secret, she might put off inevitable fate a little longer. "Who lent it?" Jennie asked, after she had chosen her line of action. "Nobody. That's the wonderful part of it. It's $150 Teddy has earned." "Earned? How?" "Selling bonds for a man he knows. He doesn't want anything said about it because it's what he calls on the side.
If the house knew of it, that he was working in off times for someone else, he might lose his job. But oh, Jennie, isn't it wonderful? Jennie thought it wonderful for other reasons than Teddy's glory and the peace of the family mind. It was less easy to renounce Hubert than it had been an hour or two earlier. If he snapped his fingers, she had said to herself, while crossing the ferry, she would run to him like a dog, in spite of everything. And if she did it, she wanted to be free from the complications that must ensue if she were to proclaim herself Bob's wife. Having assented to her mother's praise of Teddy, she went back through the living-room and on upstairs to take off her hat and coat. Near the top of the stairs, the door of the bathroom opened suddenly, and Teddy appeared in his shirt-sleeves. There being nothing unusual in that, she was about to say, "Hello, Ted," and ascend the few remaining steps to her room. But seeing her moving upward in the dim hall light, Teddy started back within the bathroom, and with a movement he couldn't control, slammed the door noisily. The action was so odd that she called out to him, "It's only me, Goose. What's the matter with you? Have you got the jumps?" The door opened, and Teddy reappeared, grinning sheepishly. I didn't have my coat on," was the only explanation he could find. "Dear, dear," Jennie threw over her shoulder as she passed into her own room. "We've got terribly modest all of a sudden, haven't we?" But weeks later, she recalled this lame excuse. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. During the next few days, Ray snapped his fingers twice, and on each occasion Jennie ran to him like a dog, as she had foreseen she would. The first time was in response to a telegram. The telegram said simply, "Studio, Thursday, 3 p.m. There was no signature, but Jennie knew what it meant. By 1 o'clock she was dressing feverishly. By 2 she had said good-bye to her mother and was on her way. She was not thinking of her $25,000 now, or of any offering up of herself. Her one objective was to drive that woman from the Byzantine chair so that Hubert shouldn't look at her again. But she had not got out of Indiana Avenue on her way to the trolley car when something happened which had never happened in her life before. She received another telegram, the second in one day. The messenger boy, who was a neighbour's son, had hailed her from across the street. "Hello, Jennie. Are you Miss Jane Scarborough Follett? That's a name and a half, ain't it?" Her first thought was that Hubert was wiring to put her off because he wanted the other woman after all. Her second, that he had already addressed her as Miss Jennie Follett, and she doubted if he knew her full baptismal name. Only in one connection had it been used of late, and that recollection made her tremble. The message, too, was unsigned, and being so, it puzzled her. "Always close to you in spirit, and loving you." That wasn't like Hubert, and Bob was on the sea. She walked slowly, reading it again and again, till her eyes caught the address in a corner. Havana. She remembered then that the Demerara was to touch at that port, and understood. Crushing the telegraphic slip into the bottom of her handbag, she made her way to the square and took her place in the car. As she jolted down the face of the cliff, she wished that this message hadn't come till after her return from the studio. Then it wouldn't have mattered. It would have been too late to matter. Not that it mattered now, only that the way in which Bob expressed himself made her feel uneasy. Always close to you in spirit. She didn't want him to be close to her in any way, but in spirit least of all. Latterly she had heard Mrs. Weatherby, a convert to some school of new thought, discourse on the unreality of separations and the bridging power of spirit. And while these ideas made no appeal to her, they endued Bob's telegram with a ghostly creepiness. If he was close to her in spirit on an errand like the present one... So she turned back from the very studio door. She couldn't go in. She couldn't so much as put her hand on the knob. Knowing that Hubert was within a few yards of her, eager to be hers as she was to be his, she crept guiltily down the stairs. She cried all night from humiliation and repentance. It was as if Bob had laid a spell on her. Unless she could break it, her life would be ruined. But the opportunity to break it came no later than the very next day. Chancing to look out into Indiana Avenue, she saw Hubert scanning number 11 from the other side of the street. He must indeed want to see her, since he had taken this journey into the unknown. Picking up a sunshade, she went out and spoke to him. He refused to come in, but begged her to take a little walk. "Jenny, what's your game?" he asked roughly, as they sauntered down the avenue toward the edge of the cliff. "Why don't you come to the studio when I ask you? What are you afraid of?" "I did come the other day, but—" "Why didn't you stay? I thought you would. Brasso wouldn't have minded it, and you could have seen how the thing is done." "What's the good of seeing how it's done when you've got someone else?" "But good Lord, Jenny, this is not the only picture of the kind I shall ever paint. Even if I go on using Emma for this, I shall want you for another one, and I'm not sure that I shall go on using Emma. Do you see?" She was so perturbed that she launched on a question without knowing what she meant to ask. "Isn't she?" "Oh, she's all right as far as the figure goes. Features coarse, not a bit what I'm trying to get. Have to keep toning down and modifying to give her the spiritual look that you've got, Jenny, to throw away. I keep thinking of you all the time I'm doing it. Look here, if you'll come tomorrow, I'll pay Brasshead off and you shall have the job." By the time they reached Palisade Walk, the business was settled on a business basis. Not once did he depart from the professional side of the affair, and not once did she allude to the scene in her dressing-room. But what was understood, not less certain if its being by passionate mental vibration, without a word or a glance or a pressure of the hand. But the next day, as Jenny was leaving the house to keep her appointment, Josiah, who had gone out as usual to look for work, had dragged himself home and fainted at the door. "I'm all in," he mumbled on his return to consciousness. "I don't suppose I shall ever get a chance to do a day's work again." Jenny was so much alarmed that she forgot to telephone her inability to go to the studio till after her father had been put to bed and the doctor had come and gone. "Oh, it's all right," Hubert had said listlessly. "I didn't expect you. I knew that if it wasn't one excuse, it would be another." "But I will come," Jenny had interrupted tearfully. "Do just as you like about that. Emma's here, and as you're so uncertain, I've decided to go on and finish the picture without making a change." He put up the receiver on saying this, so that Jenny was left all in the air with her love and her distress. When Teddy appeared that evening, it was she who told him of their father's breakdown. "The doctor says it's worry," she explained, "and lack of nutrition. He says he must stay in bed a week, and we've got to feed him up and not let him worry again." Teddy's face grew longer and longer. "Then we'll have to have more money." "You poor Ted, yes. But then you're making money on the side, aren't you?" Reminding himself, as he did 100 times a day, that Nicholson had had 5 years in which to get away with it, Teddy passed on upstairs to his father's bedside. "It's all right, Dad," he tried to smile. "Don't you worry, I'm here. I'll take care of Ma and the girls. You just make your mind easy and give yourself up to getting well." Jenny's attendance at the studio was thus put out of the question for many days, and in the meantime she had a letter posted at Havana. Fearing that it would come and attract attention in the family, she watched the postman getting it one morning before breakfast. Bob wrote, "There is a love so big and strong and sure that separations mean nothing to it, because it fills the world. That's my kind of love, Jenny darling. You can't get out of it. I can't get out of it, even if we would. At this very minute I'm sailing and sailing, but I'm not being carried farther away from you. The love in which you and I are now leading our lives is wider than the great big circle made by the horizon. Don't forget that, dear. I'm always with you. Love doesn't recognize distance. Love isn't physical or geographical. It's force, power, influence. I love you so much that I know I can keep you safe even though I'm on the other side of the world. I can't fend troubles away from you, worse luck, but I can carry you through them. I know that till I come back you'll be having a hard time. But my love will hang round you like an enchanted cloak, and nothing will really get at you. You're always wearing that cloak, Jenny. You always walk with it about you."
While Jenny was reading this, Edith Collingham, at breakfast at Murillo Park, was springing a question on her father. She sprang it at breakfast because it was the only time she was sure of seeing him alone. "Father, how far are children obliged to marry or not to marry in deference to their parents' wishes? And how far have fathers and mothers the right to interfere?" Dauphin, who was on his haunches near his master's knee, removed himself to a midway position between the two ends of the table, as if he felt that in the struggle he perceived to be coming, he couldn't throw his influence with either side. Through the open window, Max could be seen in perpetual motion on the lawn, yet pausing every 2 minutes to look wistfully down the avenue in the hope of some loved approach. Without answering at once, Collingham tapped an egg with a spoon. The broaching of so personal a question between one of his children and himself was something new. It had been an established rule in the household that, however free the intercourse between the boy and the girl and their mother, the approach to their father was always indirect. Junior had made it her lifelong part to explain the children to their father and the father to his children, but rarely to give them a chance of explaining themselves to each other. Collingham had acquiesced in this for the reason that the duties of a parent were not those for which he felt himself, in his own phrase, specially cut out. The duties for which he did feel himself cut out were those that had to do with the investment of money. On this ground he spoke with authority. He was original, intuitive, inspired. When it came to a flair for the stock which was selling today at 50 and which tomorrow would be worth 500, he belonged to the Illuminati. This being the highest use of intelligence known to man, he felt it his duty to specialize in it, to the exclusion of everything else. As already hinted, there were two Collinghams. There was the natural man, a kindly, generous fellow who would never have made a big position in the world, and there was the other Collingham, standardized to the accepted, forceful American businessman pattern, and who, now that he was 60-odd, was the Collingham who mainly had the upper hand. Mainly, but not completely. The natural Collingham often made timid attempts to speak, and had to be stifled. He was being stifled, while the standardized Collingham tapped his egg. It was the pupil of Junior, Bickley, and the business world who finally sought to gain time by asking a counter-question. "What do you want to know for?" Edith was prepared for this. "Because I may make a marriage that you and Mother wouldn't like, and I think it possible that Bob may do the same." Whatever the natural Collingham might have said to this, the man who had been evolved from him could have but one response. People who act on their own responsibility should be prepared to go the whole hog. Edith sipped her coffee while she worked out the significance of this. "Does that mean that you wouldn't give us any money?" "Rather that, being so extremely independent, you wouldn't ask for it." "Oh, ask for it, no, and yet—" "You think I ought to hand it out?" "I was thinking rather of a kind of noblesse oblige." "In which all the noblesse must be mine?" "Not exactly that. In which perhaps the noblesse should be ours. Even if I should marry a poor man, I can't help being a Collingham, a member of a family with large ideas, and a large way of living." "Yes, but you see, you'd be giving them up." "You can't give up what's been bred into you. And in my case I should be bringing the man—you must let me say it, Dad—I should be bringing the man I love so little." "He's probably counting on a great deal. Poor men who marry rich men's daughters generally do." "I was going to say that while he'd be giving me so much, all I could offer him would be money, and if I didn't bring that—" "Well, go on." "If I didn't bring that, I should feel so humiliated before him." He affected an ignorance which was not a fact. "Who is this paragon, anyhow?" "I thought Mother might have told you. It's Mr. Ayling." "Oh, that teacher fellow." "He's more than that, Dad. He's a professor in one of our greatest universities. He's a writer beginning to be recognized as having ideas. He has a position of his own." "Yes, but only an intellectual one." She raised her eyebrows. "Only?" He straightened himself and prepared for business. "Look here, Edith, don't kid yourself. An intellectual position in this country is no position at all. The American people have no use for the intellectual, and they've made that plain." She could hardly express her amazement.
Why, Dad, there's no country in the world where people go in more for education, where there are more men who go to colleges, yes, to fit them for making money, not to turn them into highbrows. You must have a spade to dig a garden, but it's the garden you're proud of, not the spade. And the very president of the country is what you call an intellectual man, but that's a bit of chance. He's not president because he was a college professor, but because he was a politician. If he hadn't been a politician, something that the country values, he'd still be rotting in some 2x3 university. Listen, Edith, he emphasized his point by the movement of his forefinger. We've a rule in business which is the test of everything. So long as you stick to it, you can't go wrong in your estimates. The value of a thing is as much money as it will bring. You know the value of the intellectual in American eyes the minute you think of what the American people is willing to pay for it. You say your intellectual man has a position of his own. Well, you can see how big the position is by what he earns. He doesn't earn enough decently to support a wife, and so long as the American people have anything to say to it, he never will. You can box the whole compass of fellows who live by their wits, teachers, writers, journalists, artists, musicians, clergymen, and the whole tribe of them. We don't want them in this country, except as you want a spade and a hoe in your tool house. When they try to get in, we starve them out. And Collingham as you are, once you've married this feather, you'll go with your gang. He pushed back his chair and rose. That's all I've got to say. Think it over. As he passed out through the French window to the terrace beyond, he snapped his fingers. Dauphin, come along. But perhaps for the first time in his life, Dauphin didn't immediately follow him. Instead, he went first to Edith, laying his long nozzle in her lap. For 5 or 10 minutes, as Collingham smoked his morning cigar while visiting the stables, the garage, and the kitchen garden, the natural man tried to raise his voice. Why didn't you say, marry your man, Edith, my child, and I'll give you 10,000 a year? Poor little girl. This first Collingham went on. She's so frank and true and high-spirited. You've made her unhappy when you could so easily have made her glad. You said what any other American father in your position would have said, the pupil of Bickley and Junior argued on the other side. True, you've made her unhappy, but young people often have to be made unhappy in order that the foolish dictates of their heart may be repressed. There are millions of people all over the world whose lives would have been spoiled if such early emotional impulses hadn't been thwarted. And after all, it was true that the intellectual was not respected. The public pretended that it was, but when it came to the test of social and financial reward, the only rewards there were, the pretence was apparent. There were no intellectual people at Morello Park. There were none whom he, Collingham, knew in business. There were men with brains, but to distinguish them from the intellectual, they were described as brainy. Edith, as the wife of an intellectual man, would be self-destroyed, and it was his duty as her father to stop, if he could, that self-destruction. By the time he reached the point in his morning ritual which brought him to Junior's bedside, he was standardized again, even though it was with a bleeding heart. He could more easily suffer a bleeding heart than he could the fear of not being an efficient man of business. "What use have you had for the 25,000 I've paid into your account?" he asked before he kissed her good-bye. She concealed her anxiety that so many days had passed without a sign from Jennie under an air of nonchalance. "No use as yet, but I expect to have. I shall let you know when the time comes." But no sign could come from Jennie, for the reason that her father died in mid-July, and during the intervening weeks she was tied to his bedroom. As the eldest daughter and the only one at home, all her other functions were absorbed in those of nurse. Luckily there was money in the house, for Teddy had been successful in his efforts on the side, and Bob continued to transmit small sums to herself, which she added to the $100 in the top bureau drawer. Bob, Hubert, Collingham Lodge, her ambition, and her love became unreal and remote as she watched the setting of the sun to which her being had been turned. In the eyes of others, Josiah might be feeble and a failure, but to Teddy and his sisters he was their father, the pivot of their lives, the nearest thing to a supreme being they had known. Lizzie's grief was different. Her heart didn't ache because he was dying. Life having become what it was, he was better dead. If she could have died herself, she would have gone to her rest gladly, had it not been for the children. For their sake, she remained sweet, calm, active, brewing and baking, sweeping and cleaning, sitting up at night with Josiah while they were asleep, and hiding the fact that instead of a heart, she felt nothing within her but a stone. Her grief was not for Josiah. It was for the futility of the best things human beings could bring to life. Honesty, industry, thrift, devotion, ambition, and romance had been the qualifications with which Josiah Follett and Lizzie Scarborough had faced the world, and this was the best the world could do with them. It isn't as if we ever faltered or refused or turned aside, she mused to herself as she hurried from one task to another. We've been absolutely faithful. We've had pluck in the face of every discouragement, and eaten ashes as if it were bread. And in the end, we come to this. It makes no difference that we didn't deserve it. We get it just the same. Josiah's wanderings, as his mind grew feebler, turned forever round one central theme. A job, to be allowed to work, to have a chance to earn a living. It was his kingdom of heaven, his forgiveness of sins, his paradise of God. In the middle of the night he would open his eyes and say, "I've got a job, Lizzie, 50 a week." "Yes, yes," Lizzie would say, drawing the sheet about his shoulders. "Yes, yes, you'll go to town in the morning. Now turn over, dear, and go to sleep again." These excitements were generally in the small hours of the morning. By day he was less cheerful. "I'm all in, Jenny, darling," he would say then. "I don't suppose I'll ever get a chance to do a day's work again." But one hot afternoon in the middle of July he woke from a long sleep with a look that startled her. Jenny had never seen the approach of death, but now that she did, she knew it could be nothing else. He had simply rolled over on his back, staring upward with eyes that had become curiously glassy and sightless. Jenny ran to the head of the stairs. "Mamma, Mamma, come quick." He said nothing till Lizzie had reached the bedside. Though he didn't move his head or look towards her, he seemed to know that she was there. "Here's Mother, Lizzie." He raised his hands while a look of glad surprise stole over his face. "There's a country," he stammered on brokenly. "No, it isn't a country. It's like a town. They're working. They've got work for me, and they've never fired." The hands fell, but the look of glad surprise was only shut out of sight by the coffin lid. Teddy paid for the lot in the cemetery, as well as the other expenses of the funeral, within a week of his father's death. "Now I'm through," he said to himself with a long sigh of relief. "You darling Ted," was Jenny's commendation. "You must have given Mamma $500 at least. Now I hope you'll be able to save a little for yourself." At the bank, Teddy's younger colleagues were sympathetic, Lobley especially doing him kindly little turns. He asked him to supper one evening at a restaurant where they talked of marksmanship, at which Teddy had been proficient in the Navy. He was out of practice now, he said, to which Lobley had replied that it was a pity. He, Lobley, had an automatic pistol, illegally, at home, and if Teddy would like to borrow it, he could soon bring himself back to his old form. Teddy did so like, and went back to Pemberton Heights with the things secreted on his person. It went with him to the bank next day, and every day. For Teddy had begun to notice symptoms to which one less keenly suspicious would be blind. Nothing was ever said of money missing, and no hint thrown out that he himself was not trusted as before. He had nothing to go on except that Mr. Brunt became more taciturn than ever, and once or twice he thought he was being watched. The eyes of Jackman, the principal house detective, wandered often towards him, and twice he, Teddy, had seen Jackman in conference with Flynn. "They'll never get me alive," was his inner consolation, though immediate suicide suggested itself as an alternative, and flight, disappearance, an absolute blotting out was a third expedient. Yet nothing was sure, nothing was even remotely sure. By becoming too jumpy he might easily give himself away, Nicholson had had 5 years. In 2 years, in one, Teddy meant to be square with the bank again. But one afternoon, as he emerged into Broad Street on his way home, Jackman and Flynn were talking together on the opposite pavement. The boy jumped back, though not before he saw Jackman make a sign to Flynn which said as plainly as words, "There he is now." To Teddy it was the end of the world. All the past, all the future, merged into this single second of terror. He looked across at them. They looked across at him. There was a degree of confession in the very way in which his blanched face stared at them through the intervening crowds. Jackson's lips formed 6 syllables, emphasized by a nod and a lifting of the brows. "That's the guy, all righty," were the words Teddy practically heard. Like a startled wild thing, he had but one impulse, to run. Actual running in Broad Street at that hour of the day being out of the question, he dived into the procession mounting towards Wall Street, ducking, dodging, pushing, almost knocking people down, and mad with fear. "They'll never get me alive," he was saying to himself. But how in that crowd to find space in which to turn the pistol to his heart already puzzled him. At the corner of Wall Street he summoned courage to look over his shoulder. They might not be after him. If not, it would prove a false alarm, such as he had had before. But there they were, Jackman scrambling laboriously up the other side of Broad Street, and Flynn crossing it, picking his way among the vans and motor cars. Like a frightened rabbit, Teddy scurried on again, meaning to gain Nassau Street and somehow double on his tracks. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. But Teddy did not double on his tracks in Nassau Street, for the reason that, in again looking over his shoulder, he saw that Flynn had taken one side of that thoroughfare and Jackman the other. They were burly men who moved heavily, while he, in spite of his stocky build, glided in and out among the pedestrians with the agility of a squirrel. He was putting distance between himself and them, and 5 minutes leeway would be enough for him. All he needed was the space and privacy in which to shoot himself. At the corner of John Street he turned to the left and made toward Broadway. They would expect him to do this, his chief hope being that among the homing swarms they would already have lost sight of him. His mind was not working. He was not looking ahead, even over the few minutes he had still to live. All his instincts were fused into the fear of the hand of the law on his person. It was like Jennie's terror of the hand of a man she didn't love, a frenzy for physical sanctity stronger than the fear of death. At the same time, he couldn't run the risk of being more noticeable than the majority of people going his way. As he pushed and dodged, a young man whom he had jostled called out, in ironic good humour, "Say, is the cop after you?" At which Teddy almost lost his head. He expected a crowd to gather, and 3 or 4 men to hold him by the arms till Jackman and Flynn came up. But nothing happened. The protesting young man was lost in the scramble, and he, Teddy, found himself in Broadway. Paying no heed to the jam of streetcars, lorries, private cars, and motor trucks, he dashed into the interlaced streams of traffic. He dashed and was held up. He dashed again and was held up a second time. He was held up a third time, a fourth, and a fifth. With every spurt of 2 or 3 feet, cries warned him and curses startled him. "Say, sonny, your ma must have lost you," came from a jocose chauffeur, beside whose machine Teddy had been brought to a halt. "I damn well like to run over you," shouted the driver of a van who had narrowly escaped doing it. Teddy wished he had. If he could only be sure of being killed, it might have been the easiest way out. Reaching the opposite pavement, he had time to see that Jackman had crossed lower down, and more easily than he, and was lumbering towards him from the downtown direction. Jackman could have shouted to the passers-by to lay hold of Teddy, only that, from a distance and among such numbers, he couldn't indicate his victim. Being younger than Flynn and of lighter build, he could move in his own way almost with Teddy's rapidity. The boy didn't dare to run, because the action would have marked him out, but he started again on his snake-like gliding between pedestrians. He must gain some doorway, some cellar, some hole of any sort, in which to draw his pistol. He would have drawn it there and then, only that 100 hands would have seized him. All at once he saw the open portal of a great mercantile building, leading to a vast interior with which he was familiar. There were several exits and many floors. Once he had turned in here, he could cross the scent. In he went, with scores who were doing likewise, passing scores who were coming out. His first intention was to avoid the conspicuous exit towards Day Street and make for the less obvious one into Fulton Street. But in doing that he passed a line of some 20 lifts, of which one was about to close its door. He slipped into it like a hare into its warren. The door clanged, the lift moved upward with an oily speed. Among his companions he was hot, flurried, breathless, and yet not more so than any other young clerk who had been doing an errand against time. There were nearly 30 floors, and he got off at the 23rd. He chose the 23rd so as not to get off too soon, and yet not to call attention to himself by remaining in the lift when most of its occupants had left it. The floor was spacious and almost empty. A few people were waiting for a lift to take them down. A few were going in and out of offices, but otherwise he had the place to himself. Mechanically he walked to a window and looked out. He seemed to be up in the sky, with only the tops of a few giant cubes on a level with himself. Skyscrapers, they were called, and skyscrapers they seemed up here even more than down below. The tip of the great city, the stretches of the bay, the green slopes of Staten Island, and the far-off colossal woman with a torch were all within his vision, with the oblique strip that was Broadway a tiny, ugly gash in which bacteria were squirming, deep down and cutting across the foreground. Except for the dull roar that came up and the clang of an occasional footstep along the hallways, it was so still and pleasant that the need to shoot himself seemed for the minute less insistent. It would have to be done sooner or later, but when it comes to suicide, even a few minutes' respite is something. He could have done the thing right there and then by the window, where the few people within hearing would have run to him at sound of the shot. If the shot didn't kill him, they would keep him from firing another. Publicity, distasteful in itself, might lead to ineffectuality. He must find a lavatory, and so began walking up and down the corridors, looking at doors discreetly placed in corners. When he came to his objective, it was locked. Again it was reprieve. The same door would be on other floors, but he was not ready for the moment to forsake his shelter. It was true that at any minute Flynn and Jackman might emerge from the lift, but there were nearly 30 chances that if they had followed him so closely they would not select this landing. Even more were the chances that they had not seen him slip into the building at all. Fevered and thirsty, he stooped to drink at the fountain crowning the head of a little bronze woman with a pair of dolphins on her shoulders. She seemed to be of Maya type, and a uniformed guardian had once told him that a great modern sculptor had moulded her. With the difference in dolphins, she was repeated on every floor, forever diademed in water. Teddy's mind had so far suspended operation as to his immediate plight that he went back to the morning, 7 or 8 months previously, when an errand from Mr. Brunt had brought him into the great ground-floor atrium, revealing the Basilica Julia, or the Basilica Emilia, of ancient Rome restored right there in Lower Broadway. Simplicity, immensity, the awesome beauty of mere form. The wide spaces, the mighty columns, the tempered white light of majestic Roman windows. The absence of striving for effect. The peace, the restfulness, the cheerfulness, when striving for effect are abandoned, dwarfing the magnitude of crowds, and reducing their ebbings and flowings to mere vanity. Like Jennie with her emotions, like Pansy with her intuitions, Teddy had no words for these impressions. But the Scarborough tradition, nursed on Ancient Rome Restored, vibrated to their music. And here I am, trapped like a rat in a hole. So he came back to it. He wondered if he were awake. Was it possible that 10 or 15 minutes could have transformed him from a hard-working, home-loving boy into a fugitive who had no choice left but to shoot himself? As for facing the disgrace, he did not consider it. To stand before his mother, charged with theft, even if it was on her behalf, was not to be thought of. He couldn't do it. There was an end to it. Still less could he go through the other incidentals, handcuffs, a cell, the court, the sentence, Bitterwell, and the lifetime that would come after his release. He could put the pistol to his heart, and, if necessary, he could burn in hell, if there was a hell. But he couldn't do the other thing. And yet, to put the pistol to his heart and burn in hell formed a lamentable choice on their side. "I'm not a thief," he protested inwardly. "I took the money. How could I help it with Dad sick and Ma at the end of everything? But I'm not a thief." He was sure of that. It became a formula not perhaps of comfort, but of justification. Had he been a thief, he told himself, he could have faced the music. But it was precisely because he had taken money while preserving his inner probity that he refused to be judged by the standards of men. Once more, he couldn't express it in this way to himself, but it was the conclusion to which his instincts leaped. Only one tribunal could discern between the good and evil in his case, so he was resolved to go before it. In a quiet corner, he began to cry. He was only a boy, with a boy's facility of emotion, especially of distress. He cried at the thought of his mother and the girls, with no one to fend for them, and no Teddy coming home in the evenings. It was true that, apart from his filchings, he had been able to fend for them only to the extent of 18 per, but there was always a chance of better days ahead. Even at the worst of times, they had a good deal of fun among themselves, and now his mother would be in the kitchen, beginning to get supper, and each of the girls would be making her way back to Indiana Avenue. Pansy's dog clock would tell her when to watch for them, and the loving little creature would be eyeing the door, ready to welcome each of them in turn. If she had a preference, it was for himself, and the feeling of her gentle paws against his shin was connected with the tenderest things he knew. No, it wasn't possible. He couldn't be skied on that 23rd floor, unable to come down, unable to go home. It must be a nightmare. Such things didn't happen. He was Teddy Follett, a good boy at heart, with an honourable record in the Navy. He'd never meant to steal, but what could he do? The money was there, to be stacked in the vaults of Collingham and Law's, not to be touched for months, very likely, and the home needs imperative. He couldn't see his father and mother turned out of house and home because they couldn't pay their taxes. It was not in common sense. Nothing was in common sense. That he should be dragged into court, that his mother should break her heart, that shame would be showered on his sisters, was ridiculous. Somewhere in the universe there was a great big principle that was on his side, though he didn't know what it was. What he did know was that crying was unmanly. Sopping up his tears and trying not to think, he jumped into the first lift that stopped and got out at floor 11. There he went straight to the lavatory, which he now knew how to place, and once more found the door locked. Though again it was reprieve almost unwelcome. The first passing lift was going upward, and so he ascended to floor 17. Here again the lavatory was locked, as it was on floors 19 and 25, both of which he tried. He began to understand that they were locked according to a principle, and that for those seeking privacy in which to shoot themselves, they offered no resource. Moreover, offices were closing and the great building emptying itself rapidly. The rush was all to the lifts going downward. He too must go downward. To be found skulking in corridors where he had no business would expose him to suspicion. After nearly an hour spent above, he descended to the atrium, where Flynn and Jackman might be watching the cages disgorge, knowing that in time he must appear from one of them. But he walked out without interference. A far hint of twilight was deepening the atmosphere round the heads of the great columns, and the waning sunshine spoke of workers seeking rest. Streams of men and women, mostly young, were setting toward each of the exits, to Broadway, to Fulton Street, to Day Street, and he had only to drop into one of them. He chose that toward Day Street, finding himself in the open air, in full exercise of his liberty. Once more it was hard to believe that there was a difference between this day and other days. It would have been so natural to go to the gym for a plunge or a turn with the foils, and then home to supper. He discussed with himself the possibility of a last night with the family, recoiling only from the fact that it was precisely there that they would look for him. Much reading of criminal annals had printed that detail on his brain. The poor wretch torn from the warm shelter of his home, with his wife's arms round him and the baby sleeping in the cradle. There was no wife or baby in this case, but to have the thing happen to himself, with his mother and the girls vainly trying to stay the course of the law, would be worse than going to the chair. He was in the uptown subway with no outward difference between himself and the scores of other young men scanning the evening papers. Because he didn't know what else to do, he got out at Chambers Street. He got out at Chambers Street because there was a ferry there which would take him over to New Jersey. He went over to New Jersey because it was his habit at this hour of the day, and to follow his habit somehow preserved his sanity. To be on the same side of the river as his home was a faint, futile consolation. And while on the ferryboat, a new idea came to him. In the Erie station he should find a telephone booth from which he could ring up his mother and inform her that he was not to be home that night. Though it would do no good in the end, it would at least save her from immediate alarm. Flynn and Jackman were unknown by face to the family, and if they rang at the door in search of him, they would probably not tell their tale. Before he reached the other side, he had concocted a story of which his only fear was as to his ability to tell it on the wire without breaking down. It was a bit of good luck to be answered by Gladys, whom he could bluff more easily than the rest of them. "Hello, Gladys, this is Ted. Tell Ma I'm in Paterson and shall not get home tonight or tomorrow night." He could hear Gladys calling into the interior of the house. "Well, what do you know about that? Ted's at Paterson and not coming home tonight or tomorrow night." Into the receiver she said, "But Ted, what do they say at the bank?" "Oh, I may not go back to the bank. This is a new job. You remember the fellow I was working for on the side? Well, he's put me into this, and perhaps I'm going to make money." "Oh, Ted!" Gladys called delightedly. "How many plunks?" It isn't a salary," he stammered. I may be in the firm. Tomorrow I may have to go to Philadelphia. Tell Ma not to worry and not to miss me. I'll try to call up from Philadelphia, but if I can't, well, anyway, give my mouth to Ma and everybody, and if I'm not home the day after tomorrow, don't think anything about it." He put up the receiver before Gladys could ask any more questions, and felt ready to cry again. In order not to do that, he walked out of the station into the street, where the presence of the crowds compelled him to self-control. Having nothing to do and nowhere to go, he walked on and on, getting some relief from his desolation by the mere fact of movement. So he walked and walked and walked, headed vaguely towards the outskirts of the town. There were vast marshes there into which he could stray and be lost. The rank grasses in this early August season were almost as high as his shoulders, so that he could lie down and be beyond all human ken. His body might not be found for weeks, might never be found at all. Teddy Follett would simply disappear, his fate remaining a mystery. Towards 7 o'clock the shabby suburbs began to show their primrose-coloured lights, a twinkle here, a twinkle there, stringing out in longer streets to scatter bits of garland. Teddy felt hungry. Counting his money and finding that he had $2.31, he was sorry not to be able to transmit the $2 to his mother. Growing more and more hungry, and knowing he must keep up his nerve, he spied a little bread and pastry shop just where the houses were thinning out and the marshes invading the town, as the ocean invaded the marshes. On entering, he asked for 2 tongue sandwiches and half a dozen doughnuts. The woman who wrapped up the sandwiches and dropped the doughnuts into a paper bag was an English-speaking foreigner of the Scandinavian type, blonde, dumpy, with a row of bad teeth and piercing blue eyes. As she performed her task, she seemed not to take her eyes from off him, though her smile was kind, and she called his attention to the fact that she was giving him 7 doughnuts for his 6. "You don't live round here?" she asked, in counting out the change for his $1. "No, just going up the road." "Well, call again," she said politely, as he took his parcels and went out. Having eaten his 2 sandwiches, he felt better, in the sense of being stronger and more able to face the thing that had to be done. He was not quite out on the marshes, the long, flat road cutting straight across them to the nearest little town. The lights were rarer, but still there were lights, their saffron growing more and more luminous as the colours of the sunset paled out. An occasional motor passed him, but never a man on foot. He could have turned in anywhere, and perhaps for that reason he put off doing so.
It would be easier, he argued, to shoot himself after dark. It was not dark as yet, only the long August gloaming. Moreover, the tramping was a relief, soothing his nerves and working off some of his horror. He wished he could go on with it, on and on, into the unknown, where he would be beyond recognition. But that was just where the trouble was. For the fugitive from justice, recognition always lay in wait. He had often heard his father say that in the banking business you could get away with a thing for years and years, and yet recognition would spring on you when least expected. As for himself, recognition could meet him in any little town in New Jersey. They would have his picture in the paper by tomorrow. And besides, what was the use? The dark was undeniably falling when he noticed on the right a lonely shack with nothing but the marsh all round it. Coming nearly abreast of it, he detected a rough path toward it through the grass. He had no need of a path, no need of a shack. But the path and the shack being there, they offered something to make for. Since he was obliged to turn aside, he might as well do it now. So aside he turned. The path was hardly a path, and had apparently not been used that year. Wading through the dank grasses which caught him about the feet, he could hear small living things hopping away from his tread, or a marsh bird rise with a frightened whir of wings. Water gushed into his shoes, but that, he declared, wouldn't matter, as he would so soon be out of the reach of catching cold. The building proved to be all that Farr had left of a shanty knocked together long ago, probably for labourers working on the road. The walls were standing, and it was not quite roofless. There was no door, and the window was no more than a hole, but as he ventured within, he found the flooring sound. At least it bore his weight, and what was more amazing still, he tripped over a rough bench which the fire had spared, and the former occupants had not thought worth the carting away. It was the very thing. Shooting oneself was something to be performed with ritual. You lay down, stretched yourself out, and did it with a hint of decency. Teddy groped his way. First he drew the pistol from his hip pocket, laying it carefully on the floor and within reach of his hand. Next he sat down for a minute, but fearing he would begin to think, lifted his feet to the bench, lowered his back, and straightened himself to his full, flat length. Putting down his hand, he found he could touch the pistol easily, and therefore let it lie. He let it lie only because he had not yet decided where to fire, at his heart or into his temple. Outside the hut there was a hoarse, sleepy croak, then another, and another, and another. The dangers of light being past, the frogs were waking to their evening chant. Teddy had always loved this dreamy, monotonous lullaby, reminiscent of spring twilights and approaching holidays. He was glad now that it would be the last sound to greet his ears on earth. Since he had to go, it would croon to him softly, cradle him gently, letting the night of the soul come down on him consolingly. He was not frightened. He was only tired, oddly tired considering where he was. It would be easier to fall asleep than do anything else, listening to the quacks, 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 with which the darkness round was filled. And, right at that minute, Flynn, with low chuckles of laughter, was telling Mrs. Flynn of the extraordinary adventure of the afternoon. We didn't have nothing on the young guy at all till we seen him look over at us scared-like, and he took to his heels. It was a cosy scene, Flynn in his shirt-sleeves and slippers, smoking his pipe in the dining-room of a Harlem apartment, while his wife, a plump, pretty woman, was putting away the spoons and forks in the drawer of the yellow oak sideboard. The noisy Flynn children being packed off to bed, the father could unbend and become confidential. It's about 3 weeks now since Jackman put me wise to money leaking from Collingham and Laws, and we couldn't tell where the hole was. First we'd size up one fellow and then another, but we'd say it couldn't be him or him. We looked over this young Follett with the rest, but only with the rest, and found but one thing again him. Didn't he lose his father a short while back? Yes, and that was what made us think of him. Old Follett was fired from the bank 8 or 9 months ago, and yet the family had gone on living very much as they always done. That'd be to their credit, wouldn't it? Mrs. Flynn suggested kindly. It'd be to someone's credit, and the thing we wanted to know was if it was to Collingham and Law's. But we hadn't a thing on him. We found out he paid for the old man's funeral, and the grave, and all that. But whether their old Follett had left a little wad, or whether the young guy'd found it lying around loose, we couldn't make out at all. And then this afternoon, as Jackman and me was talking it over on the other side of Broad Street, who should come out but me little lord. Well, one look gives the whole show away. The third degree couldn't have been neater. The very eyes of him when he's seen us on the other side of the street says, "My God, they've got me." So off he goes, and off we goes, up Broad Street into Wall Street, across to Nassau Street, up Nassau Street, round the corner into John Street, up to Broadway, over Broadway, and then we lost him. But we've done the trick. Tomorrow, when he comes to the bank, we'll have him on the grill. Sooner or later he'd been on the grill anyhow. But suppose he doesn't come? Oh, that'll be a worse giveaway than ever. She turned from the drawer, asking of the Follett family and learning whatever he had to tell. And you say he's a fine boy of about 21? Yeah, that'd be about his age. Yes, a fine, upstanding lad, and very popular with Jackman he's always been. She waited a minute before saying, "Oh, Peter, I wish you'd let him off." Now, Tessie," he expostulated. "There you go again. If you had your way, there'd be no law at all." "Well, I wish there wasn't." He laughed with a jolly guffaw. "If there was no law and no one to break it, where'd your trip to the beach be this summer, and the new Ford car I'm going to get for the boys? Anyhow, if we do get him with the goods on him, which we're pretty sure of doing now, he'll be recommended to mercy on account of his youth, and perhaps be let off with 2 years. "Yes, and what'll he be when he comes out?" Getting up, he pulled her to him with his arm across her shoulders. "Ah, now, Tessie, don't be looking so far ahead. That's you all over." And he kissed her. Gladys, that evening, kissed her mother, in the hope of kissing away her foreboding. Lizzie had not been satisfied with Teddy's story on the telephone. "I don't understand why he didn't ask to speak to me," she kept repeating. "Oh, Mamma," Gussie explained to her, "don't you see, it was a long-distance call. 3 minutes is all he was allowed, and of course he didn't want to pay double. Here's his chance to make money that we've all been praying for since the year 1, and you pull a long face over it. Cheer up, Mamma, do. Smile more. There, that's better. Ted said to himself that you were not to miss him." So Lizzie did her best to smile, only saying in her heart, "I don't understand his not speaking to me." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. Teddy woke to a brilliant August sunshine, and that calling of marsh birds which is not song. He woke with a start, and with terror. He was still on the bench, though turned over on his side, and with the pistol in view. He needed a minute to get his wits together, to piece out the meaning of the blackened walls, the sagging floor, and the sunlight streaming through the rent in the roof. A hole that had once been a door, and another that had once been a window, let the summer wind play over his hot face, bringing a soft refreshment. Dragging himself to a sitting posture, his first sensation was one of relief. "I'm alive." He hadn't done the thing he had planned last night. Merciful sleep had nailed him to the bench, keeping him motionless, unconscious. The pistol had lain within reach of his hand, and was there still. It could do duty still, but for the moment he was alive. Had he ever asked God for help, or thanked him when it came, he would have gone down on his knees and done it now, but the habit was foreign to the Follett family. He could only thank the purposeless chance, which is the God most of us know best. But he was glad. 12 hours previously he had not supposed it possible ever to be glad again. It had been a nightmare, he reasoned now, or if not a nightmare, it had been thought out of focus. He hadn't seen straight, and normally it was as if he had been drunk or mildly insane. He recalled experiences during naval nights ashore, at Brest or Bordeaux or Hampton Roads, when, after a glass or two of something, his mind had taken on this fevered twist in which all life had gone red.
Bickley had read this from the lines of his profile. Forehead slightly concave, mouth and chin distinctly convex, tends to act before he thinks. The other traits had been satisfactory, indicating pluck, patience, fidelity, and cheerfulness of outlook. The cheerfulness of outlook asserted itself now. Since he was alive on a glorious summer morning, the two great assets of a man, himself and the outside world, were still at his command. Nevertheless, he didn't blink the facts. "I'm not a thief, but I took the money. They're after me, and they mustn't get me. I'll shoot myself first, but I don't have to shoot myself yet." He would not have to shoot himself so long as he was safe, and safety might take many turns. The abandoned, half-burnt sty in which he had found refuge was a fortress in its very loneliness. Close to the road, close to Jersey City, not very far from Pemberton Heights, it had probably no visitor but a toad or a bird or a truant boy from 12-month to 12-month. His chief danger was that of being seen. The door and the window were both on the side toward the road. By avoiding the one and ducking under the other, he could move, but he could move very little. That little, however, would stretch his muscles and relieve the intolerable idleness. The idleness, he knew, would be irksome. By looking at his watch, which had not run down, he found it was 6 o'clock. The 6 o'clock stir was also in the air. Motors had begun to dash along the road, and market garden teams were lumbering toward the big town. He was hungry again, but with his 7 doughnuts still in the bag, he couldn't starve to death. By getting on the floor, he found a peephole just above the level of the grass through which he could see without detection. This must be his spying place. Unlikely as it was that anyone would track him to this lair, he must be carefully on the lookout. What he should do if threatened with a visitor was not very clear to him. There being no exit except by the door, and the door being toward the road from which a visitor would naturally approach, there was no escape on that side. Escape being out of the question, there would only remain the other thing. The other thing was always the great possibility. He hadn't abandoned the thought of it. He had only postponed the necessity. He would live as long as he could, and yet the necessity of the other thing would probably arise. If it arose, he hoped he should get through it by that tendency which he recognized in himself as clearly as Mr. Bickley had read it from his profile, to act before he thought. With this as a possibility, he got down to his peephole, put the pistol near him on the floor, and began on his doughnuts. For breakfast he allowed himself 3, keeping the rest for his midday needs. When darkness fell, he would steal out and buy more. He could do this as long as his money held out, and before it was spent, something would probably have happened. What that something would be, he did not forecast. He was in a fix where forecasting wasn't possible. The minute was the only thing, and a thing that had grown precious. Even the family had somehow become subordinate to that. In the strangeness of his night, he seemed to have travelled away from them. A man clinging to a spar on the ocean might have had this sense of remoteness from his dear ones, safe on shore. Since they were safe on shore, that would be the main thing. Since his mother and sisters could come and go in Indiana Avenue, he could wish them nothing more. That was the all-essential, and they had it. Want, anxiety, grief, and no Teddy coming home in the evenings were trifles as compared with this priceless blessing of security. So he settled down amid filth and slime and the debris of charred wood to watch and wait and cling to his life till he could cling to it no longer. Later that morning, Mrs. Collingham motored from Murillo to see Hubert Ray's much-discussed picture, Life and Death, in a famous dealer's gallery in Fifth Avenue. It had hung there a week, and though the season was dead, it was being talked about. Among the few in New York who care for the art of painting, the picture had caught on. The important critics had honoured it with articles in which one wrote black and another white with an equal authority. The important middlemen had come in to look at it, saying to one another, "Here's a fellow who'll go far. En voilà un qui va vers son chemin." The important connoisseurs had made a point of viewing it with their customary fear of expressing admiration for the work of a native son. From the few who knew, the interest was spreading to the many who didn't know, but were anxious to appear as if they did. Junior's introduction to the picture had caused her some chagrin. She had not ranked Hubert among the important family acquaintances, and when he came down to Collingham Lodge for a night or two, as occasionally he did, she presented him to only the more negligible neighbours. A young man Bob met in France was all the explanation he required. But in dining out recently, she had been led in to dinner by a man of unusual enlightenment, with whose flair and discernment she liked to keep abreast. To do this, she was accustomed to fall back on such scraps of reviews or art notes as drifted to her through the papers, bringing them out with that knack of putting her best goods in the window, which was part of her social equipment. Books and the theatre being too light for her attention, she was fond of displaying in music and painting the expertise of a patroness. She could not only talk of Boldini and Cézanne, of Paul Dukas and Vincent d'Indy, but could throw off the names of younger men just coming into view, as if eagerly following their development. Her neighbours' comments on the new picture, Life and Death, at the Carla Gallery, were of value to her chiefly because they were up to date and told her what to say. A reaction against the Cubists and Post-Impressionists in favour of an art rich in colour, suggestion and significance was a useful phrase, and one easy to remember. But not having caught the painter's name, she felt it something of a shock when, with the impressiveness of one whose notice confers recognition, her escort went on to remark, "I'm going to look up this young Hubert Ray and ask him down to Murillo. You and Bradley will be interested in meeting him." Junior's chagrin was inward, of course, and arose from the fact of having had a budding celebrity like a tame cat about the house, not merely without suspecting it, but without keeping in touch with the thing he was creating. At the same time, she couldn't have been the woman she was had it not been for the faculty of tuning herself up to any necessary key. Her smile was of the kind that grants no superiority even to a man of unusual enlightenment. "You can't imagine how interested I am in hearing your opinion of the dear boy's work, and so I've been letting you run on. He happens to be a very intimate friend of ours. He comes down to stay with us every few weeks, and I've been watching his development so keenly. I really do think that with this picture he'll arrive, and to have a man like you agree with me delights me beyond words." It was also the excuse she needed for calling Hubert up. More than 2 months had passed since her meeting with Jennie, and the $25,000 was still lying to her credit at the bank. She was not unaware of a reason for this, in that Bradley had told her of old Follett's death, and even a bad girl like Jennie must be allowed some leeway for grief. But Follett had been nearly 2 weeks in his grave, and still the application for the $25,000 didn't come. Unless a pretext could be found for keeping Bob in South America, he would soon be on his way homeward, and she, Junior, was growing anxious. To be face to face with Hubert would give her the opportunity she was looking for. He met her at the street entrance to the Carla Gallery, conducting her through the main exposition of canvases to a little shrine in the rear. It was truly a shrine, hung in black velvet, and with no lighting but that which fell indirectly on the vivid, vital thing just sprung into consciousness of life, like Aphrodite rising from the sea foam. But, just sprung into consciousness of life, she had been called on at once to contemplate death, eyeing it with a mysterious spiritual courage. The living gleam of flesh, the marble of the throne, and the skull's charnel ugliness stood out against the blue-green atmosphere like that of some other plane. Junior was startled, not by the power and beauty of this apparition, but by something else. You've changed her," she said with awed breathlessness after gazing for 3 minutes in silence. "You mean the model?" She nodded a yes, without taking her eyes from the extraordinary vision. "You've seen her?" he asked in mild surprise. "Just once." "The figure is exact," he explained, "but I did have to make changes in the features. It wouldn't have done otherwise." "No, of course not." More minutes passed in silent contemplation, when she said, "I thought there was more of the gleam of the red in amber in the hair. This hair is brown with a little red in it." "I got it as nearly as I could," he felt it enough to say. "The shade and sheen and silkiness of hair are always difficult." After more minutes of hushed gazing, Junior made a venture. She spoke in that insinuating, sympathetic tone which in moments of tensity a woman can sometimes take towards a man. "You're in love with her, aren't you?" He jerked his head in the direction of the nude woman.
With her? That model? Why, no. What makes you think so?
Junior was disconcerted. Oh, only the hints that have seeped through when you didn't think you were giving anything away. He said, with some firmness,
I never meant to give that away, or to hint that it was love. A rouleurs of the studios whom any fellow can pick up.
Junior felt like a person roaming aimlessly through sand who suddenly stumbles on gold. There was more here than, for the moment, she could estimate. All she could see were possibilities. But there was one other point as to which she needed to be sure. It was conceivable that the thing might have been painted long ago, before Bob's departure for South America, in which case it would lose at least some of its value for her purpose. When did you do this, Hubert?
Oh, just within the last few weeks.
This was enough. With her usual swiftness of decision, she had her plans in mind. What are you asking? He named his price. It was a large one, but her balance at the bank was large. It could be put to this use as well as to another. I'll take it, she said, after a minute's consideration, if you could let me have it within a few days. Not to betray the eagerness he felt, he said that it would give him publicity to keep it on view as long as possible. It will be almost as much publicity to have it on view at Murillo. And in the end he agreed that this was so. He walked back to the studio as if wings on his feet were lifting him above the pavement. It was the seal on his success. Sold to a private collector would be a bomb to throw among the dealers who had been taking their time and dickering. It was more than the seal on this one success, it was a harbinger of the next success. And with this thing behind him, the next success was calling to him to begin. He already knew what he should begin on. It was to be called Eve Tempting the Serpent. He was not yet sure how he would treat the idea, but a lethargic semi-human reptile was to be roused to the concept of evil by a woman's beauty and abandonment. The thing would be daring, but it couldn't be too daring, or it would bring down on him the recrudescent blue law spirit already so vigorous through the country. He couldn't afford a tussle with that until he was better established. But he had made some sketches, and had written to Jennie that he should like to talk the matter over on that very afternoon. She had written in reply that, at last, she would be free to come. For the first few days after the funeral she had been either too grief-stricken or too busy, but now the claims of life were asserting themselves again, and she was trying to respond to them. He must not expect her to be gay, but she would grow more cheerful in time. So he went back to the studio to lunch and to wait for her coming. Till she had ceased coming, he hadn't known how much the daily expectation of seeing her had meant to him. The very occasions on which she had, as he expressed it, played him false, had brought an excitement which he would have been emotionally poorer for having missed. He could not go through the experience often. He could perhaps not go through it again. But for that test he was apparently not to be called upon. She was coming. She knew what she was coming for. The very fact that she had written meant surrender. And that indeed was what Jennie had been saying to herself all through the morning. Now that there had been this interval, she knew that her latitude for saying yes and acting no was at an end. If she went at all, she must go all the way. To go once more and draw back once more would not be playing the game. She was clear in her mind that the day would be decisive. As to her decision, she was not so sure. That is, she was not sure of its wisdom, though sure what she would do. She would do what she meant to do more than 2 months earlier. There was no reason why she shouldn't, and the same set of reasons why she should. Not only were the money and release imperative, but Hubert meant more to her than ever. His sympathy through her sorrow had touched her by its very novelty. He had written, sent flowers, and kept himself in the background. Bob would have done more and moved her less, for the reason that doing all and giving all were in his nature. The rare thing being the most precious thing, she treasured the perfunctory phrases in Hubert's scrawl of condolence above all the outpourings of Bob's heart. Nevertheless, she treasured them with misgivings. The consciousness of being married had acquired some strength from watching the effect of her father's death on her mother. She had known, ever since growing up, that her father and mother had been unequally mated. It was not wholly a question of practical failure or success. It was rather that the balance of moral support had been so shifted between them that the mother had nothing to sustain her. Poor Mamma, had been Jenny's way of putting it, has to take the burden of everything. She's got us on her shoulders, and Papa too. And yet, with Josiah's death, some prop of Lizzie's inner life seemed to have been snatched away. She was not weaker, perhaps, but she was more detached and stranger. To her children, to her neighbours, she had always been strange, always detached, but now the aloofness had become more significant. With Josiah alone she had lived in that communion of things shared which leads to understanding. Now that he was gone, something had gone with him, leaving Lizzie like an empty house. Jenny was thrown back on what Bob had repeated so often. "You're the other half of me, I'm the other half of you." Whether it came through some impulse of affinity, or whether it was the chance of conscientiously living together, Jenny wasn't sure. But it began to seem as if in the mere fact of marriage there was a naturally unifying principle. To go against it was, in a measure, to go against the forces of the universe. And though she had only been nominally married to Bob, she was preparing to go against it. Had she been a rebel at heart, it would have been easier, but she was docile, loving, eager to be loved, with nothing more daring in her soul than the wish to live at peace with the world she saw round her. Bob's letters were disturbing, too. In the way of a happy future he took everything for granted. He reasoned as if, now that they had gone through a certain form together and signed it with the parson's name, she had no more liberty of will than a woman in a harem. Little as she was rebellious, she rebelled against that, preferring an element of chance in her love to a love in which there was no choice. Bob wrote as if her love was of no importance, as if he could love enough for two, did in fact love enough for two, so that the whole need of loving was taken off her hands. "I feel as if my love was the air and you were a plant to grow in it. It's the sunshine to which your leaves and blossoms will only have to turn." "That's all very well for him," she said, falling back with a grimace on the language Gussie brought home with her from vaudeville shows. "But I ain't no bloomin' plant." Hubert's love, she thought at other times, was like a rare and precious cordial, of which a few drops carefully doled out ran like fire through the veins. Bob's was a rushing torrent, which, without saying with your leave or by your leave, carried you away. She preferred the cordial, of which you could take up the glass and put it down according as you wanted, less or more. But on the other hand, when there was a flood which, without asking your permission, poured all over you, what were you to do? She knew what she meant to do, but it was the difficulty of doing it and facing that terrific tide which made her stand aghast. If Bob would only let her alone. But then Bob couldn't let her alone. He himself would have argued that you might as well ask a man to let a hand or a foot alone while it is aching. At the minute when Jenny was thinking these thoughts as she flitted about the house, he was seated at an open hotel window on the Santa Teresa hill above Rio de Janeiro, looking down on an iridescent city creeping round the foam-fringed edges of a turquoise sea, and saying to himself, "I'm watching over you, Jenny. I'm here, but my love is there and fills all the space between us. I came away and left you exposed to all sorts of trouble. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry now I did. I thought that if we were married the rest would take care of itself, but I see now it couldn't. You're having a harder time than I ever supposed you'd have, and you're having it all alone. But my love is with you, Jenny, and the worst can't happen while it protects you. Dangers will threaten you, but you'll go to meet them with my love closing you in, and something will ward them off. I wish he'd stop thinking about me like that." Jenny's reference, while she stood at the mirror putting the last touches to her costume, was to this same thought as expressed in the letters she received from South America. Its appeal to her imagination was such as to create an atmosphere wrapping her about as a halo wraps a saint. She couldn't get away from it. In going to meet Hubert, as she would do in a few minutes, it would go with her, an embarrassing witness of the sin against itself. For the minute the action of her mind was twofold. She was making this protest as to Bob, and was also giving minute attention to her dress. But not only was it her first appearance in public since her father's funeral, but it was a moment at which the victim must be neatly decked for the altar. Having no money to spend on mourning, she put deft touches of black on her last year's white summer suit, to which her black hat, thrown together by Gussie, with the black shoes and stockings already in her possession, added their mute witness that she was grieving for a relative. Having, moreover, the native chic which counts for most in the art of dressing, she was one more instance of the girl of the humbler walks in life, who by some secret of her own confounds the product of the Rue de la Paix. She was to leave for the studio as soon as her mother got up from her early afternoon rest. The early afternoon rest had become a necessity for Lizzie ever since the day when Josiah had been laid away. "You'll call me if Teddy rings," she stipulated before lying down, and Jenny had promised faithfully. As to Teddy's message, nominally sent from Patterson, Lizzie had betrayed a scepticism which the three girls found disconcerting. She said nothing, but it was precisely the saying nothing that puzzled them. When they themselves grew expansive over the things they would buy with the money Teddy was going to make, the mother's faint smile was alarming. It was alarming chiefly because it combined with other things to produce that effect of strangeness they had all noticed in her since their father died. Though they couldn't define it for themselves, it was as if she had renounced any further efforts to make life fulfill itself. She was like a man on a sinking ship, who, after casting about as to how he may save himself, knows there is no choice left but to go down, and so becomes resigned. Having thrown up her hands, Lizzie was waiting for the waters to close over her. Jenny was thus uneasy about her mother, as she was uneasy about Bob, uneasy about Hubert, and most of all, uneasy about herself. By the time she was ready, she heard Lizzie stirring in her bedroom. It was the signal agreed upon. She was free to go, which meant that she was free to turn her back on all her more or less sheltered past and strike out toward a terrifying future. She felt as if she had always supposed she would feel on leaving her home on her wedding day, and she would do as she had decided she would do in that event. She would go without making a fuss, without anything to record that the going was different from other goings, or that the return would be different from other returns. She would make her departure casual, without consciousness, without admitted attentions. She merely called to her mother, therefore, through the closed door, that she was on her way, and her mother called out in response, "Very well." This leave-taking making things easier, all Jenny had to do was to gulp back a sob. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. But as Jenny opened the door to let herself out, two men were standing on the cement sidewalk in front of the grass plots, examining the house. They were big, heavily built men, who, although in plain clothes, suggested the guardianship of law. It came to Jenny instantly that their examination of the house was peculiar, and of that peculiarity she divined with equal promptness the significance. The men declared afterward that in her manner of standing on the step and waiting till they spoke to her, there was the same kind of giveaway as when her brother had eyed them across Broad Street. The older and heavier of the two advanced up the walk between the grass plots. "This is the Follett's house, ain't it, miss?" Jenny replied that it was. "And you're Miss Follett?" She assented again. "Is your brother in?" No, he's not in town." The big man turned toward his taller and slighter colleague, whatever he had to say being communicated by a look. Having expressed this thought, he veered round again toward Jenny, speaking politely. Maybe we could have a word with you, private-like?" "Won't you step in?" Presently they were all three seated in the living-room, the big man continuing as spokesman. "Now, about your brother, Miss Follett, you're sure he isn't anywheres around?" The inference from the tone was that somehow Jenny was secreting him. "He isn't, to my knowledge. He called up last evening to say that he wouldn't be home today, and perhaps not tomorrow." The two men being seated within range of each other's eyes, some new understanding was flashed silently. "Did he then? And where would he have called from?"
From Patterson. Oh, from Patterson, was it? And what made you think it was from Patterson?
He said so.
And that was all you had to go by?
That was all.
Well, well, now, he said so, did he? And he didn't come home last night?
Jennie shook her head.
For a third time, Flynn's eyes telegraphed something to Jackman's, and Jackman's responded. What they said to each other Jennie didn't try to surmise, for the reason that she was listening to a call. It was the call that Teddy had heard on the night when his father had brought home the news that he was fired, the call to assume responsibilities. Her father had gone, her mother was collapsing, Teddy had broken beneath the strain. And now it's up to me. Mentally, she spoke the words almost before she was conscious of the thought. And that settles it. These words too she spoke mentally, but in them the reference was different. The vision of love and $25,000, of bliss for herself and relief for the family, which had waxed and waned so often, now faded out forever behind a mass of storm clouds. But of all this she gave no sign as she waited for the burly man to speak again. And when your brother called up from Patterson, let us say it was Patterson, didn't you ask him no questions at all?
He didn't speak to me. I wasn't at home. It was to my little sister. I understood that he rang off before she could ask him anything.
Oh, he did he?
The telegraphy between the two men was renewed.
And didn't he say nothing about what had tuck him to a place like Patterson?
I think he said it was business.
Business, was it? Oh, well now. And what sort of business would that be?
I don't know.
And would you tell me now if you did know?
Jennie looked at him with clear, limpid eyes. I'm not sure that I would. I don't know what right you have to ask me questions as it is.
This right.
Turning back the lapel of his coat, he displayed a badge.
We don't want to frighten you, Miss Follett, my friend and me, we don't. But if you know anything about the boy, it'll be easier in the long run, both for him and for you.
What do you want him for? Lizzie's voice was so deep that it startled. On the threshold of the little entry she stood, tall, black, robed, almost unearthly. At the same time Pansy, who had also come downstairs, crept towards Flynn with a low, vicious growl. Both men stumbled to their feet, awed by something in Lizzie which was more than the majesty of grief.
Now, we're sorry to disturb you, ma'am, my friend and me. We know you've had trouble, and we wouldn't be for wanting to bring more into a house where there's enough of it already, but when things is duty, they can't be put by just because they're unpleasant.
Has my son been taking money from Collingham and Laws? The spectral voice gave force to the directness of the question. Abandoning the hint of professional bullying he had taken towards Jennie, Flynn, with Pansy's teeth not 6 inches from his calf, went a pace or two toward the figure in the entry.
Has he been taking money, that boy of yours? Well now, and have you any reason to think so, ma'am?
None, apart from what I hoped.
Mamma!
Jennie sprang to her mother, grasping her by the arm. While Jackman stood like an iron figure in the background, Flynn, always with Pansy's teeth keeping some 6 inches from his calf, advanced still another pace or two.
Now that's a queer thing, ma'am, for the mother of a lad to say, that she hoped he was taking money.
Oh, don't mind her, Jennie pleaded. She hasn't been just right ever since my father died. I didn't think of it at first, Lizzie stated in a lifeless voice. I believed what he told us, that he was making money on the side. It was only latterly that I began to suspect that he wasn't, and now I hope he took it from the bank.
But good God, ma'am, why? Don't you know he'll be caught, and what he'll get for it?
Oh, he get that just the same, if you mean suffering and punishment and a life of misery. All I want is that he should be the first to strike, since he's got to go down before brute power.
A brute power of law and order, ma'am, if you'll allow me to remind you.
She uttered a little joyless laugh. Law and order? You'll excuse me for laughing, won't you? I've heard so much of them.
And you're likely to hear a lot more if this is the way of things.
Oh, I expect to. They'll do me to death, as they'll do you, and as they do everyone else. Law and order are the golden images set up for us to bow down to and worship as gods. And we get the reward that's always dealt out to those who believe in falsehood. Flynn appealed to both Jennie and Jackman.
I never heard no one talk like that, whether dotty or sane.
If it was real law and order, Lizzie continued with the same passionate intonation, that would be another thing. But it isn't. It's faked law and order. It's a plaster on a sore, meant to hide the ugly thing and not to heal it. It's to keep bad bad by pretending that it's good.
Ah, but bad as it is, ma'am, Flynn began to reason, it's better than stealing, now isn't it?
But Lizzie seemed ready for him here. I think I've read in your Bible that the commandment, thou shalt not steal, was given to a people among whom it was a principle that everyone should be provided for. If it happened that anybody was not provided for, there was another commandment given as to him, thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. He was to be free to take what he needed.
Flynn shook his head. Well, that may be in the Bible, ma'am, but it wouldn't stand in a court of law.
Of course it wouldn't. Only the court of law is nothing to me.
It can make itself something to you, ma'am, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, no, it can't. It can try me and sentence me and lock me up, but that's no worse than law and order are doing to me and mine every hour of the day. Oh, Mamma, Jenny pleaded, clinging to her mother's arm. Please stop, please. I'm only warning him, darling. Law and order will bring him to grief as it does everyone else. How many did it kill in the war? Something like 12 millions, wasn't it? And could anyone ever reckon up the number of aching hearts it's left alive? Yes, Mamma, but that kind of talk doesn't do Teddy any good. It does if we make it plain that he was only acting within his rights. These people think that by passing a law they impose a moral duty. What nonsense. I want my son to be brave enough to strike at such a theory as that. It's true that they'll strike back at him, and that they have the power to crush him. Only in the long run, he'll be the victor.
Flynn looked at Jenny in sympathetic apology. All right now, Miss Follett, I guess my friend and me'll be going along.
You'll do just as you like about that, Lizzie interposed with dignity. But if you see my son before I do, tell him not to be sorry for what he's done, and above all not to think that I blame him. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. When you do, the 8th commandment doesn't apply any longer. Jenny followed her visitors to the doorstep. After her mother's reckless talk, they seemed like friends, as indeed at bottom of their kindly hearts they could easily have been. They brought no ill will to their job, only a conviction that if Teddy Follett was a thief, they must get him. Does Mr. Collingham know that all this is going on? She asked her question in trepidation, lest these men, trained to ferret out whatever was most hidden, should be able to read her secret. It was Jackman who shouldered the duty of answering. He seemed more laconic than his colleague, and more literate.
We don't trouble Mr. Collingham with trifles, if it was a big thing.
So Jenny was left with that consolation, that it was not a big thing. How big it was she could only guess at, but whatever the magnitude she had no doubt at all but that it was up to her. She got some inspiration from the little word up. There was a lift in that made her courageous. Nevertheless, when she returned to the living-room, finding her mother seated, erect and stately, in an arm-chair, with Pansy gazing at her with eyes of quenchless, infinite devotion, Jenny knew a qualm of fear. Oh, Mamma, wouldn't it be awful if Teddy had to go to jail? It would be awful or not, just as you took it. If you thought he went to jail as a thief, it would be awful. But if you saw him only as the martyr of a system, you'd be proud to know he was there. Oh, but Mamma, what's the good of saying things like that? What's the good of letting them throw you down, a quivering bundle of flesh before a juggernaut, and just being meekly thankful? That's what your father and I have always done. And now that the wheels have passed over him, I see the folly of keeping silent. I may not do any good by speaking, but at least I speak. When they muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn, it isn't much wonder if the famished beast goes mad. Did you ever see a mad ox, Jenny? Oh, it's a terrible sight. The most patient and laborious drudge among animals, goaded to a desperation in which he's conscious of nothing but his wrongs and his strength. They generally kill him. It's all they can do with him, but of course they can do that. So that it doesn't do the ox much good to go mad, does it? Oh yes, because he gets out of it. That's the only relief for us, Jenny darling, to get out of it. I begin to understand how mothers can so often kill themselves and their children. They don't want to leave anyone they love to endure the sufferings this world inflicts. From these ravings, Jenny was summoned by the tinkle of the telephone bell. "Teddy!" cried the mother, starting to her feet. "No, it's Mr. Ray. I knew he'd ring me if I didn't turn up." The instrument was in the entry, and Jenny felt curiously calm and competent as she went towards it. All decisions being taken out of her hands, she no longer had to doubt and calculate. The renunciations, too, were made for her. She was not required to look back, only to go on. In answer to the question, "Is this Mrs. Follett's house?" she replied, as if the occasion were an ordinary one. "Yes, Mr. Ray, I'm sorry I can't come to the studio." "Oh, so it's you. You can't come? What? Then you needn't come any more." "Yes, that's what I thought. I see that now, that I can't." "Well, of all—" He broke off in his expostulation to say, "Jenny, for God's sake, what's the matter with you? What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of anything, Mr. Ray, but there's a good deal the matter which I can't explain on the telephone." "Do you want me to come over there?" "No, you couldn't do any good." "Is it money?" "No." She remembered the accumulation of untouched bills and cheques in her glove and handkerchief box upstairs. "I've got plenty of money. There's nothing you could do, thank you." There was a pause before he said, "Then it's all off. Is that what you mean?" "Isn't it what you meant yourself only a minute ago?" "Oh, well, you needn't stake your life on that." She began to feel faint. It cost her more to stand there talking than she had supposed it would when she took up the receiver. "I'm afraid I must stake my life on that. I can't stay now. I can't come any more to see you either. I've given up posing. Goodbye." She heard him beginning to protest from the other end. "No, Jenny, wait, for God's sake!" But her putting up of the receiver cut them off from each other. "So that's all over," she said to herself, turning again into the living-room. But she said it strongly, as Lizzie had many a time said similar things on witnessing the death of hopes, with desolation in the heart perhaps, but no wish to cry. Meanwhile, Flynn and Jackman, trudging towards the car station in the square, were discussing this strange case. "A funny line of talk about the ox treading out the corn. I never heard nothing like that in our church." But Jackman, being a Methodist and a student of the Bible before coming to New York and giving himself to detective work, was able to explain. "That's in the Old Testament to begin with, but Paul takes it up and says that, though it was meant in the first place to apply to the animals, its real application is to man. That he that plougheth may plough in hope, and that he that threshes in hope should be partaker of his hope. That's the way it runs. That everyone should get a generous living wage, and not be cheated of it in the end, is the way you might put it into our kind of talk." "Is it now? And it do seem fair, don't it, for all the old woman yonder is so daft. And would that Paul be the same Saint Paul as we've got in our church?" "Oh, the very same." "Would he now? And you Protestant? That's one thing I've often wondered, why there had to be so many religions, and everyone wasn't a Catholic. Be just as easy and cost us less. Ah, well, it's a queer world, and that poor woman's had a powerful dose of trouble. I don't wonder she's got wheels in her head. Do you? Maybe you and me'd have them if we'd gone through the same." Having thus worked to his appeal, he plunged into it. "I know one little woman'd be glad if I was to come home tonight and tell her we called the thing off. That's my Tessie. It's amazing how she set her heart on my not tracking down this boy." "Not to track him down would be to compound a felony," Jackman replied severely. "Oh, well, so it would now. You sure have got the right dope there, Jackman. That I'll tell Tessie. I'll say I'd be compounding a felony, and them words'll scare her for good." So Lynn, too, resigned himself, putting on once more the mask of craft and implacability that was part of his stock in trade, and which Jackman rarely took off. And all that day Teddy lay crouched in his lair, with his eye glued more or less faithfully to the peephole. Except from hunger he had suffered but little, and the minutes had been too exciting to seem long in going by. It was negative excitement, springing from what didn't happen. But because something might happen, and happen at any instant,
It was excitement. From morning to midday, and from midday into the afternoon, cars, carts, and pedestrians travelled in and out of Jersey City, each spelling possible danger. Now and then a man or a vehicle had paused in the road within calling distance of the shanty. For 2 minutes, for 5, or for 10 at a time, Teddy lay there wondering as to their intentions and tried to make up his mind as to his own course. Whether to shoot himself or make a bolt for it, or, if he shot himself, whether it should be through the temple or the heart, were points as to which he was still undecided. He would get inspiration, he told himself, when the time came. He had often heard that in crises of peril the brain worked quicker than in moments of tranquillity, and perhaps after all a crisis of peril might not lie before him. In a measure, he was growing used to his situation as an outlaw. He was growing used to the separation from the family. It was not that he loved them less, but that he had moved on and left them behind. He could think of them now without the longing to cry he had felt yesterday, while the desperation of his plight centred his thought more and more upon himself. If he didn't have to shoot himself, he planned, in as far as plans were possible, to sneak away into the unknown and become a tramp. He couldn't do it yet, because the roads were probably being watched for him. But by and by, when the hunt had become less keen... 7 doughnuts, swallowed without a drop of water, being far from the nourishment to which he was accustomed, he waited with painful eagerness for nightfall. When the primrose-coloured lights up and down the road and along the ragged fringe of the town were deepening to orange, he crept forth cautiously. Even while half hidden by the sedgy grasses, he felt horribly exposed, and when he emerged into the open highway, the eyes of all the police in New York seemed to spy him through the twilight. Nevertheless, he tramped back towards the dwelling of men, doing his best to hide his face when motor lights flashed over him too vividly. Unable to think of anything better than to return to the friendly woman who had given him 7 doughnuts for his 6, he found her behind her counter, in company with a wispy little girl.
Good evening. So's you've come back. You found my sandwiches nice."
Terry replied that he had, ordering 6 with a dozen of her doughnuts. Her manner was so affable that he failed to notice her piercing eyes fixed upon him, nor did he realize how much a young man's aspect can betray after 24 hours without water to wash in, as well as without hairbrush or razor. He thought of himself as presenting the same neat appearance as on the previous evening, but the woman saw him otherwise. "I wonder if I could have a glass of water?" he asked, his throat almost too parched to let the words out.
"But certainly."
She turned to the child, whispering in a foreign language, but using more words than the command to fetch a glass of water would require. When the child came back, Teddy swallowed the water in one long gulp. The woman asked him if he would like another glass, to which he replied that he would. More instructions followed, and while the woman tied up the sandwiches, the little girl came back with the second glass. This Teddy drank more slowly, not noticing as he did so that the little girl slipped away. Nor did he notice, as he left the shop and turned westward into the gloaming, that the child was returning from what seemed like a hasty visit to a neighbour's house across the street. Still less did he perceive, when the comforting loneliness of the marshes began once more to close round him, that a big, husky figure was stalking him. It had come out of one of the tenements over the way from the pastry shop, apparently at a summons from the wispy little girl. Like the men whom Jennie had seen eyeing the house in the afternoon, he suggested the guardianship of law, even though he was, so to speak, in undress uniform. His duties for the day being over, he had plainly been taking his ease in slippers, trousers, and shirt. Even now he was bareheaded, putting on his tunic as he went along. He didn't go very far, only to a point at which he could see the boy in front of him turn into the unused path that led to the old shack. Whereupon he nodded to himself and turned back to his evening meal. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. Jennie's chief hesitation was as to cashing the cheques, not because the teller at the Pemberton National Bank didn't know her, but because he did. To present a demand for money made out to Jane Scarborough Follett and signed R.B. Collingham, Jr. was embarrassing. But she had grown since the previous afternoon, and embarrassment sat on her more lightly. Like Teddy marooned on the marshes, she seemed to have moved on, leaving her older self behind. Now she had things to do rather than things to think about. One fact was a relief to her. She was no longer under the necessity of betraying Bob. So she cashed her cheques and counted her money, finding that she had $245. She didn't know how much Teddy had taken from the bank, possibly more than this, possibly not so much, but whatever the sum, this would go at least part of the way toward meeting it. If she could meet it altogether, then, she argued, the law couldn't touch him. On arriving at the bank, her first sensation was one of confusion. There seemed to be no one in particular to whom to state her errand. Men were busy in variously labelled cages, and more men beyond them sat at desks within pens. 2 or 3 girls moved about with documents in their hands, and there was a distant click of typewriters. People passed in and out of the bank, occupied with their own affairs, and everyone, clerk and client alike, had apparently a definite end in view. It was like coming up against a blank wall of business, leaving no opening through which to slip in. The weakest point seemed to be at a counter beneath the illuminated sign, Statements, where 2 ladies waited for custom, conversing in the interim. Jenny stood unnoticed, while the speaker for the moment finished her narration, bringing it to its conclusion plaintively. So when Mother called in the doctor, it turned out to be a very bad case of typhoid. Statement? The question at the end being directed toward Jenny, the latter asked if she could see Mr. Collingham. The reply was sharp, the tone quite different from that of the domestic anecdote of which she had just heard a portion. Next floor, take the elevator, ask for Miss Ruddick. The voice resumed its plaintiveness. So we had him moved into the corner bedroom and sent for a trained nurse. On getting out of the lift, Jenny found herself in a sort of lobby where applicants for interviews sat with the hang-dog look which such postulants generally wear. A brisk little Jewess, seated at a desk, murmured the name of each newcomer into a telephone, after which there was nothing to do but take a chair and wait upon events. Now and then someone came out from his conference, whereupon a messenger girl, generally of Slavic or Hebraic type, would summon his successor. It was nearly an hour before Jenny was called to the office of Miss Ruddick, who, with her practised method of dealing with the importunate, prepared to put her rapidly through her paces and land her again at the lift. This Miss Ruddick did, not so much with the minimum of courtesy as with the maximum of conscientiousness. Her aim was to save Jenny's time as well as her own, in the altruistic spirit of Mr. Bickley's principles. "How do you do? Are you the daughter of Mr. Follett who used to be with us here? So sorry for your loss, though it may be a release for him, poor man. We never know, do we? Now what is it I can do for you?" Jenny said again that she hoped to see Mr. Collingham. "I think you better tell your errand to me." "I couldn't. I can only tell it to him." In saying this, she supposed Miss Ruddick would understand the reference to be to Teddy, whose story must by this time be ringing through the bank. In spite of what Jackman had said on the previous afternoon, they couldn't keep so serious a crime secret for more than a matter of hours. But Miss Ruddick only seemed displeased by Jenny's insistence, answering coldly, "If it's a job you're looking for, the best person to see would be—" And just then the communicating door opened, and Collingham himself came out. He was about to give some order to Miss Ruddick and pass on, when Jenny rose in such a way that his eye fell upon her. When a man's eye fell upon Jenny, his attention was generally arrested. In this case it was the more definitely arrested for the reason that Jenny, timidly and tremblingly, gave signs of having a request to make. "You wish to speak to me?" At this condescension Miss Ruddick was amazed. But, the responsibility being taken off her hands, she was already capturing the minutes by being back on her job, according to her favourite expression. Jenny could hardly speak for awe. She recalled what Mrs. Collingham had said, a hard, stern, ruthless man, who kept her, her son, and her daughter as puppets on his string. If he so treated his own flesh and blood, how would he treat her? Following him into the private office, she reminded herself that she must keep her head. She had come on a specific business, and to that business she must confine herself. Her other relations with this terrible man she must leave to his son to deal with. "Your name is—" His tone was courteous. They were both seated now, he at his desk, she in a small chair at a respectful distance. The question surprised her, for the reason that in her confusion she supposed that her identity was known to him. "I'm Jennie Follett." His visible start did not make her situation easier. She remembered that Mrs. Collingham had said that if he knew of the tie between herself and Bob, he would disinherit him on the spot. Just what was implied by that she didn't understand, but it suggested all that was most dramatic in the movies. To disarm his suspicions in this direction, she hurried on to add, "I came about my brother." He relaxed slightly, leaning on the desk and examining her closely. "Oh, your brother?" "Yes, sir. I don't know how much money he's been taking from the bank." Collingham's brows contracted. "Wait a minute. Has your brother been taking money from the bank?" At the thought that she might be making a false step, Jenny was appalled. "Oh, don't you know that yet, sir?" "Don't I know it yet? I don't know what you're talking about at all." So the whole thing had to be explained. 2 men had appeared on the previous afternoon in Indiana Avenue, accusing Teddy of systematic robbery. Teddy had so far corroborated the charge that he had absented himself from home and work. He had called up once, nominally from Paterson, but the 2 detectives didn't believe that it was. In any case, she had a little money of her own, her very own, $245 it was, and as far as it would go she had come to make restitution. If it wasn't enough, they would sell the house as soon as they could get it on the market and pay up the balance, if he would only give the order that Teddy shouldn't be sent to jail. Emboldened by his concentration on her story and herself, she took out the roll of bills from her bag, enlarging on her plea. "You see, sir, it was this way. After my father had to leave the bank last fall, Teddy had to be our chief support, just on his 18 a week. My 2 little sisters left school and went to work, but that didn't bring in much. Then there were the taxes and the mortgages and the expenses of my father's funeral, besides 6 of us having to eat." "You were working too, weren't you?" "Yes, sir, I was posing, but I only earned 6 a week." "Only?" Based on a memory of his own of something Junior had said, "A mousy little thing with a veneer of modesty, but mercenary isn't the word for her." There was an implication in this "only" which escaped Jenny's simplicity. "Yes, sir, that was all. Somehow I couldn't get the work. Nobody seemed to want me." He pointed at her roll of bills. "Then where did you get the money you're holding in your hand?" The question was unexpected and confounding. She must either answer it truly or not answer it at all. If she answered it truly, she not only exposed Bob, but she exposed herself to the utmost rigour of his wrath. She didn't care about herself. She didn't care much about Bob. She cared only about Teddy. The utmost rigour of this man's wrath would send him to jail as easily as she could brush a fly through an open window. She could say nothing. She could only look at him helplessly, with lips parted, eyes shimmering, and the hot colour flooding her face pitiably. It was the kind of situation in which no man with the heart of a man could be hard on any little girl. Besides which, Collingham looked on this silent confession as providential. It would enable him to reason with Bob, if it ever came to that, and tell him what he, the father, knew at first hand and from his own experience. Otherwise he brought no moral judgment to bear on poor Jenny, and condemned her not at all. "Just wait a minute," he said in a kindly tone, getting up as he spoke. "I'll go and straighten the thing out." Left alone, Jenny had these concluding words to strengthen her. He would straighten the thing out. That meant probably that Teddy wouldn't have to go to jail, and beyond this relief she didn't look. It would be everything. Nothing else would matter. He might be dismissed from the bank, they might starve, but the great thing would be accomplished. It was a half-hour or more before he returned, and when he did he looked worried. Troubled would perhaps be a better word, since even Jenny could see that his thoughts were farther away and deeper down than the incidents on the surface. He spoke almost absent-mindedly. "I find there's been a leakage for some little time past, and they've had difficulty in fixing where the trouble was. No, I'm sorry to say it looks as if it was your brother. There's hardly any doubt about that.
You see, sir, she pleaded, it was so hard for him not to be able to do anything when my father was so ill and my mother worried and the bills piling up. They stopped our credit nearly everywhere. And the tax people, they were the worst of all.
Yes, I quite understand, and I've told them not to press the matter further. Flynn and Jackman, the two men you saw yesterday, are out for the minute, but when they come in, they are to report to me. I don't suppose we can take your brother back, but I'll see what I can do for him elsewhere. He rose to end the interview so that Jenny rose too. You can keep that money, he added, nodding towards her roll of bills. You were not responsible, and there's no reason at all why you should pay. When Jenny protested, he merely escorted her to the door, which he held open. No, don't thank me, he insisted. Please, just make your mind easy as to your brother. The matter shall not go any farther. I don't know what I can do for him as yet. The circumstances make it difficult, but I shall find something. So, blinded with tears, Jenny made her way towards the lift, calling down on Bob's father as well as on his mother all the blessings she was able to invoke. Late that afternoon, Teddy, on the floor of his hut, woke with a start from a doze. He hadn't meant to doze, but he had slept little on the preceding night, and was lulled, moreover, by a sense of his security. The day had not been as exciting as the day before. Nothing having happened during all these hours, he was growing convinced that nothing would. In its way, safety was becoming irksome. He began to ask himself whether the spirit of adventure didn't summon him to go forth as a tramp that night. So he dozed, and so he waked with a start. The start was possibly due to a consciousness, even in his sleep, that there were people in the road. He was frightened before he could put his eye again to the peephole. Luckily the pistol was at hand, and the other thing might now have to be done. As a matter of fact, it seemed likely. 2 burly figures had already left the highway, Flynn tramping along the flicker of path, and Jackman picking his steps through the oozy mud a little to Flynn's right and a little behind him. There was no secrecy about their approach, and apparently no fear. "They don't suspect that I've got a gun," Teddy commented to himself. "Lobley can't have told them." They were talking to each other, and though Teddy could not make out their words, he heard Flynn's gurgle of a laugh. To his fevered imagination it was a diabolic laugh, suggestive of handcuffs and torture. The thought of handcuffs frenzied him, of the sacrilegious touch on his person the links set the final mark. Rather than submit to them, he would shoot anyone, preferably himself. For shooting himself the minute had come, and he decided to do it through the temple. The aim through the heart might miscarry. There was no chance of miscarriage through the brain. All that remained for him now was to know the moment when. "Don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes." Some trick of memory brought the tag back to him. He knew that it applied to the shooting of an enemy, but in this case it suited himself. He couldn't see the whites of their eyes as yet, for through the grasses and over the slimy ground they advanced but slowly. They gave him the longer to live. He might live for 3 minutes, possibly for 5. Even a minute was something. But he was ready. He couldn't say that he had no fear, because he was all fear. But for the very reason that he was all fear, he was frozen, numb. Only the hand that held the pistol shook. He couldn't control it. All the more then must he do it through the brain, since he found by experiment that he could steady the muzzle against his temple. He didn't dare so to hold it long, lest that impulse of acting before he thought might deprive him of these last precious seconds of life. So he let the thing rest on the peephole, pointing outward, like a gun on board ship. He found, too, that this steadied his eye. He could squint along the barrel right at the 2 big figures lumbering through the morass. "Don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes." Flynn looked up, a laugh on his lips at this absurd adventure. The boy saw the whites of his eyes, and as far as he himself knew, his mind went blank. He always declared that he heard no sound. He only saw Flynn throw up his arms with a kind of stifled shout, stagger, try to regain his lost balance,
and go tumbling face downward into the long grass. Jackman fell too, though not so prone but that he could partially raise himself, half supported by his left arm, while, without being able to face toward the road, he waved his right to the motors flashing by. For Teddy, mind action ceased. He was nothing but mad instinct. He knew he must have fired twice, that the hand that was to shoot into his temple had betrayed him. He knew too that he couldn't shoot into his own temple. But great as was his terror of the handcuffs, his terror of this thing was worse. Flinging the pistol across the floor, his one impulse was to save himself. As he had foreseen, his mind, once it began to work, worked quickly. He saw that the grass growing up to the door of the shack was tall, and hardly beaten down by his footsteps. Lying flat like a lizard, he wriggled his way into it. The very yielding of the swampy bottom beneath his weight was in his favour. By a sense such as that which had waked him up, he knew that motors were stopping in the road, that people were leaping out, that Flynn and Jackman were the objects of everyone's concern, and that, in the mystery as to what had happened to them, no one's attention was as yet directed to himself. He made for the back of the shack, writhing his way round the two corners and heading out toward the centre of the marsh. It was needful to do this, since the shanty and its neighbourhood would soon be explored, and he must, if possible, be lost in the swampy tracklessness. Though progress of necessity was slow, he was amazed at the distance he was putting between himself and danger. Oh, if it was only night! If a thundercloud would only come up and darken the sky! But it was the brilliant, pitiless sunshine of an August afternoon, with not a shred of atmosphere to help him. Still he writhed and writhed and writhed his way onward, making the pace of a snake when half of its body is dead. He was no longer Teddy Follett. He was no longer so much as an animal. He was one big agony of mind, which becomes an agony of body. And yet he was eager to live. He began to think that he might live. He seemed as far away from the peril behind him as the woods thing that gives its hunter the slip in the green depths of the covert. Dogs might be able to track him, but not men alone. And while they were bringing up the bloodhounds, he might... And then he heard a shout that struck through him like paralysis. "There he is! I see him!" "Where? Where?" "That line behind the shack. Don't you see a little streak right through the grass?" "No, I don't see anything." "Come along and I'll show you. Come along, boys, we'll get him. He's only going on his belly." "He isn't be croaked like this, poor guy. Don't forget that the bird over there can give you a dose of lead." So Flynn was dead. That was the meaning of that. Teddy had killed a man. Perhaps he had killed two men. He hadn't taken time to think of it before, but now that he did, he lay stricken in every muscle of his frame, his face in the mud, and his fingers dug into the queechy roots of the sedges. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. The guests went early. It was a relief to have them go. Not that they differ from other guests to whom Collingham Lodge was accustomed to open its doors, or that the dinner was less fastidiously good than Junior was in the habit of giving. Dinner and guests had both been up to form, and yet it was a relief when the last car glided from beneath the portico. "Why do you suppose it is?" Junior had asked this question so often of late that Collingham had ceased to try to answer it. Instead, he lit a cigar and strolled to the open French window. He, too, found it a relief to relax in the company of his family, though less puzzled than Junior at the state of mind. "Oh, come out," Edith called from the terrace. "It's heavenly." It was a soft, warm, velvety night, starlit and voluptuous. The air astir was just enough to carry the scents of roses, honeysuckle, mignonette, and new-mown hay. Except for the darting of small living things and the occasional peep of a half-awake bird, there was no sound but that of the plash of the fountains on the terraces. Edith went in for a light wrap for her mother. Collingham, his cigar in hand, dropped into the teakwood chair. "It isn't our dinners only," Junior complained, when with a wrap about her shoulders she had settled herself in the wicker armchair she preferred. "It's all dinners. It's just as if people didn't enjoy them any more." "Well, they don't." Edith half-loungingly swung herself in a Gloucester hammock. What we've got to learn, Mother dear, is that entertaining, as we call it, was a pre-war habit which we've outlived in spirit, though we haven't quite come to the point in fact.
There's something in that, Collingham agreed.
And yet there's got to be hospitality, Junior reasoned. You can't just live and die to yourself.
Edith swung lazily.
Hospitality, yes, but isn't there a difference between that and entertaining?
If so, what is it?
I'm not sure that I can say. Isn't the one a permanent necessity, and the other merely a custom that can go out of date?
Between your custom that can go out of date and your permanent necessity, I don't see that there's much distinction.
Well, there is, Mother dear. It's like this. Entertaining is giving people something they don't particularly want and which you expect them to repay, while hospitality is opening your house to people in need, whether they can repay you or not.
Oh, if we're going to open our houses to people in need.
Well, what? I'm sure I don't know what, nor you either. And that's just it. We're halting between two states of mind. Ever since the war began, mere entertaining bores us, and we're terrified at the idea of genuine hospitality. So there we are. We still give dinners and go to them, but when we do, we feel it's something fatuous, which can't help making us dull.
Out of the silence that ensued, Collingham said moodily, It's all very fine to talk of opening your house to people in need, but it's not as easy as it looks.
Is anything ever as easy as it looks, Dad? Don't we shirk the social problems that are upsetting the world by declaring them impossible to solve, when a material difficulty only puts us on our mettle? He turned this over. All that day he'd been calculating his own possible responsibility in Teddy Follett's going wrong, and was thinking of it now. In the end, he said,
All the same, you've got to follow the regular trend. If you were in business, you'd know you can't do things differently from other people. You may be as sorry as you like not to be able to help, but if you can't, you can't, and there's an end of it.
Mr. Ayling, in his new book, Social Problems in the Individual, says there's a distinction to be drawn between can't and can't. There's the can't that comes from lack of ability, and the can't that springs from the accepted standard. He says, I don't believe your father is at all interested in that, Edith, dear.
Oh, yes, let her go on. I'm not afraid of what Ayling thinks.
But before Edith could resume, the attention of all three was called by the tinkle of the telephone bell in the library, which could be approached from the terrace through the drawing-room.
With a muttered, Who's ringing up at this time of night?
Collingham dragged himself in to answer it. The women remained silent, each listening to see if the call was for her.
Yes, this is Mr. Collingham. Who? Oh, it's you, Mr. Brunt. Yes? What did you say? Killed? Who's killed? Not Flint, the detective who comes in and out of the bank.
Indeed, dear me.
Where was it?
Who did it?
Not that boy.
Oh, my God! What happened? Tell me quickly. Over beyond Jersey City, yes. And they've got him. In the brig, that's the Ellenbrook Trail, isn't it? Jackman, too, did you say?
Wounded, but not killed.
Badly? Oh, the poor fellow. In the hospital? That's right. Has anyone communicated with his family? Good. And Flint's wife? Oh, the poor woman. And the boy's family? You don't know anything? Then no one has informed his mother?
Not that you know of.
I see. He's to be brought into court tomorrow morning.
Poor little devil.
Oh, I know he doesn't deserve pity, but I can't help it, Brunt. His father was with us so long, and one thing and another. No, I'll appear in court myself and see what I can do for him. Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
What boy can that be? Julia whispered as her husband hung the receiver in its place.
I'm sure I don't know, unless it's the Follett boy. Oh, I hope not. It would make such awful complications. They waited for Collingham to come and tell them his plainly thrilling news, but he remained in the library. It would make complications, Edith ventured in a low voice, if it proved to be the young Follett, with Bob in love with his sister. Juno spoke not so much from impulse as from inspiration. He's more than in love with her. He's married to her. Mother! Yes, he was married to her a few days before he sailed. I've known it all along. Edith was breathless. "Did he tell you?" "No, she did." "She? The Follett girl? Why, Mother!" Julia rose. She knew that if her suspicions were correct, she would have things to do before she slept. "Go to bed now, dear, and I'll come to your room and give you the whole story. In the meantime, I may have to tell your father." "You mean to say that he doesn't know?" "No, not yet. I've been rather hoping that before I told him Bob would see his way out of the mess." "He'll never do that, never in this world, not according to what he said to me." "Oh, well, he didn't know everything then that he'll have to know now. But go and say good night to your father, and I'll come up by the time you're in bed." "Mother, you're amazing." Edith spoke more in awe than in admiration, but she obeyed orders by going to her father. She found him still sitting in the chair by the telephone, bowed forward, his elbows on his knees, and his forehead in his hands. When he lifted his haggard eyes towards her, she stood still. "Daddy, what in the world has happened? Who is it that has killed someone? We couldn't help hearing that much." He raised himself. "Come here." Going forward, she knelt down beside him, taking his hand and kissing it. "You poor Daddy, you're bothered, aren't you?"
It's young Follett. He's been stealing money from the bank, and now he's shot one of the detectives who heard he was hiding in a cabin out on the New Jersey marshes. They've sent out a description of him to the suburban stations, and only today I told his sister that I'd call the thing off and give him another chance."
"She came to see you?"
"She came to see me."
"Then you did what you could, didn't you?"
"I did what I could, then." In spite of the emphasis on the final word, he slapped his knee with new conviction. "I've done what I could all through. It's no use saying I haven't, because I have. There's just so much you can do, and you can't do any more. You can't make a business a home for indigent old gentlemen, now can you?" He sprang to his feet, leaving her kneeling by the chair.
"No, I don't suppose you can," she assented, rising slowly. "But I do wish you'd talk to Mr. Ayling sometime, Dad. He seems to see all these things from new points of view."
He was pacing around the room very much like Max in moments of agitation. "Oh, new points of view. There's only one point of view, I tell you, and that's the one on which we've made the country prosperous."
She smiled wistfully. "Prosperous for some."
"Well, that's better than prosperous for nobody, isn't it?"
She said good-bye to him then, for the reason that she herself was so stirred that she needed seclusion in which to think these strange things over. That Bob should have married Jennie Follett was a shock in itself, but that through his wife he should now be involved in this frightful tragedy was something that her mind found it hard to take in. It was the first time that she had ever come so close to the more terrible happenings in life. Meanwhile, Junior, overhearing what was said, reconstructed her plan of campaign. In common with great generals, she possessed the faculty of rapid revision, as events took place differently from the way she had expected. By the time she heard Edith go upstairs, she had foreseen the line of action which the new situation forced on them. Collingham was still lashing about the library when she appeared on the threshold. Her calmness arrested him. In a measure it soothed him. It was the kind of juncture in which she always knew what to do, and he had confidence in her judgment. When she said, "Sit down, Bradley, I've something to say," he obeyed her quietly, relighting his cigar. As she, too, sat down, Max or Dauphin would have noted in her the aura of authority which a master wears when about to lecture a schoolboy. "I've something startling to tell you, Bradley, but I want to say beforehand that you mustn't get worked up, because I see a way out." Taking his cigar from his lips, he looked at her sidewise. His expression said, "What's it going to be now?" "What I've heard you telling Edith about this young Follett killing a detective concerns us more closely than you may think, because Bob is married to his sister." He laid his cigar on an ashtray, swung round to the table between them, clasped his fingers, and leaned on his outstretched elbows. His tone was quiet, even casual. "When did he do that?" "Just before he sailed."
"Then I'm through with him."
"Oh, no, you're not, Bradley. He's your son, whether he's married anyone or not."
"I can't help his being my son, but I can help having anything more to do with him."
"Listen, Bradley. The whole thing is going to be in the papers in the course of 2 or 3 days, and you must come through it with honours. It's perfectly simple to do it, and win everyone's respect and sympathy. In addition to that, you can get Bob's devoted affection, and you know how much that means to us all." To Collingham it meant so much that he listened to her attentively with eager eyes. In Bob's marriage, with its attendant circumstances, they had obviously received a shock. All Murillo Park, as well as the public in general, would know it to be a shock, and would be watching to see how they took it. In that case, the best thing was the sporting thing. They must stand right up to the facts and accept them. Everyone knew that the younger generation was peculiar. It was the war, Junior supposed, and yet she didn't know. In any case, it was not the Collinghams alone who were so afflicted, but dotted all over Murillo were families whose young ones were acting strangely. There were the Rumseys, whose twin sons had refused an uncle's legacy amounting to something like 3 millions, because they held views opposed to the owning of private property. There were the Addingtons, whose son and heir had married a girl twice imprisoned as a red, and was believed to have gone red in her company. There were the Bendingers, whose daughter had eloped with a chauffeur, divorced him, and then gone back and married him again. These were Murillo incidents, and in no case had the parents found any course more original than the antiquated one of discarding and disinheritance. And yet you couldn't wash your hands of your flesh and blood like that. They were your flesh and blood, whatever they did, and it was idiotic to act as if you could cut the tie between yourself and them. He could see for himself that Rumseys, Addingtons, and Bendlingers had lost rather than gained in general esteem by their melodramatic poses. Now the thing for the Collinghams was to accept the situation with a great big generous heart. They were to open their arms to Bob, and back him loyally in the combination of difficulties he had to swing. But he himself must swing them. Junior laid emphasis on that. By direct action they couldn't intervene. They could only make it possible for him to act directly on his own responsibility. He had married a wife whose family was in trouble. They, the Collinghams, would not share that trouble, but they would help him to share it, since he had brought on himself the necessity for doing so. To accomplish this, Junior suggested sending to Bob a cablegram covering the following 5 points. The Follett boy was in jail, charged with murdering a detective. Bob should publish at once his marriage to this boy's sister. He should return to New York by the first convenient steamer. His father was placing $10,000 in his account, and when that was used would place more. He was also ready, if instructed by Bob, to engage the best counsel in New Jersey to defend the boy. "That will take care of everything till he gets here," Junior concluded. "And in the meantime we can't do better, it seems to me, than go up, as we always do at this time of year, to our camp in the Adirondacks. This house can be kept open for Bob when he arrives, and Gull can stay with one of the motors to run him in and out of town."
"And what are we to do about the girl?"
"Nothing. That isn't for us to take up. We must leave it to Bob. If he ever brings her to us as his wife, but then he never may."
"What makes you think so?"
Her superb eyes covered him with their fine, audacious, womanly regard. "I tell you, Bradley, if I didn't think there are things that had better not go into words, even between you and me. Whatever Bob discovers will be his own affair. You and I had best know as little as possible. We can back Bob up, and that's all we can do. Everything else he will have to work out for himself. By the time he's done that, he'll be a grown-up man. It's possible he's needed something of the sort to develop him." So Collingham telephoned his cablegram to Bob, and went to bed comforted. Next morning, on arriving at the bank, he found Junior's counsel supported by the best opinion among his co-workers. That is, he changed his mind as to going to the court in Edinburgh for the first hearing of the Follett boy, or otherwise expressing himself toward the Follett family. He had given Bob the means of doing whatever needed to be done, and Bob had the cable at his disposition. To go to the court, or to express sympathy in any way, would, according to Bickley, be dangerous to discipline. Feeling in the bank was extremely hostile to young Follett, and it was better that it should remain so. The bank employee's cast of mind, so Bickley said, was not revolutionary or rebellious against acknowledged rights. By sheer force of habit, it was schooled to reverence for life and property. The principle of ownership being holier to it than any tenet of religion, the Follett boy would not be looked upon otherwise than as an enemy of mankind, and this was as it should be. While Collingham thus weighed the counsels offered him at the bank, Gussie Follett was blindly making her way homeward from Corinne's, with a paper so folded in her hand as not to display its headlines. She had gone to work with comparative cheerfulness, since, on the previous day, Jennie had been assured by no less authority than Mr. Collingham himself that Teddy should not be sent to jail. So long as he was not sent to jail, they would be free from public comment, and, free from public comment, they could manage somehow. Managing somehow being an art in which they had gained authority, they were not afraid of that, even though it involved parting with the one great asset against calamity, the house. Gussie's first intimation of bad news came when, on entering the shop, she found the 4 or 5 other girls huddling round Corinne. Her appearance made them start as if she were a ghost. Her own heart sank at that, though she hailed this shudder with a laugh. "Say, girls, is this the big reel in the Spectre Bride?" Corinne, whose real name was Mamie Callaghan, emerged from a miniature forest of upright metal rods crowned with hats at various roguish handles. A dark, wavy-nosed woman of cajoling Irish witchery, she could hardly keep the prank from her voice even at such a time as this. "So, Gussie, you don't know? Well, someone's got to break it to you, and I guess it'll have to be me." But it was broken already, even before Corinne had brought forward the paper she was hiding behind her back. "Teddy!" Gussie cried out. "There's something about him in that. Let me see it! Let me see it!" Corinne let her see it, and the work was done. Gussie couldn't read beyond the headlines with their robbery and murder in italic capitals, but she grasped enough. The snapshot of Teddy taken on the road, just as he had been dragged a mass of slime out of the morass, made her reel backward as if about to fall. But when Eily O'Brien sprang to her support, she waved her away gently. She was not going to faint. Her physical strength wouldn't leave her, whatever else was gone. I'm going home," was all she said, crushing the paper against her breast. "Oh, Gus, let me go with you," Eily had begged, but this kindness too Gussie put away from her. She could go alone, and alone she went, with one consuming thought as she sped along. "Oh, Mama, poor Mama, this'll about finish her." And yet, when she entered the living-room, her mother was sitting, calm and serene, while Mr. Brunt told the tale of the New Jersey marshes. Jennie, white, tearless, terrified, crept up to Gussie, and the two clung together as her mother said in her steady voice, "So I understand that only one of them is dead, the Irish one?" Mr. Brunt assented. "Yes, Flynn, the Irish one." "I'm not surprised. I told him when he was here the other day that what he called law and order would bring him to grief, as they bring most of us, though I didn't expect it to be so soon. And my son, you say, is in jail?" "At Ellenbrook." "They'll try him, I suppose?"
"I'm afraid so."
"And then they'll send him to the chair?" Mr. Brunt didn't answer. "Oh, you needn't be afraid to speak of it. I know they will. I'm not sorry. Teddy will be sorry, of course, till it's over. But I'd rather he'd suffered a little now and be done with it than go through the hell of years his father and I have had. If there was going to be any chance for him, it would be different, but there's no chance, not the way the world is organized now." The girls crept forward together. "Mamma, darling." But Lizzie resumed calmly, "Where there's nothing but government by the strong for the strong, people like ourselves must go under. You'll go under too, Mr. Brunt. You belong to the doomed class. The working man will soon be getting share and share alike with the capitalist, and the white-collar crowd would be kicked about by both. If we had the pluck to fight as the working man has fought, we might save something even now. But we haven't, and so there's no hope for us. Law and order have us by the throat, and we must suffer till they strangle us. Well, my boy will soon be out of it, thank God, and all I ask is to follow him." When Mr. Brunt got himself to the door, Jenny went with him, as she had done with Flynn and Jackman 2 days earlier. She did this in the dazed condition of a woman who performs some little act of courtesy during shipwreck, or waiting for the vessel to go down. "You must excuse my mother, Mr. Brunt. Ever since my father died, her mind's been unsettled, and we don't know what to make of her." But Mr. Brunt's demeanour did not encourage conversation. To do him justice, the mission on which Collingham had sent him had been repugnant for other reasons than the breaking of bad news. His mind being of the cast Bickley had analysed that morning, Teddy's theft filled him with more horror than his killing of a man. To come so near to crime against the ownership of banknotes inspired him with a physical loathing which even dear Jenny's loveliness couldn't mitigate. It was as if she herself was tainted by some horrible infection, making it a relief to him to get away from her. But, turning to re-enter the house, she felt again that access of new strength which had come to her repeatedly during the past few days. It was as if resources of hers, never been taxed before, were now offering themselves for use. What she had to do was in the forefront of her thought, rather than what someone else had done. What someone else had done was already in the past. That was made for her and couldn't be helped, whereas her own duties imperatively summoned her to look ahead. "Teddy will need a suitcase of clean things," was the direct expression of these thoughts before she had recrossed the threshold. Having said this aloud to Gussie, Gussie's mind could also tackle the minor concrete details to the exclusion of the bigger considerations involved in Teddy's plight. That the honest, loving, skylarking boy whom they'd grown up with could be a thief and a murderer was something the intelligence rejected, as it rejected dreams. They could, therefore, take the new straw suitcase which had once been a family present to Gussie, and which she had never used, pack it with Teddy's other suit and the necessary linen, as if he were really at Paterson or Philadelphia. "How shall we get it to him?" Gussie asked, when the work was done. "I'll take it," Jenny answered, "if you'll stay and look after Mamma." "Mamma won't need much looking after, the way she is." "Well, that's one comfort anyhow. With this to go through with, I'm glad her mind's not what it used to be." So, stunned and dry-eyed, they caught on to the new conditions by doing little perfunctory things, consoling and helping each other. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Empty Sack by Basil King. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. Teddy's first night in a cell was more tolerable than it might have been, for the reason that his faculties seemed to have stopped working. As nearly as possible he had become an inanimate thing, to be struck, pulled, hustled and chucked wherever they chose. Not only had he no volition, but little or no sensation. A dead body or a sack of flour could hardly have been more lost to a sense of rebellion or indignity. It was not that he didn't suffer, but that suffering had reached the extreme beyond which it made no further impression. Nothing registered any more, no horror, no brutalities, no curses or kicks. As far as he could take account of himself, the Teddy Follett even of the shack had been left behind in some vanished world, while the thing that had hands and feet was a clod unable to resent the oaths and blows and flingings to and fro which were all it deserved. Once he had heard that shout, "I see him!" in the road, he'd been like an insect paralysed by terror that doesn't dare to move. He'd lain there till they came and got him. It was not fear alone that pinned him to the spot. His bodily strength had given out. For 48 hours he had eaten but little, and drunk only the 2 glasses of water in the pastry shop. Though he had slept the first night, the second had been passed in a fevered, intermittent doze. Furthermore, the agony of approaching suicide had drained his natural forces. So he lay still,
while the hue and cry of the manhunters quickened and waxed behind him. Escape was out of the question, since even if he had the strength to drag himself a few yards farther, they would run him down in the end. Resistance, too, would be hopeless, with, as he judged, some 20 or 30 in the posse. He could feel their fury growing as they slipped and slithered through the grasses. Oaths, obscenities, and laughter accompanied every grotesque accident, as one man fell with the weedy tangle about his feet, or another went knee-deep into the swamp. The very fear of a dose of lead intensified their excitement, till, as they caught sight of him, a helpless thing with face hidden in the mud, they gave vent to a yell of satisfaction. They didn't let him rise. They didn't so much as pull him to his feet. They dragged him by his collar, by his hair, by his arms, by his legs, by anything they could seize, kicking, beating, and cursing him. He made no outcry. He didn't speak a word. For aught they knew, he might be drunk, or insane, or dead. Only once, when a man kicked him in the face, was he powerless to suppress a groan. Otherwise, he was just a sodden lump of flesh, as, now head first, now feet first, now with face upward, now with face downward, he was tugged and tumbled and hurtled and rolled over the 500 yards of slime between the spot where they had caught him and the road. There he had a new experience. He learned what it was not only to be outside the human race, but to be held as its foe. Already, while still far out on the marsh, he had heard the yells, "Kill him! Kill him! Kick the damned skunk to death!" But when actually surrounded by these howling, screaming, outraged citizens with their teams and motor cars banked in the roadway, he tasted the peculiar astonishment of the man who has always been liked when assailed by a storm of hatred. While the 3 or 4 police who by this time had appeared did their best to defend him, men fought with one another to get at him. A well-dressed girl of not more than 18 reached over the shoulder of one of the police and struck him on the head with her sunshade. An elderly woman squeezed herself near him and spat in his face. "Ah, say, people," one of the police called out. "Give the young guy a chance. Can't you see he's only a kid?" "Kid be damned," came the response. "Say, fellows, here's the telegraph pole. Let's lynch him." "Lynch him, lynch him. String him up." "No, let's make a bonfire and burn him alive." "Chuck the cops into the hack and sack, and then we can do as we like." "Lynch him, lynch him, lynch him." Teddy didn't care whether they lynched him or not. In as far as he could form a wish, he wished they would. But then he was past forming wishes. They could string him up to the telegraph pole or burn him alive just as they felt inclined, for he had travelled beyond fear. Just then the crowd parted. The police van drove up, and his protectors dragged him to its shelter. Even then there was a new sensation in store for him. The party of the crowd showed Flynn lying by the roadside, also waiting for the van. He was on his back, his knees drawn up, his mouth dropped open. Waistcoat and shirt had been torn apart, and Teddy saw a red spot. He started back. Except for the groan when he had been kicked in the face, it was the only time he opened his lips. "I didn't do that," he cried, so loud that a jeer broke from the crowd. A policeman shook him by the arm. "Say, sonny, you didn't do that?" Appalled by the sight of the dead man, Teddy could do nothing more than stupidly shake his head. "Then who in hell did? Tell us that." But the boy collapsed, his head sagging, his knees giving way under him. When he returned to consciousness, he was lying in the dark, jolting, 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 on the floor of the police van. At the station he was pulled out again. He could stand now and walk, though not very well. Hands supported him as he stumbled up the steps and into a room where a man in uniform sat behind a desk, while 3 or 4 police and half a dozen unexplained hangers-on stood about idly. "A live one," the policeman who led Teddy called out jocosely as they approached the door. "Looks like a dead one," the man behind the desk replied with the same sense of humour. "Looks like he's been dead and buried and dug up again." The allusion to Head Teddy's hatless, mud-caked appearance raised a laugh. The man behind the desk dipped his pen in the ink bottle and drew up a big ledger. "Name?" Teddy could just articulate. "Edward Scarborough Follett." "Gee whiz, guess you'll have to spell it out." Teddy spelled slowly, as if the letters were new to him. Having done this, he was asked no more questions. Explanations came from the officer who had run him in, and he produced the automatic pistol picked up on the floor of the shack. When it was stated in addition that Teddy was charged with shooting and killing Peter Flynn, whom all of them knew and to whom they were bound by ties of professional solidarity, the boy felt the half-friendly indifference with which the spectators had seen him come in changed to sullen hostility. The formulas fulfilled, he was seized more roughly than before, to be half led, half pushed, along a dim hall and down a dimmer flight of steps to a worn, stone-flagged basement pervaded by dankness and a smell of disinfectants. The corridor into which they turned was long and straight and narrow, like a knife cut through a cheese. On the left, a blank stone wall was the blanker for its whitewash. On the right, a row of little doors diminished down the vista to the size of pigeonholes. Pressed close to the square foot of grating inset in each door was a human face, eager to see who was coming next, while the officer was greeted with howls of rage or whining petitions or strings of ugly words. They stopped at the first open door, and after one glance within, Teddy started back. "Don't put me in there, for Jesus' sake!" The cry was involuntary, since he knew he would be put in there in any case. "Ah, go in with you!" A shove sent him over the threshold with such force that he fell on the wooden bunk which was all the dog-hole contained, while the door clanged behind him. All that night he lay in a stupor induced by misery. No one came near him. No food or drink was offered him. Thirst made him slightly delirious, which was a relief. Now and then, when his real consciousness partially returned, he muttered, half aloud, "I didn't do it. My hand might have done it, but that wasn't me." The crepuscular light of morning was not very different from the darkness of night, but it brought his senses back to him sluggishly. Bruised as he was in body, he was still more bruised in mind, and could render to himself no more than a vague account of what had happened yesterday. When a tin of water and a hunk of bread were mysteriously pushed into the cell, he consumed them like an animal, lying down again on the bunk. Without water for a wash, his face and hair were still caked with the mud, which also stiffened his clothing. "My God, what's that?" Not having seen him before, the guard who summoned him to court was startled by the apparition that crawled to the threshold of the cell when the door was unlocked. The semblance to a boy was little more exact than that of a snowman to a man. "Oh, my God, sure you can't go into court like that. They wouldn't know you was a human being, let alone a prisoner. Wait a bit and I'll get you something to wash you up in." There followed a little rough kindliness, scouring and brushing and combing the lad into something less like a monstrosity. Teddy submitted as a child does, and with a child's indifference to cleanliness. So, too, he submitted in court, hardly knowing where he was or the significance of these formalities. Apart from the relief he got from his own reiterations, "I didn't do it, I didn't do it," the proceedings were a blur to him. When he was led out again down more steps, along more corridors, and cast into another stale and disinfected cell, he took it with the same brutish insensibility. He didn't know that the new cell was in that part of the house of detention known as Murderer's Row, nor did he heed the hoarse questions whispered through the next-door grating, and which he could barely catch as they stole along the wall. "Say, what you doing? Did he croak right off? My I didn't croak till 3 weeks after I gave him the lead, and now they can't send me to the chair nohow. In luck, ain't I?" To Teddy, this uncanny recitation was no more than the other sounds which smote the auditory nerve but hardly penetrated to the brain. They were all abnormal sounds, sprung of abnormal conditions, breaking in on a silence which was otherwise that of the sepulchre. Footsteps clanked, and then all was still. A door banged, and then all was still. A raucous voice shouted out a curse, and then all was still. The stillness was as ghostly as the sound, only that, as far as Teddy was concerned, so little reached his massacred perceptions. The rattle of keys and the clanging of the door. He looked up from the bunk on the edge of which he was sitting listlessly. "Lady to see you." This guard was young, smart, debonair, with a twinkle in his eye, and the first who didn't treat a comrade's murderer with instinctive animosity. Teddy got up and followed him in the stupefied bewilderment with which he had done everything else that day. Lady to see him? The word seemed to refer to something so far back in his history
that he could hardly recall what it was. Once upon a time there had been a mother, a Jennie, a Gussie, and a Gladys, but now they were remote and shadowy. Along corridors, up steps, and then along more corridors he tramped, till they stopped at an open door, and there he saw Jennie. In a room unspeakably bare and forbidding, in spite of a table and half a dozen chairs, she waited for him with a smile. He too did his best to smile, but his lower lips, swollen with the kick that had caught him in the mouth, made the effort nothing but a rictus. For this Jennie had been prepared by the snapshot in the paper. All the while she had been on the way to him, she had been saying to herself that she must show no sign of horror or surprise. Even though she would follow the cue of her poor demented mother and pretend that he was in prison as a martyr, she would take no pitying or tragic note. She went forward, therefore, and threw her arms about him with the same off-hand, unsentimental pleasure which she would have shown in meeting him after a brief absence at any time. "You darling Ted, we're so glad to have found you. I thought I'd just run down and bring you some clean clothes." It was better done than she thought she had the strength for, perhaps because his need was greater than she had supposed possible. Could she have dreamt beforehand that Teddy would ever look like this, she would have screamed from fright. But now that he did, she rose to the fact, seemingly taking it for granted, actually taking it for granted, through some hitherto unsuspected histrionic force. Within a minute of his arrival they were seated near each other, in a curious make-believe that the conditions were not terrible. With this familiar presence beside him, Teddy's mind resumed functioning, possibly to his regret. Home was close to him again, while the loved faces came back to life. "How's Ma?" The question was indistinct, because, now that it came to making conversation, he found that his tongue was thickened in addition to his swollen lip. Jennie replied that her mother's health was never better. "I suppose," he balked a little, but forced himself onward, "I suppose she feels pretty bad over me." "No, she doesn't. She told me to tell you so." She was determined to speak truthfully in this respect, so that if their mother's dementia could do him any good, he shouldn't fail of it. "She told me to say that you were not to be sorry for anything you'd done, no matter how they punished you." Does she know what I've done?" She threw it off as if casually. "She knows all that's been in the papers, and I don't believe they've left anything out, not judging by the things they've said." "How's Gussie? How's Gladys?" Having answered these questions to the best of her ability, Jennie raised the subject of what she should bring him to eat. The guard who had remained in the room informed her that she could bring him anything, at which she promised to return next day. For the minute she was at the end of her forces. If she went on much longer, they would snap. "I'll run away now, Ted," she said, rising. "It's splendid to see you so bucked up. I'll be here again about this time tomorrow and bring you something nice. Mamma's busy already making you a fruit cake," she added as she held him by the hand. "I suppose you'll have to have a lawyer." A memory came to him like that of something heard while under an anaesthetic. "I think the judge said this morning that he'd appoint someone to defend me." "Oh, we'll do better than that," she smiled cheerily. "I've got some money. We'll have a lawyer of our own." The journey home was the hardest thing Jennie had ever had to face. Teddy brought to this. It was all she could say to herself. The bare facts dwarfed all its causes, immediate or remote. Eager for privacy in which to sob, she was speeding along Indiana Avenue when, happening to glance in the direction of her home, she saw Gladys standing on the sidewalk. Gladys, having at the same minute perceived her, started with a violent bound in her direction. She too had a newspaper in her hand, leading Jennie to expect a repetition of Gussie's episode that morning. It was such a repetition, and it was not. It was to the extent that Gladys had been informed of Teddy's drama, much as her elder sister at Corinne's, though later in the day. At a minute when trade was slack and Gladys ruminantly chewing gum, Miss Hattie Bellwether, a cash girl in the gloves, slipped up to her to say, "Oh, Gladys Follett, if you knew what Sunshine Bright's been saying about you, you'd never speak to her again." Hattie Bellwether, who had the blank, innocent expression of a sheep, having paused for the natural inquiry, went on breathlessly, She says your brother Teddy robbed a bank and killed a man and is in jail over at Edinburgh and—"
Such foolish calumny Gladys could so far contemn as to say with quiet force, "You tell Sunshine Bright that the next time I go by the Nations I'll stop and break her neck. See?" Hattie Bellwether having sped away to carry this challenge, Gladys found herself confronted by Miss Flossie Grimm, a saleslady in the stockings, to which department Gladys herself, in a minor capacity, was also attached. Feeling that the Follett child was ignorant of facts of which she should be in possession, Miss Grimm said reprovingly, "You've got a chunk of gall. Look at that." That was one of the papers giving the story of Teddy's downfall, so that Gladys too was soon making her way homeward. But she was not a cash girl for nothing. While the instincts of the city gamine endowed her with alertness of mind beyond either of her sisters, she remembered that the paper she had seen was a morning one, and that by this hour those of the afternoon would be on the newsstands. They would not only give further details, but might possibly tell her that the whole story was untrue. Somewhere she had heard that among the New York evening papers one was renowned for solemnity and exactitude. Veracity, costing a cent more than she usually spent for the evening news, when she spent anything, which was rare, she felt the occasion worth the extravagance. In these pages Teddy's case was condensed into so small a paragraph that she had difficulty in finding it. But during the search she lighted on something else. It was something so extraordinary, so unbelievable, so impossible to assimilate, as to thrust even Teddy's situation well into the second place. After that, all the known methods of locomotion were slow to Gladys in their efforts to reach home. But before she could enter the house, she had seen Jenny advancing up the avenue, and so ran back to meet her. "Oh, Jen, look!" It was all she had breath to say, so that Jenny naturally did as she was bidden. But she too found the paragraph thrust beneath her eyes extraordinary, unbelievable, and impossible to assimilate, though for other reasons than those that swayed her sister. Collingham, Follett, on May the 11th at St. Titus's Rectory, Madison Avenue, by the Reverend Larned Goodbody, Robert Bradley Collingham, Jr. of Murillo Park, New York, to Jane Scarborough Follett of Pemberton Heights, New Jersey. Of the many things Jenny didn't comprehend, she comprehended this paragraph least of all. Who had put it in the paper, and what did it mean? She walked on dreamily, Gladys trotting beside her a living interrogation point. "Oh, Jem, what's it all about? Are you married to him, really?" Jenny answered as best she knew how. Not exactly." But here Gladys was too quick for her. "If you're married to him at all, it's got to be exactly, hasn't it? I did go through the ceremony." "Well, then you've got the law on him," Gladys declared earnestly. "He'll have to pay you alimony anyhow." I don't want him to pay me anything." "Not pay you anything, and him with a wad as big as a haystack? Oh, Jen, you're not going dippy like poor mamma, are you?" Jenny wondered if she was. It seemed to her as if she could stand little more in the line of revolution without her mind giving way. And yet within a few minutes she received another shock. It came through Gussie, who ran to meet her at the door. "For mercy's sake, Jem, what's all this about?" She fluttered a yellow envelope, on which the address was typewritten. Mrs. Bradley Collingham, Jr., care Mrs. Follett, 11 Indiana Avenue, Pemberton Heights, New Jersey. "I told the boy it didn't belong here." Gussie was beginning to explain when Gladys interrupted. "Yes, it does. Read that." Gussie read and read again. "Well, of all—" She stopped only because she lacked the words with which to continue. In the meanwhile Jenny had opened a telegram and read, "Have asked father to engage best counsel in New York to defend boy. Sailing tomorrow on Venezuela and will take all responsibilities off your hands. Place $2,000 to your account at Pemberton National Bank. See manager. Devoted love, your husband, Bob." Jenny let the yellow slip flutter to the entry floor while she stood gazing into the air. Gussie, having picked it up, the two younger sisters read it together. "Some class," Gladys commented dryly. But Gussie could only stare at Jenny awesomely, as if a miracle had transformed her. End of chapter 21.